Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 201: Eisner's Little Trouble. Want to know what's between Calvin and me? Nothing. Brooke Shields' CK jeans ad appeared on TV. Ronald had filmed a series of ads, but only this one was repeatedly aired by the station. I heard she's the hottest teenage girl in America right now, Minahan Golan asked, pointing a thick finger at Brooke Shields on TV. Yes, her Blue Lagoon is super popular. I heard she's in a new movie, Endless Love, Yoram replied. We should get her to act in one too. She has a very classic look. We can make her an Oscar winner. Ronald, pretending not to be hungry, didn't touch the pagoda pattern fast food, which Minahan and Yoram ate. The two Israelis laughed loudly when they first saw the tagline. It seemed even foreigners could understand the implication. Come to think of it, Minahan also had a beautiful actress sing a song called I'm Coming in the blockbuster Apple. It's clear that no matter what foreign language you learn, the first things you learn are swear words and those kinds of phrases. Ronald didn't want anyone to know he was in that vulgar ad, so he kept quiet. The TV station singled out this one and played it repeatedly. It seemed Brooke Shields and her daughter would be under a lot of pressure. Want to know what's between Calvin and me? Nothing. Paramount Pictures president Michael Eisner was also talking about the ad. The distribution department doesn't want to go to theaters to promote this CK jeans ad. They use the excuse that there's no precedent for running ads before movies, but they were just unwilling to accept change and have no motivation. Paramount Pictures president Michael Eisner sat across from him at a desk with a bald head bigger than his head and a thicker neck, reporting his work. Michael, we know each other. Honestly, do you think running ads before movies in theaters is a good idea? The speaker was Paramount Pictures chairman and CEO Barry Diller. Diller was Eisner's former superior. Since leaving ABC in 1974 to take over Paramount, he had recruited Eisner, placing him as studio president and making him his right-hand man reporting directly to him. In recent years, Diller had focused primarily on producing television series, gradually delegating film matters to the subordinate who had excelled at ABC but was known for his aggressive style. This style seemed to have intensified at Paramount. Recently, many people in the film production department and external investors had complained to him about Eisner's arrogant behavior. Barry Diller knew that Eisner had offended many old fogies and partners while pushing forward his strategy. He was actually quite satisfied with Eisner's ability to push things forward, but things had gotten a little out of control, and he needed to remind him in person. I believe there's no fundamental difference between film and television. Television stars can naturally make movies. And there's no problem with commercials on television programs being shown in theaters, Eisner said confidently. This was Diller's integrated film and television strategy, which he had to keep up with. I heard you've been thinking of firing Marian Dalotti, the vice president of casting at the studio. Barry Diller suddenly brought up a personnel matter. Marian, she's always giving me trouble. Others probably rarely saw Eisner with this complaining side, but only in front of his boss and mentor did he retain some of his old frankness. I actually really liked Marian Dalotti's casting. She was the first woman to include the title of independent casting director in the credits. Greased the year before last, City Cowboy last year, Eisner praised her first. But she's a stubborn old woman, unwilling to implement the integrated film and television strategy, always opposing television actors appearing in films, and even spreading this idea among her subordinates. I have no problem with her personally, but when we poached her from the New York casting studio, it wasn't to be a casting director, but to be the vice president of casting. This openly goes against the established strategy, and I had no choice but to let her go. Eisner explained his motivation for firing Marian Dalotti as going against company strategy. He knew this was Barry Diller's bottom line. The boss had always prioritized television over film. And Robert Sturwood, he also came to me complaining that you didn't like Andy Gibb, the lead actor in the sequel to Grease. Barry Diller added. Come on, Andy Gibb can't act at all. I didn't mean to criticize you, Barry Diller interrupted Eisner's explanation. We've known each other for a long time, Michael. You did a good job, Back in his studio president's office, Eisner was in high spirits, easily refuting the rumors about him circulating with Barry Diller. Whistling, he practiced his putting on the artificial turf in his office. Thwack, another putt. Humming a tune, Eisner walked over, bent down, and retrieved the golf ball from the hole. As he bent down, blood rushed to his brain. Eisner looked down at everything in the office. Everything was upside down, the desk above, the chandelier below. Suddenly, a doubt arose in his mind. Eisner put down his putter, sat back in his chair, and began to ponder. Why did Barry Diller specifically mention Marion Dollody and Robert Sturwood? Eisner stroked his chin. Could it be that my opponents within the studio system overheard my plan to fire Marion? Since taking office, I've adopted a divide-and-conquer strategy, never allowing the most vehement opponent to have the most supporters. However, Marion Dollody, the vice president in charge of casting, is a mentor to many Oscar-winning actors and has extensive connections in the industry. Moreover, her casting studio is still operating in New York. She's often argued with me face-to-face and isn't afraid of my threat to fire her. Meanwhile, Robert Sturwood, riding the wave of several blockbuster films, has started bossing me around. This lucky record salesman thinks he's found the secret to blockbuster movies and is trying to do it again. Eisner first made a call to his informant at a sister company. Okay, Warner Brothers has met with her? She didn't agree to switch? Thanks, I understand Marion Dollody has already been contacted by Warner Brothers and hasn't accepted their offer to poach her. If she does, there will be one less vice president opposing me in the company. However, I might be able to use her upright character to teach her a lesson and establish my authority within the company. Please come to my office, Ms. Dollody. After much deliberation, Eisner pressed the call button and ordered his secretary. He decided to speak with Marion Dollody first. Eisner and Dollody had accumulated deep-seated conflicts. During high-level meetings, their eyes never met. Marion Dollody was surprised to learn that Eisner wanted to see her. She walked towards the long-unseen president's office. Marion, please don't leave us. Eisner unexpectedly waited outside the office door, grasping Marion Dollody's hands in both. I heard you're thinking of leaving Paramount? Although we have some disagreements, we can't do without you. Eisner ushered Marion Dollody into his office and said some rambling things. 10 minutes later, he personally saw her out. Marion Dollody had a guess in mind. After returning to her office, she casually dialed Julia Taylor, a former subordinate who had taken over the New York casting studio after her. Julia, it's me, Marion. Eisner is probably going to fire me. I'll accept Warner Brothers' offer to work there. You should know my whereabouts. Michael Eisner was quite satisfied with his move. If Marion was smart enough, she would resign voluntarily and accept Warner Brothers' offer. If she was foolish enough to stay, even better. A public dismissal would have a stronger deterrent effect on the company and its people than a resignation, and it would solidify his power at Paramount Studios. Connect me to Katzenberg. Eisner then connected to his production subordinate. Jeffrey, this is Eisner. How's the sequel to Grease coming along? Jeffrey Katzenberg, on the other end of the phone, seemed somewhat taken aback. Eisner rarely inquired about the specific details of production. Sturwood has found a screenwriter, and he still insists the film can be completed by the end of the year. Once they reach the point of starting filming, we must, according to the contract, invest the agreed-upon production costs. Agree to his request. After receiving the script, don't start filming. I'll go talk to Sydney at MCA. Understand? Eisner gave a few instructions and hung up. Sydney at MCA refers to Sidney Sinberg, president of MCA, the parent company of Universal Pictures. From the early 1970s, Paramount and Universal formed a joint venture, sharing distribution channels outside North America. Therefore, the two studios frequently exchanged projects. If Paramount didn't approve of a project, Universal might buy it, and vice versa. How did Robert Sturwood, the record company owner, offend Eisner? Katzenberg was fully aware of Eisner's intentions. Sturwood was determined to promote his singer Andy Gibb. His contract stipulated that the sequel to Son of Grease had to begin filming by the end of the year to secure Paramount's automatic investment. Eisner would feign agreement to the filming plan, then find a reason to halt it, putting the script on the waiting list and letting Universal take it over. With this timeline pressing, Sturwood, under pressure to secure investment, would likely be forced to drop Andy Gibb as the lead, suffering a loss in the process. Anyway, Andy Gibb really can't act, and that long face doesn't look good on camera, Katzenberg said. Picking up the phone. Connect me to Ovitz of CAA and have their screenwriter come tomorrow to discuss the script contract for Son of Greece. Chapter 202 Writing Inspiration. The story takes place in the summer of 1963 at Ryder High School, where a new batch of students arrives. Stephanie has become the leader of the Pink Ladies gang, and Michael, a new transfer student, joins the boys' tough guy gang after returning from South Vietnam with his father, an officer serving in the army. Initially, they are rivals, disliking each other. However, after witnessing Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech and the shock of President Kennedy's assassination, they eventually discover they have many things in common. Overcoming various difficulties, the couple falls in love, but ultimately part ways due to their differing futures after graduation. Michael eventually gets accepted to Cambridge University in Britain, while Stephanie becomes a flight attendant for Pan Am. The two meet again on a flight to London. Paramount's production manager, Katzenberg, quickly reads the synopsis provided by Ronald. It highlights several deliberately included musical numbers. The Pink Ladies' opening song and dance number will continue the style of the previous film, and the brightly dressed Pink Ladies should be quite eye-catching. Michael's military experience made him a natural fit for the tough guy gang, and his dance with the iconic motorcycles perfectly complemented the car dance from the previous film. The song and dance sequence on the plane, where the male and female leads reunite, is a highlight, providing ample room for the choreographer's creativity. The airport, passengers, and flight attendant uniforms create an ensemble scene comparable in scale to the graduation song and dance in the previous film. The script's structure is excellent, providing space for the opening, ending, and three major song and dance sequences towards the end, allowing the choreographers ample room to develop their work. It's rare to find a young man who understands the structure of musical theater. Katzenberg put away his papers and began asking Ronald, "Why did you have the male lead go abroad to study at university? The Vietnam War is coming up soon. If he didn't go abroad, he might be drafted," Ronald replied. Why the military officer family background? Officers are often deployed to different locations, making it easier for the male lead to portray himself as a transfer student. Also, he's involved with machinery and a Harley enthusiast, making it easier to integrate into the tough guy gang's motorcycle storyline. Katzenberg asked several more questions, which Ronald answered fluently, demonstrating a thoughtful understanding of the script as a whole. "I told you, Ronald was the perfect choice." Robert Sturwood was also delighted. The sequel to Grease, which had brought him enormous financial and reputational success, was finally about to begin. Paramount has, in principle, hired Ronald to write the script for the sequel, Son of Greece, working title, with a 2-month deadline. Before that deadline, Ronald must provide the script, excluding the musical numbers. Ronald has the first choice right to refuse script revisions. Only if Ronald refuses to revise the script can Paramount choose another screenwriter. The fee for each revision is agreed upon. The legal counsel began discussing the contract details with Ronald's agent. After having Lindsay Dole confirm the details, Ronald signed his name. Robert Sturwood, the owner of RSO Records and a film producer, had a bottle of champagne delivered in advance. Seeing both parties sign, he opened the champagne, poured it into tall champagne glasses, and everyone raised a toast to celebrate the sequel's launch. Ronald received a $10,000 script option and the first choice right to refuse revisions. From now on, whether Sturwood or Paramount is dissatisfied with the script, only if he himself is unwilling can they find someone else. Stepping out of Katzenberg's office, Ronald saw furniture being moved in and out of an office across the street, suggesting a high-level personnel change and a need for rearranging. His trip to Los Angeles had gone smoothly. Even the Israeli brothers at Cannonball Studios had successfully signed a contract with MGM, allowing their films to enter the mainstream American theatrical market. After writing a commission check to CAA, Ronald flew back to New York. 2 months was a tight writing schedule, and Ronald had to immediately immerse himself in screenwriting upon returning home. In September, Ronald also had to attend university classes, forcing him to secretly brainstorm ideas during class time and spend his evenings writing and revising, keeping him extremely busy. At NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, a new academic year had begun. A group of Chinese graduate students joined the classic film appreciation class. Ronald knew they weren't local Chinese Americans because their English wasn't very good. They often avoided greeting their fellow Chinese students and sat together in class. Ronald felt a sense of kinship with the Chinese students. After class, he went over and greeted the 3 students, 1 male and 2 females. "Hi, How are you doing? Fine, thank you. And you? I'm fine too. Ronald didn't know why he said that. The other students stopped talking, seemingly unsure of what to say next. Ronald felt a little awkward, chuckled, and went home to write. Really? So foreigners really do speak according to the dialogues taught in English textbooks? Dumb. In New York, you're the foreigner, you're the dumb one, aren't they the foreigners compared to us, Ms. Zhu? Ms. Wang, stop arguing, let's go back early, we still need to study. A male student ended the argument, picked up his notebook, and left the classroom. In the second year of university, many elective courses were offered. NYU allowed students to take courses outside their department, but there were requirements. Most students chose acting classes, but Ronald, busy with his script, had no time to attend acting classes. He found 2 Chinese courses on the course list and enrolled in both. One course was Chinese, and the other was the study of ancient Chinese poetry. Ronald attended 2 classes, both of which were easy for him and met the credit requirements, allowing him more time for writing. After receiving his newly purchased textbooks, Ronald went to the library to find the books on the recommended reading list provided by his teacher. 300 Tang poems, primer of prosody, well, all in traditional Chinese characters. Can you speak Chinese? The Chinese-American male student in the appreciation class asked in Chinese when he saw Ronald holding the Tang poems. I can speak it, but I can't write this kind of thing. Ronald pointed to the traditional characters. Chinese is quite difficult to write. I see your pronunciation is very standard. Where did you learn it? High school. High school. I remember you have an even simpler way of writing it. Yes. That's the way they write it on the other side. We still use this traditional way. Should I join the ranks of foreign students? Back home, Ronald recalled his encounter with the foreign students and began to think. In 1963, the situation in South Vietnam was turbulent, and some wealthy Vietnamese American students began to immigrate to America. The original novel's female protagonist, Cindy, is an international student. This story also includes a Vietnamese American female student, recounting events in Vietnam to create opportunities for the male and female leads to break down preconceived notions and begin developing feelings for each other. Ronald began filing in the plot details on the script's framework. The Screen Actors Guild strike caused a lack of star power at the 32nd Primetime Emmy Awards on September 7. Almost no actors attended the awards ceremony. Only Bowers Booth went on stage to accept his award, stating in his acceptance speech that it might be the bravest, or perhaps the most foolish, action he had ever taken. The Screen Actors Guild stated that they would not punish Booth for accepting the award, as attending Emmy Awards ceremony in person was not considered part of the Screen Actors Guild strike. While pacing the room, pondering the script details, Ronald heard an NBC Entertainment News report on television. A strike? Should the male and female leads also stage a school strike? Have high school students strike to protest the U.S. military's support for an unjust government in Vietnam? Ronald sat down, crossed out the original plot on his draft, loaded a new sheet of paper onto his typewriter, and began typing furiously. The Screen Actors Guild, SAG, and the Actors Association of Television, AFTRA, held a rally yesterday, September 16, at the Hollywood Bowl Stadium in Hollywood in support of the strike. Many stars attended, and thousands of spectators were present. The event, titled Night of the Stars, raised $300,000 for the 2-union strike fund, which will be used to pay basic living expenses for struggling actors affected by the strike. ABC reporting from Los Angeles, a rally? Great. Add a scene of the male and female leads attending a rally in support of equality. That would also provide plenty of background and extras. A rally dance could be designed. ABC's news seems quite good, very inspiring. A character could even recite the famous I Have a Dream speech. Ronald drew inspiration from Entertainment News again and quickly typed down these details before forgetting them. Thanks to fundraising, the strike was able to continue. The Producers Guild announced that negotiations would continue, marking the first time the two sides sat down at the negotiating table since the strike began in July. Union negotiator Ed Asner stated that the two sides reached an agreement on revenue sharing for home entertainment media, such as videotapes. Actors can begin to share a maximum of 4.5% of sales once videotape sales on home entertainment media exceed 100,000. However, the two sides did not reach an agreement on the union's condition of raising the minimum wage by 35%. Ed Asner stated that the two sides would continue negotiations. The union vowed to protect the rights of actors and would not give up until the goal was achieved. When will this damn strike end? If it continues, all his businesses will be affected. Ronald watched the news and cursed the greedy capitalists and the union negotiators who are using the strike for their own benefit. On September 21st, the first presidential debate will be held at the Baltimore Center in Baltimore, Maryland. Incumbent President Jimmy S. Anderson declined to attend due to the participation of independent candidate Chris Anderson. The performance of the Elephant Party candidate, former California governor, was well received. Independent candidate Anderson's poll numbers dropped sharply after the debate, and he told reporters he would not participate in the second debate next month, giving the incumbent president a platform to express his views. He also stated he would not withdraw from the race. Ronald was scratching his head, trying to figure out how to write a play where the male and female leads begin to understand each other, breaking down their initial negative impressions, shifting from an adversarial relationship to a more conciliatory one, and finally developing mutual affection. A debate? How about organizing a debate competition for high schools? Should we support a Vietnam War? This way, the debaters on both sides could speak in turn, making it easier to compose and write lyrics for a duet. Other debaters and audience members could provide backing vocals, and a mezzo-soprano could be played by a teacher. Ronald felt that CBS Current Affairs News was currently his biggest source of writing inspiration. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Tom Cruise's screen debut. Did you receive my script? Yes, I've made 2 copies and sent one to producer Sturwood and the project manager at Paramount. Ronald was on a long-distance call with his agent, Richard. After a period of intense writing, he completed the first draft of Son of Grease in just 1 month and 10 days, and then sent it to the Hollywood CAA office via FedEx in 2 days. What did Mr. Sturwood say? Did he have any suggestions for revision? Overall, he's quite satisfied. He wrote a draft of revisions, mainly focusing on the Vietnam War-related scenes. He wants you to reduce the intensity of the Vietnam War scenes. I faxed the suggestions to my colleague in the New York office, and he'll send them to you. Ronald knew about fax machines, machines that could transmit paper content over telephone lines. They were very convenient office equipment for screenwriters. You only needed to pay the phone bill to send a handwritten or doodled piece of paper to the other party's machine. The only problem was that fax machines were expensive, costing over $10,000 each. Reduce the Vietnam War scenes. Ronald had discussed this issue after seeing the first draft with Spike Lee. He had actually tried his best to downplay the Vietnam War, not mentioning which war it was, and subtly placing the values he wanted to convey in the background. Okay, then I'll lower it a bit more. That way, teenage viewers who haven't experienced it will hardly notice the Vietnam War, only those who did will find traces of it. Mr. Sturwood wants you to revise it as soon as possible. He's already urging Paramount to quickly approve the project and start casting. Casting? The Screen Actors Guild is still on strike. How can we start filming? Ronald was a little confused. Isn't it only films and TV shows that have already started filming that can apply for union exemptions? The union has relaxed the exemption application process. There's a rumor in Hollywood that the strike is about to end, and both sides will reach a new agreement. That's great. It's good news for us, otherwise, we don't know how much longer our work would be delayed. Ronald was also happy to hear the good news. But didn't the negotiations break down again a couple of days ago? How did it reverse so quickly? The president has sent a special envoy to intervene in the negotiations. Because the new season of the TV series hasn't even started yet, viewers are very angry, and the blame is subtly directed at the president. The Persian hostage crisis, rising oil prices, high inflation, high unemployment, and now even our beloved movies and TV shows are gone. Under pressure from the election, the president announced he would resolve the matter. He sent a special envoy to observe the negotiations. It's said that Ed Asner, the union's left-wing Democratic Party negotiator, also faced considerable pressure and was forced to waive some terms, such as a requirement in the new agreement that the Screen Actors Guild not strike again for 3 years. So the strike is going to end soon? Not yet. The strike needs approval from the 2 major screenwriters unions and the Producers Association. It will take 3 to 4 weeks to gather members from various screenwriters unions to vote. If the terms are rejected, then there will be another process, which will probably take another month or two. However, the Screenwriters Union will give the green light to exemptions for film projects from the 8 major studios and television series from the 3 major networks. I heard that many Broadway stage actors have also started rehearsing again. That's basically equivalent to the strike being over. Large productions can be exempted, and small productions, like Catherine Bigelow's low-budget films, can go to the countryside in Georgia, and the union can't interfere. In short, it's good for us, Ronald said. Yes, a lot of delayed projects are about to start filming, Richard agreed. Besides screenwriting and directing, CAA mainly represents television actors, and the agents have been lamenting the situation lately. By the way, Tom's movie Endless Love is about to start filming on Long Island, New York. Paula Wagner will be going with him. Tom hopes you can go to the set and give him some guidance. He's taking his first big screen role very seriously, saying you've encouraged him to continue his acting career and he hopes you can be there to witness his screen debut. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I'll have some free time after I finish revising the script. By the way, who's the female lead? Who else could it be but the hottest Brooke Shields, of course. The jeans ad you shot for her was a huge hit. Sigh, she was a hit, but not for a good reason. For the past month, entertainment reporters have been chasing after Brooke Shields and her daughter all over the world. The jeans ad was widely interpreted by the audience as Brooke Shields wearing nothing under her tight jeans. While the mother and daughter were vacationing in Europe, they were even chased down by people asking for their opinions on this interpretation, with some lowbrow tabloids directly asking Brooke Shields if she really wasn't wearing anything. A few days ago, the mother and daughter had just returned to New York when they were again surrounded by a large group of reporters at the airport. Brooke Shields, clearly having received advice from a PR expert, laughed heartily and retorted to the reporters, "What kind of person would make such a distorted connection?" On the surface, she weathered the crisis. However, Ronald knew that Brooke Shields was actually very flustered and didn't know how to handle the situation. She secretly called Ronald, regretting not heeding his well-intentioned advice to revise her lines on set. But her mother didn't care at all, frequently buying piles of newspapers and magazines to count how many covers and front pages Brooke Shields had appeared on because of this incident. It seems that because of this advertisement that greatly increased her daughter's fame, Terry could offer a high price to the Endless Love production team. However, Polly Graham would probably be willing to have an actress with such inherent news value join the production as the lead actress. The press conference for the start of filming is sure to be packed. Regardless of the controversy surrounding the advertisement itself, CK jeans are selling like hotcakes in major cities like New York. During this period, 2 out of every 5 young girls on the streets of Manhattan were wearing skinny jeans. Designer Calvin Klein has also gained considerable fame as a result. At a celebration party, he even claimed to have found the secret to product design for young people. Since skinny jeans are so popular in the youth market, he plans to make sexy, tight-fitting a defining characteristic of the CK brand, shifting towards designing clothing specifically for young people. Ronald has also made a name for himself in the industry. His advertising agent, Eddie, is receiving more and more offers to direct commercials. However, due to priorities, Ronald is busy with film scripts, and Eddie has turned down most of the offers. Only one commercial for kitchen and bathroom cling film, from Darcy McGuire of his regular client BBDO, has been finalized. A few days later, Ronald revised the script according to the producer's requirements and sent it to CAA again. This time, Robert Sturwood was very satisfied and submitted it directly to Paramount. According to information Richard received from Sturwood, casting is underway, and filming is expected to begin in late November or early December. However, the reality may not be so optimistic. Paramount has not yet secured director Jerry Zak, and the Zak brothers are enjoying their great success and have little interest in taking on a sequel in the short term. If they do make a sequel, it will be an unprecedented, groundbreaking one. John Travolta, the male lead of the original film, is ambiguous about a cameo role, while Olivia Newton-John, the female lead, has expressed her willingness to work with Travolta again. Her acting career certainly needs a revival. In any case, the project is still progressing, and Ronald is happy to enjoy some free time, attending classes, signing in, answering quizzes, and accumulating participation points. The most interesting course is the Chinese Ancient Poetry Studies course, taught by a so-called sinologist who doesn't understand Chinese at all. He usually uses a translation of 300 Tang poems in English to explain the beauty of Tang poetry, which Ronald can only half understand. That day, Ronald received a call from Paula Wagner informing him that Tom Cruise had officially arrived at the set of Endless Love to film his only scene. Ronald went to the set to cheer Tom on. The film was primarily shot at Kaufman Astoria Studios in Queens, New York. At the beginning of the century, this was the heart of America's film industry. To escape patent lawsuits related to Edison's films, various nascent studios gradually moved west to Hollywood, Los Angeles. Kaufman Studios was once owned by Paramount, and its construction and equipment were top-notch for its time. After Paramount moved west, it was bought by independent investors and later sold to the Army for filming training movies. Now it is mainly used for television series. PBS's famous children's program Sesame Street was filmed here. However, Tom Cruise's scene today was an outdoor shot, filmed in a park near Kaufman Studios. Tom Cruise was very happy to see Ronald. The two chatted about what had happened since they last met, and Tom even took a cake from Paula and gave it to Ronald. It turned out that 2 months ago, on his birthday, Ronald couldn't come to Los Angeles, so he brought a cake to make up for it. Ronald was happy for Tom and asked Paula about Tom's role in today's film. It's just a cameo, but from the perspective of the whole plot, it's the source of the male lead's idea of using arson to gain the gratitude of the female lead's family. Tom Cruise plays a young classmate of the male lead who casually mentions that when he was 8 years old, he set fire to a pile of wet newspapers. The wet newspapers created a lot of smoke. And he went to fetch water to put out the fire, and from then on, he was regarded as a firefighting hero in the neighborhood. The speaker didn't mean anything by it, but the listener took it to heart. The male lead, David, also wanted to do the same, save the female lead's family, and gain their gratitude so that they wouldn't forbid him from dating the female lead, Jade. Ronald, it's you. It's so good to have you here. It was the Italian director, Franco Zeffirelli, who spoke. The old director hugged Ronald. Would you like some whiskey? I always like to have a drink when filming. Ronald declined. He didn't want to drink hard liquor during the day. But Zeffirelli still pulled him aside. Tell me, Ronald, how did you get Brooke to act so naturally, huh? Ronald was a little confused. It's that jeans ad. That wasn't my idea. It was the script Calvin Klein gave me. Ronald quickly denied that he had created it. There was nothing between Calvin and me, idiot. I was talking about the version where I'm the one who brings the bread home. How did you get her to smile so naturally at the end? Zeffirelli's breath reeked of alcohol. It turned out that Franco Zeffirelli had encountered the same problem as Ronald after filming began. Brooke Shields had been shooting print ads for many years, and she was trained to have a model's mindset that was very sensitive to her smile and posture. So during the filming of the movie, Brooke Shields often paid attention to whether her smile was beautiful, whether the camera was pointing at her more attractive side, and whether her posture was elegant. But film is moving imagery, and the result of being so concerned about everything was that Brooke Shields' smile seemed very artificial and lacked naturalness. Zeffirelli was not satisfied with the daily work samples. Not long after filming began, the shooting schedule had already started to fall behind. Zeffirelli complained to the producers that Brooke Shields' acting wasn't up to par and didn't achieve the performance he envisioned. He hoped to replace her before many scenes were filmed. The producers, of course, refused, showing Zeffirelli several CK commercials directed by Ronald, making the veteran director somewhat embarrassed. In the commercials, Brooke Shields laughed very naturally, seemingly unconcerned that her laughter would make her less beautiful. After learning from the producers that the commercial director was Ronald, the same Ronald who had helped him cast, Zeffirelli also asked the production team to have Ronald help on set. Ah, you mean that laugh? Ronald finally understood what Zeffirelli wanted to know. The filming process was very difficult. I even made her cry. In the end, I had Brooke's close friend record some private jokes they usually talk about on the phone, and played them to her on a Walkman to achieve that effect. Is that so? Zeffirelli's eyes lit up. He had an idea, knowing where to start to improve Brooke Shields' acting. You'll be at Kaufman Studios tomorrow, right? We have a crucial scene that we need your help with. Patting Ronald on the shoulder, Zeffirelli turned and yelled at his assistant, get ready to start filming. Drunk this morning? He even has an Italian accent, Ronald thought. Can a director who drinks during filming really direct well? As it turned out, alcohol had no effect on Zeffirelli's directing skills. Ronald stood in the safe area behind the camera, watching Tom Cruise's scene with Paula Wagner. Tom was among the extras, kicking a soccer ball. After a sprint, he got tired and came off the field to rest. Then, in front of the camera, he took off his vest, revealing his muscular upper body. He overheard the lead actor and his friends discussing how to meet his girlfriend Jade, and interjected with a story about his experience when he was 8 years old. And cut. Zeffirelli's directing of the actors was seamless. He whispered a few words to the director of photography. "This take is good, develop." Paula quickly went up to hand Tom water, and Ronald also went up to congratulate Tom Cruise on his successful big-screen debut. "I practiced for a long time, memorized all the lines." Tom Cruise smiled happily. His dream had finally come true. Tom reads a bit slowly, so I recorded his lines for him and had him listen to the recording to memorize them, Paula said from the side. "Anyway, you acted very well, very naturally." Ronald really thought Tom Cruise's performance was good, even overshadowing the male lead Martin Hewitt standing next to him. Of course, Tom Cruise's handsome appearance and his testosterone-filled, beautifully sculpted upper body also played a significant role. Perhaps they were talking a little too loudly, because the male lead Martin Hewitt turned around and glanced at them. "He's the male lead from the auditions, Martin Hewitt. He used to be a bartender and a valet," Paula Wagner whispered. She felt a lead actor's appearance wasn't as good as Tom Cruise's. "Really?" Ronald raised an eyebrow. Martin Hewitt indeed had dark hair and a melancholic air, which suited director Zeffirelli's aesthetic. Chapter 204 Pinching Her Big Toe. "Are you going to watch her filming tomorrow?" Cousin Donna asked, pointing to Brooke Shields and her mother surrounded by reporters on TV. "Yes, the director invited me to the set. He thinks my direction of Brooke's commercial is good, and going on set might inspire Brooke's acting. Don't mention the commercial when Diane's around. I think she says she won't do commercials, but seeing the hype surrounding Brooke Shields' commercial still makes her uncomfortable," Donna cautioned Ronald. "I know," Ronald replied. After dinner at his aunt's house, Ronald took out a cake Tom Cruise had given him to make dessert. This cake is really delicious." "Have a slice," Donna said, cutting off a piece and handing it to Ronald. "It is good." Tom also brought a lot of small cakes for the crew, and Brooke Shields' mother said they were delicious. "But she doesn't let her daughter eat too much to control her weight, and I guess Diane can't eat any either." Ronald broke off a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. "Diane is actually a nice girl, but it's sad for her to face such fierce competition at such a young age as an actress," Aunt Karen said. "She's out partying again, maybe that will cheer her up." Diane Lane's relationship with her father, Bert, has improved slightly. They sometimes talk on the phone. But they often argue again, and she's still staying with Aunt Karen. "Actually, the hype surrounding Brooke Shields is abnormal. The TV station is giving it more time than it's reporting on the Iran-Iraq war," Ronald said, looking at the subtitles at the bottom of the TV, announcing an upcoming special report on the Iran-Iraq war. "Persia is still holding American hostages and verbally attacking the Suvar alliance. Now they're embroiled in a war with their neighbor. I'm back." "Oh, Ronald, you're here too." Diane opened the door and came in. "Oh, boring, more war," she said, glancing at the TV, and hurried into her room. Ronald and Donna exchanged a glance. Thankfully, ABC had switched to war coverage. Young Americans don't care much about international affairs. The Iran-Iraq war and Brooke Shields' ad are the biggest news topics right now. On one side, there was a hot war between two countries with populations of tens of millions. On the other, there was an advertisement for jeans in New York. Skinny jeans, representing the current fashion trend, were more likely to attract the attention of high school students. "Are you going out again?" Aunt Karen, now playing the role of a parent, inquired about Diane's schedule. "Yes, the next thing is a school party. I'm coming back to change, my classmates are waiting downstairs." Diane put on a white t-shirt, skinny jeans, and white sneakers, and went back out. "I'll call you later, Karen." This was an agreement between Karen and Diane. Karen wouldn't interfere with Diane's social life, but Diane needed to report her whereabouts. "Are these skinny jeans fashionable now?" Aunt Karen asked her daughter, Donna. Social aesthetics had clearly shifted. 10 years ago, flared jeans were the popular style. "They look pretty good, but this advertisement is a bit," Aunt Karen said, glancing at Ronald, somewhat displeased that the advertisement he had filmed was too explicit. "Mom, didn't Ronnie say that's not what the script meant? Is the media just misinterpreting it?" Donna defended him. Ronald nodded. When Brooke Shields was interviewed, she still said, "There's nothing between me and Calvin." A perfectly normal statement indicating her close relationship with Calvin. But sometimes, what the creator of a work thinks doesn't matter. After the ad aired, viewers clearly interpreted it differently. Brooke's thoughts and her own feelings were irrelevant. Moreover, the ad's reach was astounding. Soon, even many people who hadn't seen the ad knew there's nothing between Brooke and Calvin. It won't be on for long. "I heard the TV stations are considering banning it," Ronald told everyone, saying it's indecent, but that was no longer important. The public had firmly remembered this short and witty ad slogan. Calvin Klein's goal had been fully achieved. Will the TV stations really ban the jeans ad? An embarrassed Ronald asked Terry, who was watching his daughter from outside the film set. The TV station's discussion process will take another month or two to get results. Brooke only missed the cover of a major fashion magazine in August this year. She's been on the cover of every other month so far. "It's all thanks to you, Ronald, for making Brooke look so beautiful," Terry thanked Ronald, but her eyes remained fixed on the male lead, Martin Hewitt. This was the only shot of the male and female leads together in today's filming, a passionate scene. Watching his mother film her daughter's passionate scene with her, Ronald made conversation. "Quiet," director Zeffirelli ordered. "Everyone get ready, all irrelevant personnel leave." A loud clapperboard slammed down, and the camera, positioned far from the leads, began to click very softly as the film advance motor started. The studio set was set up as the living room of a wealthy family on Long Island, with a fireplace as the sole light source. The firewood wasn't bright enough for filming, so the lighting technician had installed a light source behind the fireplace beforehand, shining the light through the fire to provide both brightness and a sense of flickering firewood. This was a close-up shot using a telephoto prime lens. The advantage was that the camera was further away from the actors, making it easier for them to get into character emotionally charged. After all, having a large camera and lens shoved right in their faces would negatively impact an actor's performance. The disadvantage was that the field of view was narrower, and if the actor moved even slightly, they would go out of the frame. However, despite being called a love scene, it was actually just Brooke Shields leaning on Martin Hewitt's shoulder and talking. There wasn't any major movement, and Ronald felt there were no technical problems. The problem lay with Brooke Shields. "My eyes have a flaw, they're too close together, you see," Brooke Shields said her lines, gesturing to show the distance between her eyes. Cut. Another take was stopped midway through. Zeffirelli was already somewhat enraged. He rushed up to Brooke Shields on the bed and yelled, "This isn't a CK Jeans ad. Stop your high-pitched bravado. This is a conversation between lovers. Talk to your boyfriend like you would to your girlfriend. Remember, your parents are upstairs. Speak softly, quietly, don't let them hear." Brooke Shields, startled by Zeffirelli's outburst, immediately looked distressed. Her thick, flat eyebrows arched downwards towards her temples, giving her a bitter expression. The poor girl didn't know what she had done wrong, and besides, a 15-year-old's voice was going through puberty. And some of the high pitch was beyond Brooke's control. "Oh, I thought Zeffirelli was an elder and would treat Brooke like his own daughter," Terry complained, then went over and hugged his daughter, gently comforting her. Brooke Shields, freed from the awkward situation, felt the warmth of her mother's embrace, her emotions fluctuating, and she burst into tears. "Oh God. Makeup. 10-minute break." Zeffirelli saw Brooke crying and knew they would have to rest and wait for her eyes to recover. After announcing the break, he angrily grabbed a bottle of whiskey and started drinking. "Ronald, tell me, do you have any ideas?" Zeffirelli complained to Ronald as he drank. "I don't know how to direct her. If I had known this would happen, I would have stuck with a girl who auditioned later, Meg Ryan. I haven't seen her." "Is she a good actress?" Ronald asked. "She's much more talented. She acted beautifully during the audition without me saying much. Her imagination is top-notch. It's a pity she was chosen by Rich and Famous, that lucky old man, Cukor." Rich and Famous was also a victim of the Screen Actors Guild strike. The original director, Robert Mulligan, was driven away by the strike of the two leading ladies on the first day of filming. MGM had no choice but to bring in the 81-year-old Hollywood director George Cukor to take over. Cook, still sharp as ever, immediately cast Meg Ryan as the lead actress's daughter. This veteran director, who won an Oscar for Best Director for My Fair Lady, is adept at discovering and training beautiful actresses. Besides Audrey Hepburn, he also directed Ingrid Bergman, who won an Oscar for Best Actress for Gaslight. Where's the problem? Franco, she can't act. I've explained to her countless times how to empathize with a character, how to use substitution, how to imagine Martin as her boyfriend, but she just can't portray that whispered, intimate state between lovers. The line about getting too close to the eyes is for flirting with a boyfriend, not a girl's feigned self-deprecation. That's actually a subtle way of boasting about her beauty. Zeffirelli held up his other hand, the fingers together and pointing upwards, emphasizing this in front of Ronald. Ronald looked at Brooke Shields, who had stopped crying thanks to her mother's comfort. Terry, like a fierce female beast, lovingly stroked her child's hair. But she showed no mercy to any man who dared to covet Brooke. Martin Hewitt, the male lead lying in bed, tried to comfort Brooke, but Terry turned away, always protecting her daughter well. Ronald, witnessing this, felt as if a light had suddenly shone into his mind. What if she didn't have a boyfriend? What did you say? Zeffirelli asked. I said, what if Brooke Shields didn't have a boyfriend? Would she lack the corresponding emotional experience, not know how to use her own feelings to substitute, which is why she couldn't act well? She's almost 16, right? Never had a boyfriend. Zeffirelli, being of Italian descent, was somewhat skeptical. Remember her nickname? America's Last Virgin Sweetheart. Ronald wasn't entirely convinced either. Brooke Shields often appeared in the media with popular male stars. But with Terry's level of close protection, no man could possibly succeed, right? Maybe those photos were just for publicity? Those male celebrities were just being used. The two men stood side by side, watching as Martin Hewitt, under Terry's cold gaze, had to put on his pajamas and leave the filming location. Damn it, you might be right. I'll try something else. Zeffirelli handed the bottle to Ronald and went to give Brooke some more acting advice. Brooke, do you know the latest hit song Romeo and Juliet? Zeffirelli asked Brooke, who had just wiped away her tears. That one, Romeo, you make my heart race? I'll love you like the stars in the sky forever. Brooke Shields hummed a couple of lines. Yes, let's do it again. Forget everything I told you before. Don't think about the plot, and don't try to project your emotions. Just silently sing the song in your heart, then look Martin in the eyes and say your lines, okay? Under Zeffirelli's patient guidance, Brooke Shields glanced at her mother and nodded vigorously. Without formal acting training, acting felt like playing a big game to her. The precise expression of inner emotions was indeed challenging. Although she lacked real romantic experience, a young girl's heart is always poetic. In her high school Shakespeare classes, Brooke had read Romeo and Juliet, and had longed for and imagined their pure love. After a break, filming resumed smoothly. Brooke Shields, wearing an off-the-shoulder top, leaned against Martin Hewitt. The telephoto lens, capturing only the area above the shoulders, gave the impression of the two embracing after a passionate moment. If I get old and not pretty anymore, you'll fall for someone else. Brooke Shields' eyes darted between Martin Hewitt's eyes and chest, her loving gaze actually seeking David's answer. No, don't say that, I'll love you forever. Her lover's answer was perfect, and Brooke, playing Jed, kissed him. Cut. Zeffirelli was delighted this time. The method of using songs to guide imagination, divide by herself, proved effective. Brooke completely forgot how to project emotions. She simply hummed a song, which led to a very natural performance. This take will be developed. After discussing with the director of photography, Director Zeffirelli made the decision. Clear the set now. We're shooting the sex scene. Stunt double, where's the stunt double? The scene then shifted to the sex scene between the male lead, Martin Hewitt, playing David, and Jed. Brooke Shields was under 16, and Terry's contract stipulated that all scenes involving nudity would be performed by a stunt double. Zeffirelli, a gentleman, insisted on clearing the set, even though it was just a regular stunt double. Everyone except the director of photography, lighting crew, and makeup artists left the set. Ronald also left with Brooke and her mother. Hey, Brooke, a handsome man with long, flowing hair greeted Brooke with a Brooklyn accent. Brooke's mother, Terry, happily rushed forward to hug him. Her strategy of having her daughter Brooke appear alongside various socialites was still working well, garnering plenty of media attention. Whether it was movie stars, business tycoons, aristocratic scions, pop singers, or painters, as long as Brooke appeared with them, the media would report on her dates in detail, sometimes even compiling a quarter-page story based on just one photograph. Ronald recognized a male celebrity this time as well. It was Matt Dillon, the young New York actor he had met at Jane Fonda's party. Hi, Matt, Ronald greeted him afterward. Hi, Ronald, I didn't expect to see you here. Long time no see. Matt Dillon, true to his boast, had come to visit Brooke Shields on set through his agent. Perhaps he also wanted to try his luck and date America's hottest teenage star. The two chatted for a while. Matt Dillon's main reason for returning to New York was to prepare for his new movie, which he heard was an adaptation of a best-selling novel. The author was in New York to discuss reprint contracts with a publisher. The author arranged a meeting with Matt Dillon, essentially a job interview. He wanted to see the lead actor before deciding whether to sell the film rights to Disney. Sometime later, the stunt double's passionate scenes were finished. Brooke Shields was called in to film her solo close-up. Martin Hewitt, though a bartender and valet, was actually working part-time. His main job was as a Shakespearean actor. Such actors don't earn much, and taking on jobs to supplement their income is common. With his Shakespearean background, he and the stunt double filmed their scenes quickly. However, seeing Terry and Matt Dillon chatting so happily made him feel a little awkward. Terry clearly preferred his daughter with the already somewhat famous Dillon, physically separating him from Brooke. Ronald, director Zeffirelli's shout interrupted Ronald and Matt Dillon's conversation. He hurriedly ran into the cleared studio. Filming encountered another difficulty. This time, Brooke Shields was lying on her back on the bed, the camera focused on her face for a close-up. This is a reaction shot from a passionate scene, a close-up inserted into the rolling footage of Martin Hewitt and his stunt double. It gives the audience a harmonious feeling of the male and female lead's intimate moment. Brooke is having trouble getting into character again, but this time Ronald is also at a loss. Brooke clearly lacks experience in this area, unable to grasp the nuances of facial expressions and emotions in the transition between pain and pleasure. Zeffirelli has tried several times and finally called Ronald in to discuss it. Ronald saw that Brooke was very shy. Filming this scene and not meeting the director's requirements made her feel a little embarrassed. Ronald went over to comfort her, but Zeffirelli pulled him aside to discuss. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? This, without relevant experience or any material to imagine, Ronald couldn't think of a solution. Should I go find the novel Lady Chatterley's lover? No, we have to use methods. Go squat by the bed and pinch Brooke's big toe, Zeffirelli instructed Ronald. What? Pinch your big toe? Yes, that mixture of pain and itchiness, reflected on the actress's face, is very similar to the expression of sexual pleasure. It's a secret to filming Italian pornographic films. Why don't you go? Ronald felt embarrassed. I'm almost 60, my back is bad, you go ahead, Zeffirelli said. This, helpless, Ronald looked at the director of photography and the sound engineer in the studio, who were personally filming. Everyone else had been cleared out. Brocky, Ronald will squat here and gently pinch your big toe. You and he can test the pressure, Zeffirelli spoke to Brooke before Ronald could agree. Okay, Brooke's cheeks flushed slightly, let's try it first. Behind the camera, looking through the viewfinder, Zeffirelli saw Ronald half squatting, half kneeling, his head away from the lens, one hand holding Brooke's foot, the other hand preparing to pinch her big toe, his entire body not even in the viewfinder. Very good. Action. Brooke cried out in pain as she was being pinched, her brow furrowing. Ronald's hand tickled her, making her want to laugh at the same time. Very good, Ronald, a little harder, Zeffirelli commanded. Chapter 205 Best-selling author. Brooke, are you alright? How did the filming go? Terry noticed his daughter's slightly flushed face as she came out of the studio, exuding a mature woman's charm, and felt a pang of suspicion. It went very well. The director said I acted quite well, Brooke replied, lowering her head to find a bottle of water, avoiding her mother's probing gaze. Fortunately, Terry didn't delve into it, pulling his daughter aside to introduce her to the handsome young man beside him. Brooke, this is Matt Dillon. He played a cute boy in Little Darling, remember? That teen movie starring Tatum O'Neal. Tatum O'Neal was only 2 years older than Brooke Shields and was already the youngest winner of the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. She was the daughter of the popular actor Ryan O'Neal, and in 1973, in Peter Bogdanovich's Paper Moon, co-starring with her father, she played a little girl who, during the Great Depression, colluded with Ryan's character to sell Bibles, winning an Oscar for her performance. She and Brooke were now rivals with similar acting styles. Brooke Shields looked up at Matt Dillon, who had worked with Tatum, and greeted him. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, Brooke, are you from New York too? Matt Dillon flashed his signature bad boy smile. They quickly struck up a conversation, and Matt Dillon invited Brooke Shields out on a date. Brooke's mother smiled contentedly nearby. Brooke glanced at her, looked down at her shoes, and accepted Dylan's invitation. Brooke Shields' mother, Terry, interrupted Matt Dillon's conversation, trying to find out about Dylan's next film. She wanted Brooke and Dylan to co-star. "My mom always lets me go out, and she's always there," Brooke said, walking to her handbag, taking several large gulps of water, and swallowing a small piece of cake to replenish her energy from filming the intimate scenes. Then she muttered a complaint to Ronald, who was standing nearby looking at his pager. "What? You don't like her being there?" Ronald chimed in. "No, my mother is always concerned about my safety. She says she won't interfere in my affairs, she's just worried about my safety. Also, when she's taking pictures, she always avoids having me in the frame. She says it's for my own good, so the reporters will report more pictures of me dating other people, and that way I'll keep appearing in the news." "Girl, do you have some misunderstanding about dating?" Ronald thought to himself. "What, you disagree with her? My mother is a regular in the fashion industry, she used to be a model and actress, she knows a lot." Brooke seemed to sense Ronald's indifference. "I know very little about the fashion industry," Ronald's reply made Brooke smile, "but what do you think? Do you want to date Matt? I mean, a real date, me?" Brooke was a little annoyed. "My mother says we're Roman Catholics, and she's going on dates with me for my own good. You really are a good daughter to your mother." "But what do you think?" "What do I think?" Brooke looked confused. Just then, Terry and Matt Dillon walked over together. "Brooke, Matt said he has plans for Saturday, to meet a best-selling author. You guys can go on the date on Sunday." Ronald was in the parking lot outside the studio, finding his car and preparing to go home. Matt Dillon saw him and came over. "Hey, bro, can you give me a ride? I came by taxi." Ronald gestured for him to get in and drove him home. "Would you like to come with me to meet that best-selling author on Saturday, bro? He's an author too, and my next movie will be adapted from his novel," Dillon asked after getting in the car. "I'm a screenwriter, not an author." Ronald remembered Dillon saying that and was also a little curious about the author Disney had chosen. "It doesn't make a difference to me." Matt Dillon had a charm that made everyone like him. "Actually, I just wanted someone to go with me. I just got my driver's license and don't have my own car yet." "Okay. I'll pick you up then." Ronald was also interested in novel-to-movie adaptations and wanted to learn more, so he agreed. "What brand is your car?" "I want to buy a sports car, a Ford Mustang." "How about it, Dot? Don't be discouraged, Ronald. I'm a movie star. It's normal for Brooke to agree to go on a date with me." A few days later, on Saturday, Matt Dillon sat in the passenger seat of Ronald's car, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, half boasting, half consoling as he spoke to Ronald. "What? Oh, Brooke agreed to go on a date with you? Congratulations. Good luck," Ronald casually congratulated him, not really caring. Getting past Brooke's mother's objections certainly took luck. Then he started thinking about his own thoughts again. Just a few days earlier, when he came out of the set of Endless Love, Ronald had returned a page. His agent, Richard, had told him some bad news. John Travolta, who was originally slated for a cameo role, didn't want to play the role of son of Grease because he wanted to transition into a serious actor and no longer focus on dancing. He turned down all roles that required him to dance. Brian De Palma, the suspense film director who rose to fame with Grease and is hailed as the new generation Hitchcock by the industry, cast John Travolta in the lead role of his new film Blowout. He saw this as a chance to completely shed his American teen dance king image and had his agent announce his decision to the industry. Olivia Newton-John, the female lead of Grease, immediately stated through her agent that she only wanted to work with John Travolta again. If Travolta didn't star in Son of Grease, she wouldn't either, focusing instead on her singing career. However, CAA's sources are well informed, Olivia actually wanted to join the Blowout cast. Brian De Palma's films have a tradition of launching the careers of actresses, and Hollywood actresses all want to be part of them. If this statement combined Travolta, then the possibility of De Palma choosing Olivia is increasing. Recent Hollywood Reporter and Daily Variety have reported on some fans' hopes for a reunion of the two after Grease. It's likely that Olivia Newton-John's PR team is behind this. Son of Grease has immediately lost half of its box office guarantee, and Ronald is a little worried. Although his more experienced agent, Nisita, reassured him that such changes are very common in any film, Ronald has also heard some rumors from Richard. Paramount might cut the entire budget from $12 million to $6 million. Producer Sturwood might be looking for a female lead with box office appeal, or he could add some of his own investment. Ronald sighed. The project had taken another hit. Matt Dillon misunderstood Ronald's meaning, thinking he had given up in the competition to date Brooke Silva. Don't worry, bro, I know a lot of hot girls. Come to Club 54 next time. And I'll introduce you to some real hotties, is that so? Has Club 54 reopened? Wasn't their boss arrested? Ronald replied casually. Two businessmen have taken over the 54 Club property and hired the same crew. It's even more fun than before. Turn right up ahead, it's this place. Dillon looked at the address on the slip of paper in his hand and directed Ronald to park in front of a rather old hotel. Why is this best-selling author staying at this hotel? His royalties are enough to stay in any five-star hotel, right? Ronald looked around. The surroundings were fairly clean, but the facilities were rather old. I heard it's the hotel he stayed at when he first came to New York. He's stayed here every time he comes since. My agent contacted him yesterday, and the address is correct, Matt Dillon replied. He and Ronald, who had parked the car, went into the hotel. Although he had already made a movie and gained some fame, Matt Dillon hadn't actually earned much money, nor was he recognized by strangers. He didn't have a full-time manager to take care of his life, so that day he asked Ronald to drive him to meet the best-selling author for a face-to-face meeting. He had a natural charm that made people want to be close to him. Although Ronald had only met him twice, he already felt like a familiar friend. In addition, he also wanted to meet the best-selling author, so he came along. Actually, Mr. Wiltshire, the vice president of Disney, has already agreed to producer Mr. Kinnaman's request that I be the male lead in this film adaptation. But the original author insists on meeting me. Oh, really? Ronald felt slightly puzzled. In a film project, the author of a novel might have a lower status than the screenwriter. After the adaptation rights are sold, they have no say at all. Unless. By the way, which novel is being adapted into? Ronald asked at the elevator entrance. With a ding, the elevator stopped on the first floor, and the two stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the author's floor. It's Tex, written by S.H. Hinton. We're here to see him today, Matt Dillon replied. Mainly to see you, Matt, Ronald smiled. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Ronald flipped through Hinton's collection of novels, a gift from Diane. They were mainly novels about young people in small towns. The earliest one, The Outcast, was a work from the 1960s, and Tex was the most recent. Ring ring ring, coming, a woman's voice came from inside when the doorbell rang. A moment later, the door opened, and a plump woman stood in the doorway, looking at them. Ronald saw through her silhouette that there was no one else in the simple room. We called, looking for an author named Hinton. That's me, the plump woman replied, stepping aside to let them in. Oh. I didn't expect you to be a woman. Matt Dillon entered the room, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, you must be Matt. Matt Dillon, right. Hinton happily handed them cokes. I was a little worried that a boy born and raised in New York could accurately portray the small-town youth from Oklahoma in my novels. Seeing you puts my mind at ease. Matt Dillon turned around and gave Ronald a I told you so look. Is this him? Hinton asked, noticing the taller Ronald. She thought Ronald might be a family member or manager of Dillon. He's a good friend of mine, Ronald Lee. I asked him to bring me to see you, Ms. Hinton. He's a writer too, like you. Oh? Nice to meet you. Hinton shook Ronald's hand, delighted to see a young writer. Are you a novelist too? My first novel, The Mischievous Kid, was written the year I graduated high school, and to this day, it's still the most critically acclaimed one. Perhaps writers don't have many opportunities to interact with their peers. Hinton was very welcoming to Ronald. She invited them both to sit down and have some coke. No, I'm a screenwriter. Ronald sat down, pulled the tab, and took a couple of sips of his coke. I've recently read 4 of your novels. High school students love them. Your books are the most popular at my cousin's school. Screenwriter? That's great. I've always wanted to adapt my novels into movies, but I can't write screenplays myself, and I'm worried that film companies will over-adapt them and offend my readers, so I haven't agreed to sell the adaptation rights to Disney. I see, Ronald thought to himself. No wonder Disney had Dillon let her review it. The power was still in Hinton's hands, which gave her a greater say in the project than most. Tell me, Ronald, what's the difference between writing a screenplay and writing a novel? Hinton asked a lot of questions. The script has less time and content, and there isn't much physical description because the actors are constantly visible to the audience in the film. Ronald shared some of his experiences writing scripts and reading novels. The chubby Hinton chatted happily with the two men, now much more confident in the Texans, asking Dylan many questions about his lifestyle. In her opinion, Matt Dillon was indeed suitable for the lead role. Matt Dillon and Ronald, seeing that it was almost time, also said goodbye, indicating the interview had been successful. As they parted, Hinton half-jokingly said, "Ronald, would you like to help me adapt the script for the Texans?" Ronald knew that the film's producer, Tim Kinnaman, was Meg Tilly's current boyfriend, a project specifically designed to promote her. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved, saying, "I have other projects, and besides, Disney definitely has its own adaptation team." Hinton left their contact information and told Ronald, "I'll mention joining the adaptation team when the time is right." Ronald knew she had no chance of being chosen, so she just smiled and remained silent. Then she turned to Matt Dillon, "You're perfect for this movie. I'll check with Disney's vice president, Wiltshire. Don't you have a history with Meg Tilly?" Dillon suddenly asked Ronald from the car. "What? History? I remember telling you, she didn't get the lead role, another girl was chosen." "Yeah, that's right." Chapter 206 Washing Away the Superficial. Ronnie, Diane got a lead role in a movie and is going to Vancouver to film soon. That evening, Ronald went to his aunt's house for dinner. During the weekend family reunion dinner, Donna couldn't wait to announce the good news to Diane Lane. "Oh, congratulations." Ronald didn't have champagne, so he casually raised a Coke to congratulate Diane. "What movie is it? Who directed it?" "It's a movie about an all-female punk band, like your high school rock?" Donna answered first again. Diane raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased that Donna compared the low-budget exploitation film High School Rock to a big-budget studio film she starred in. "It's a $6 million investment from Paramount, directed by music mogul Lou Adler, called All Washed Up." Lou Adler's name sounded familiar, but not on the music industry, but in the film industry. Ronald felt like he'd seen him somewhere before. Right, wasn't that the executive producer of the Rocky Horror Show? So he quit being a producer and wants to switch to directing. He's a record company owner, but he's very creative. I heard Paramount originally wanted him to direct Flying High, but he insisted on directing this punk story. That's his forte. Diane Lane's deliberately serious face couldn't hide her joy. "Ho ha ho ha." Diane, tickled by Donna a couple of times, finally couldn't hold back, and the two girls burst into laughter. "When filming starts next month, can we go to the Vancouver set to see Diane?" "Mom, of course, darling, we haven't traveled in ages," Aunt Karen agreed. "Yay." Donna and Diane high-fived. "Are you coming with us, Ronnie?" Donna asked again. "I still have classes, and the sequel to Grease has some changes. The script needs to be rewritten." Ronald shook his head. Traveling abroad before the new year was probably a pipe dream for him. "Will your father, Bert, come to Canada with you?" Ronald asked Diane. "Yes, he'll come to the set with me." Diane Lane wasn't stupid. A beautiful 15-year-old girl wouldn't do something as foolish as going abroad alone to film. Bert had accompanied Diane throughout her filming. Although they still argued frequently, their dissatisfaction with each other had improved since they stopped living together. "Who's the male lead?" Ronald asked. "There's no male lead. The story is about a female punk duo. The other girl's parents are actors, Bruce Dern and Diane Ladd's daughter." Ronald said he had seen Bruce Dern and Diane Ladd's movies. They played a married couple, members of the motorcycle gang Hell Riders, directed by Roger Corman in 1966. It was Roger Corman's most successful film in many years, and Ronald remembered it vividly. The male lead was also Jane Fonda's brother, Peter Fonda, riding a Harley-Davidson. "Her name is Laura Dern, and she's 2 years younger than me." 2 years younger? Born in 1967. So she was pregnant while filming The Gangsters? Ronald chuckled. Back in his apartment, Ronald turned on the lamp, looked at the script for Son of Grease he had written, opened the drawer, and placed it at the bottom. Ronald looked at the photos on the table of himself with Cameron, Gail, Roger Corman, and other cast members, and fell into deep thought. The renowned director Brian De Palma had rejected Olivia Newton-John's participation in his new film. This meant Olivia was essentially retiring from the film industry and wouldn't be making a cameo appearance in Son of Grease. She had originally intended to use the reunion with her longtime collaborator John Travolta to attract fans. Since she could only act alone, it wouldn't benefit her. Meanwhile, The originally cast male lead, disco singer Andy Gibbs, had recently been hospitalized and announced a 2-month hiatus from his singing career. Richard, CAA's agent, told him that he was actually being forced into rehabilitation due to drug overdose. Hollywood's fickle nature was evident. Suddenly, the biggest box office guarantee, the cameo role of the previous film's lead actor, and the original male lead were both dropped. Paramount decided to take this opportunity to withdraw from the production, handing the project over to its sister company, Universal. The first thing Universal did after taking over was to cast Timothy Hutton, the young actor who had risen to fame with Ordinary People, as the lead. Ronald had met him at Jane Fonda's party. Ring 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 ring. Ronald picked up the phone. It was one of his agents, Rick Nisida. Ronald, Universal has reached an agreement with producer Sturwood. Sturwood wants you to come to Los Angeles again to discuss a new story structure. Universal's idea is to start from scratch, moving the story forward to immediately after the original, still set in the 1950s. It's already October, and they still want to redevelop the story? Will it be able to get the project approved and start filming before the end of the year? That's probably why Sturwood wants you here, right? I'll have my secretary book your ticket. But there's no business class reimbursement this time. Okay, I'll ask the school for leave, Ronald muttered. His ancient poetry class teacher still valued attendance, giving high marks to daily attendance and Q&A sessions. Too many absences would cause trouble. Also, Jane Fonda finished filming on Golden Pond and is back from the location. She wants to talk to you. That's none of my business anymore. Ronald didn't really want to go. Go see her. Jane isn't unreasonable, Nisida urged him. Okay, Ronald agreed. The two finalized their schedule for Los Angeles next Monday. The next day, Matt Dillon went rollerblading with him, while Ronald brought his cousin Donna along. Diane Lane didn't want to go and preferred to wait until winter to go to the Central Park rink. Dillon's main purpose was to meet Brooke Shields. Ronald didn't reveal this, introducing Donna to Dillon and then taking a Polaroid photo of the two of them. Matt Dillon signed to Dear Donna, may your dreams come true, and then added his own signature. This made Donna giggle non-stop. Having a cousin in the film industry was always a convenient perk of getting autographs from teen idols. At the rollerblading rink, they were greeted by Brooke Shields and her mother, Terry. Matt Dillon was stunned. His date had come with her mother, a far cry from his imagined date. Reporters in the distance snapped photos of the two teen idols together. Terry had also brought a photographer to take close-up photos of his daughter Brooke and Dillon, posing them in many couple poses. Ronald noticed that Brooke had a full face of makeup, clearly prepared for today's photoshoot, unlike Dillon who could only rely on his naturally fair skin and rosy lips. When it was Ronald's turn to greet Brooke, he took out his Polaroid camera and, as usual, took a series of photos of Brooke and Donna together, signed autographs, and so on. Dillon, having recovered from his initial shock, quickly rented roller skates and helped Brooke put them on. He still had a chance to teach her. Terry couldn't say anything about this small physical contact. Ronald also rented roller skates for Donna, and then walked along the ground, pulling her along slowly. The two, living in the countryside of Staten Island, didn't know how to roller skate. Ronald, doesn't Donna know how to roller skate? I'll teach her, Brooke said, skating gracefully as she approached after changing into her skates. Thanks, Brooke. Donna was very happy today. The American teen idol had personally taught her how to roller skate. Dillon's plan to teach Brooke had failed, and he skated over to Ronald, saying, "Did you notice? The roller rink is closed to the public today. It's just a few of us." Those reporters were probably called by her mother, right? You don't know Brooke's mother, Terry. Ronald laughed. I told you I'd wish you good luck. Hey, bro, you should have told me sooner. Dillon slapped Ronald. I didn't want to spoil your fun. SHHH, Dillon cursed, then skated to the center of the rink, focusing intently on skating. Chapter 207. A fast-paced trip to Los Angeles. Ronald, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you, Jane. Ronald was back in Los Angeles, currently at Jane Fonda's large Hollywood house. Months later, nothing had changed, except that it wasn't filled with party guests during the day. Jane was wearing yoga clothes, a sweater around her waist, and a headband in her hair. She had clearly just finished exercising. The superstar was very busy, and this time she had specially invited Ronald to her home for a chat. It was unclear what she wanted to say to him. I just got back from Lake Squam in New Hampshire, having just finished filming Golden Pond, Catherine forced me to do the lake jumping scene myself without a stunt double. It was a challenge for me, Jane Fonda began, sharing some behind-the-scenes gossip. Ronald wasn't particularly interested in joining in, but his agent, Nisida, who had accompanied him, was very enthusiastic. Seemingly a film enthusiast, she laughed heartily as she heard anecdotes about Katharine Hepburn and Henry Fonda's filming. I'm sorry for director Bridges' decision to rewrite the script. I've been working incredibly hard on filming lately and haven't had time to think about my brother's protector. Now it should be called her brother's protector, Ronald said with a smile. Jane Fonda heard the complaint in Ronald's voice and smiled back. Actually, this kind of thing happens a lot in Hollywood. Young screenwriters haven't yet realized the harsh realities of the industry. Rick, please allow me to speak with Ronald alone for a few minutes. His agent, Rick Nisida, stood up, patted Ronald on the shoulder, and left the room, leaving Ronald alone with Jane Fonda. Ronald, this happened while I was filming on location at Golden Pond. I bought this script specifically for my father, and I invited Katharine Hepburn to co-star. Henry's health has been declining at a visible rate this year, and the Academy has begun considering awarding him a Lifetime Achievement Award. That's the consolation prize given to actors who haven't won an Oscar, when they're still physically able to attend. But I'm not satisfied. Henry deserves an Oscar for Best Actor. That's why I have poured my heart and soul into this film. I hope to win him an Oscar. It's his regret. Can you understand me, Ronald? Ronald hadn't expected Jane Fonda to say such a thing to him. At NYU, the first old film he ever saw was The Grapes of Wrath, starring Henry Fonda. Thinking of the handsome young man of yesteryear now so old, Ronald couldn't bring himself to hate Jane. He nodded. I understand you, Jane. Actually, you don't owe me anything. I got the money. I was in the New York Times. My subsequent screenwriting and advertising projects also benefited from the fame this script brought me. No, but you lost your most valuable opportunity for instant fame. Jane Fonda stood up. I'm an actor, my brother is an actor, my father is an actor. I understand the pursuit of an artist. If I could exchange that $350,000 for the opportunity to direct a film, I think you would agree without hesitation. Ronald remained silent. Of course, who wouldn't want to direct a big-budget studio production for their debut? I was very busy on set, the shooting schedule was tight, and I was also affected by the strike. We even went over budget, but I was completely focused on filming. When Bridges called me, I thought he was just making some minor changes to your script. As for the other little tricks, I don't know who did them, and I have no interest in investigating. Hollywood is full of infighting every day. If you're not used to this, you should just stick to being a screenwriter. Ronald understood Jane Fonda's meaning. There was no point in complaining now. Jane's willingness to personally invite him to explain the situation was already a model of principle among Hollywood stars. So he said, I understand. You were filming at the time and didn't know the specifics. That's all in the past. Good lad, I really look forward to seeing your directorial work, Jane said with a smile, picking up something from the side. This is my photo, for my fans. You said your aunt asked you to write this script and specifically requested me for the role. She'll be very disappointed if you don't appear in the credits, so I'm sending her a signed photo to ease her disappointment. Ronald couldn't help but chuckle. If Jane knew that Aunt Karen disliked her portrayal of the soldier's wife in Homecoming, it would be hilarious. Well, she'll be happy. Her name is Karen. To Karen, your friend Jane Fonda. Jane signed the photo with a quick drying pen and put it in an envelope. I still need to keep exercising. An actress's homework? Jane turned on the record player, and music started playing. Several technicians peeked out from the back room. They began setting up the lights and television cameras. What's this? I'm preparing to release a videotape about doing cardio at home. The studio alliance is in a lawsuit with a Japanese company, so the movie can't be made into a videotape. Therefore, they've come up with some other content to release. The yoga mat is right there. Seeing that Jane Fonda's schedule was really tight, Ronald took the autographed photo and left. Nisida ushered him into the BMW. This afternoon we'll see Mr. Robert Sturwood again. He and Universal have reached some new agreements. Let's see what he thinks about the sequel to Grease. Robert Sturwood met them in his pajamas. This handsome middle-aged man's daily routine now consisted of enjoying life and casually checking on his businesses. Andy Gibb disappoints me. His three brothers and the Bee Gees were all disciplined, but he's lost in the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. Ronald knew Sturwood was referring to Andy's drug abuse and subsequent rehab, but surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, Sturwood's words sounded somewhat comical. Sturwood, oblivious to Ronald's attitude, continued, Universal Sinberg did me a huge favor, he bought the whole project after Paramount withdrew. So he has a say in the lead role. But that's actually a good thing. Yet, don't you think, Ronald, the air conditioning in the mansion was blasting, and a handsome man in light clothing served Sturwood a cocktail. Another beautiful woman also gave Ronald and Nisida each a glass. You mean Timothy Hutton, Mr. Sturwood? Ronald asked. You have a good business sense. Sturwood pointed at Ronald's nose and said to his agent, Nisida, Rick, you've signed a very promising client. Of course, Ronald was my first screenwriter client, and he's the best. Nisida raised his cocktail, completely agreeing, showing no sign that he had only signed Ronald casually Trapezowitz's screenwriter first strategy. Timothy will be Hollywood's next golden boy. We're in luck. Sturwood downed his cocktail in one gulp. His agent is lobbying him everywhere. Timothy's been partying all over the place, he's sure to get a Golden Globe next year, and the Oscars are planning to nominate him for Best Supporting Actor. I think he has a good chance. Isn't he the main character? Ronald asked doubtfully. Isn't the story in Ordinary People about a young man who survives a sailing accident, loses his brother, and then reconciles with his parents? Sturwood lit a large cigar and pointed at Nisida, indicating that Nisida should explain. The Oscars aren't just about acting, Ronald. Next year's Best Actor nominations are fierce. There's Robert De Niro, the lead actor in Scorsese's Raging Bull. Even though United Artists doesn't have the money for PR, De Niro's Italian heritage means Hollywood's Italian Americans are all lobbying for him, including Sly and Sylvester Stallone. Then there's the veteran Shakespearean actor Peter O'Toole, his fifth nomination. Other competitors include Jack Lemmon and Robert Duvall. Timothy Hutton has no chance even if he's nominated. He'd be better off aiming for Best Supporting Actor, where his chances are much higher. Will Barry Miller from Famous be nominated? Ronald thought of the actor from Famous, who unexpectedly delivered a great crying scene after being slapped by director Alan Parker. He'd even been hoping to date the director's girlfriend, Maureen Tiffany. MGM is in a bad situation too. I heard they've been reduced to distributing films for two Israelis, Sturwood chimed in. Nobody's doing any PR for Barry Miller. He probably won't even get a Golden Globe nomination, let alone an Oscar. Ronald remained silent. There's an old saying in Hollywood, it's not what you know that matters, it's who you know. Recent events involving himself and Barry Miller have made Ronald understand the meaning of this saying clearly. Is fame really out of the question for an Oscar nomination? After a moment of silence, Ronald asked this question. To be honest, he had still fantasized about getting a nomination for this film, and then having an investor willing to try their luck with him. Best Picture and Best Director are out of the question. Acting awards are impossible too. Sturwood dismissed the possibility of Fame winning a major award. Best Original Song is a possibility, though. That producer, De Silva, is scrambling to promote his Latino rising star, Erin Cara. Her singing career is booming. They keep playing her song Fame on TV. Your screenwriting, well, several strong contenders. If you get exceptionally lucky, maybe you have a chance. Ronald shook his head. His luck was best used at the most crucial moments. He'd much rather his screenwriting be nominated on Best Original Song. Anyway, all those Vietnam War, demonstration, and debate scenes need to be cut, Sturwood said, getting back to the point. The overall feel of the script is still that of the 1950s, that uplifting atmosphere of the post-war golden age. It captures the optimism, low unemployment, plenty of jobs, and how even blue-collar workers could afford housing and support their families. This was America's golden age, a time that people living in economic hardship today yearn for. Ronald nodded. Universal wanted to make a musical film similar in feel to the original Grease, keeping the formula for success unchanged. The 1950s, old-fashioned musicals, young people, and a romance between protagonists from different gangs. Finish it as soon as possible, Ronald. Nisida drove Ronald back to CAA. Timothy Hutton's agent also wants to see the revised script. I understand, Ronald frowned. Why did everyone want to offer suggestions on the script? Why not give feedback on camera placement, directing, or how the sound recorder is held, but instead target the screenwriter? Did they think they could type and read scripts and therefore have the illusion that they could write scripts themselves? Ronald, here's another script revision offer. Would you like to take a look? His main agent, Richard, was waiting for him in the office. Seeing him and Nisida return, he handed over a document. Revisions? What about the original screenwriter? It's a teen drama adapted from a novel. The original screenwriter is the author of the novel. Universal agreed to distribute their film, but the production company isn't satisfied with the script. They think the novel is excellent, but the author isn't very good at screenwriting and wants to find an experienced screenwriter to revise it. Ronald frowned, refusing to take the document. Again, they thought the screenwriter was incompetent and wanted to interfere. They couldn't write it themselves, so they hired a screenwriter to revise it according to their wishes. How heartbroken the original author must be. I don't want to take it. Why don't they discuss it properly with the author? They always think the author's writing is bad, and the screenwriter deserves more respect. Richard rubbed his hands together. Ronald, the production company agreed because they highly value your international fame. This is the first offer I found for you. Take a look. Okay. Ronald liked Richard as his agent. Unlike other agents with ulterior motives, Richard always stood by him. But I have one condition. Go ahead. Richard was pleased. I need to meet with the author. I'll only be willing if he agrees to let me join and revise his baby. I don't want what happened to me to happen to other screenwriters. That's no problem. The production company has spoken with the author, who also feels his script writing skills are insufficient. He volunteered to do so himself. I'll arrange a meeting between you two. Okay. Ronald glanced down at the script's synopsis. The script had a very long and strange title, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is generally translated into Chinese as the Open American University. Chapter 208 Undercover in High School. Cameron Crowe, slightly older than Ronald, looked more like a high school student. He had long, center-parted hair, shorter than a Beatles but longer than a bob. He wore a t-shirt, jeans, and tennis shoes, and carried a backpack. He was the author of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Ronald was surprised by his attire. He looked more like a real teenager than an author. His agent, Richard, through Universal Pictures, arranged a meeting between the author and Ronald. After introductions, Cameron Crowe handed Ronald a book with a blank cover. This is a sample copy. Simon & Schuster has ordered the novel for publication early next year. They gave me a contract 2 years ago, and I went undercover at Claremont High School in my hometown of San Diego for a year. Then I wrote this novel. Universal Pictures was very satisfied with this sample copy and gave me an option contract to buy the film adaptation rights. Ronald took the book and flipped through it. It was less than 250 pages long, a young adult novel, which he could probably finish on the plane. Going undercover back to high school must be very difficult, right? Did you have to be very careful not to be discovered that you were an undercover writer? On the contrary, I went undercover at Claremont High School for 10 months, and no one ever found out that I was an adult. At the prom, the principal had even forgotten who I was. Crowe chuckled. He interrogated me for a full half-hour before finally agreeing to let me go undercover after he found out that I had written a biography for singer and actor Chris Christopherson. Ronald was amused by Crowe's words. He liked Crowe's personality. Having been in Hollywood for a long time, it was nice to know a writer who didn't usually act. The two chatted very pleasantly. Actually, I think anyone who goes back to high school can quickly fit in with teenagers. Of course, I have an advantage because I look young, Cameron Crowe continued, recounting his experience. Those teenage memories are just sealed in our memories. Given the right circumstances, they'll be quickly triggered. Ronald nodded, agreeing. I think so too. When I was revising the script for a fame, I was with some arts high school students, and I quickly understood their ideas. High school memories would flood back like a floodgate opening. Exactly. Cameron Crowe was glad a playwright shared his thoughts. The real difficulty is growing up again. When I went to Claremont High School's prom, my mother complained, Cameron, you used to be such a mature kid. You never got this excited about prom and driving there, ha. Ronald flipped through the novel, which contained many detailed descriptions of high school life. The beginning and end featured two siblings from a middle-class family, Brad and Stacy. Interwoven throughout are many of their own love stories and stories with friends, creating a portrait of teenagers growing into adults. He placed the sample copy of the novel on the table, closed the cover, and then sincerely said to Cameron Crowe, Cameron, I really like the beginning and ending of your novel, and I think I'll finish reading it soon. But actually, you don't need my help, you can adapt this novel yourself. You are the most suitable person to write this screenplay. There's no secret to the so-called screenplay format. You can buy a few books and learn it. But the emotions of the characters, the development of the story, the handling of details, only you in the world can do that. Cameron Crowe scratched his head like a high school student. Ronald, that's why I asked an experienced screenwriter to help me. He took the book, opened the pages, and pointed to the names, saying to Ronald, "This Mark, nicknamed Mouse, is my good friend. He's a nerdy geek, very good at figuring out tech products, but not very good at dating. This is Linda, the first friend I made at Claremont High School. She's a social butterfly, everyone in school knows her. The protagonist, Stacy, is Linda's best friend. This is Jeff Spicoli, a skilled surfer, sometimes a bit slow on the uptake, but a professional surfer. All of these people are real, living people I know, and I can't part with any of them. A movie is only 90 minutes long, it can't fit all the characters and plot points from the novel. My emotions make it impossible for me to choose, and my lack of experience prevents me from analyzing which scenes are important. I heard Richard say on the phone that you don't want to steal my credit, and I appreciate that. But I really need your help, otherwise, it won't become a successful film, and I'll feel sorry for my friend. I've developed a friendship with these characters and their real-life counterparts, and I want them to be recreated on screen." Ronald nodded and put the novel in his bag. "I understand your creative impulse. I'll read the novel first, and then decide. What does Universal think of your adaptation?" Cameron Crowe had already submitted a slightly more detailed version of the story to Universal Pictures. They had a lot of opinions, wanting it to cut half the characters from the novel in the script, focusing the story on Brad and Stacy. But I don't think they understand the story. It's a coming-of-age story. Removing anyone would make it incomplete. Teenagers are full of hope for the future, and they think about the world more than most adults. Because after they grow up, they're busy with trivial things and forget who they were originally. This age is perhaps the most intellectually active stage for most people, full of reflection and experience about life and the world. I understand your idea. You want it to be an ensemble piece about teenagers. That's it. Ronald scratched his head. Like the previous book he helped revise, Fame, it was another loose ensemble script without a central storyline. My main focus right now is on the sequel to Grease, another film script for Universal, so I'm afraid I won't have the extra energy to revise your script for the rest of the year. That's alright. Simon, Schuster, and Universal all hope to finalize the script after the novel is released next year, based on reader feedback and opinions. The publisher's editors are very optimistic about the novel, but market reactions are unpredictable. Ronald understood that Universal's investment and the script's direction might need adjustments based on the novel's sales. So he agreed to Crowe's offer to seriously consider participating in the adaptation of the novel into a screenplay. After parting ways with Cameron Crowe, Ronald's luggage contained a young adult novel and Universal's revision suggestions for the Grease sequel. After the intensive meeting, Ronald boarded a plane back to New York. The trip was very tight. He didn't have time to meet with old friends like James Cameron and Gail Hurd. He called Gail and learned that she had been noticed by Roger Corman and had begun overseeing some production schedules, taking on the role of a producer. Cameron had landed another VFX modeling job for Roger Corman's Destroy the Galaxy. He was a well-known low-budget VFX expert in Hollywood. On the plane, Ronald devoured Cameron Crowe's novel Fast-Paced Richmond High School. The novel was indeed fast-paced, telling the stories of 7 or 8 high school students in just over 200 pages. Besides the main characters, Stacy and Brad, there was Jeff, a surfing prodigy, Mark, and nerdy Mouse who had a crush on Stacy, Linda, Stacy's best friend and socialite, and Mike, a well-known but poor kid. Ronald was so engrossed in the plot that he hadn't realized he was in New York. "I can't read anymore. I need to focus on the sequel to Grease now," Ronald said, shoving the novel into his bag and hailing a taxi to go back to his Aunt Karen's house. "Ronald, the quadrennial election in America is coming up soon. You're 20 this year, old enough to vote. Can you tell your aunt which candidate you're planning to vote for?" At the dinner table welcoming Ronald home, his Aunt Karen asked him with a slightly serious tone. Yes, he wasn't old enough for the last election. This was something his aunt valued highly. She considered it an obligation. Ronald didn't seem to care much about it. He'd almost forgotten about it if his aunt hadn't brought it up. "I haven't decided yet. I'm not too happy with the current president. Oil prices and the economy are bad. But the governor of California used to be an actor, and I don't know if he can really change things." Ronald decided to put it off for now and find out more. That's perfect. The Women's Voting Coalition will be holding its second televised candidate debate next week. Come watch, it'll help you make a better choice. Okay, Ronald mumbled in agreement. Chapter 209 Generation Gap. This is a gift from Jane Fonda, a signed photo of her. I heard you weren't happy with her role in Homecoming, so she specifically asked me to tell you that in her next film, On Golden Pond, she's returning to traditional American values, playing a traditional daughter and wife. After dinner, the three of them sat around the television drinking tea. Ronald took out an envelope and handed it to Aunt Karen. Oh, really? Aunt Karen opened the envelope, took out the autographed photo, and found her own name on it. Jane Fonda had specially signed it for her. What's the story of her new film? It's about a daughter reconciling with her parents. The family lives in a lakeside cottage. The daughter, father, and grandson, 3 generations, reconcile their conflicts and rediscover the warmth of family. She stars alongside her father, Henry Fonda, and Katharine Hepburn. Aunt Karen became more and more satisfied with the gift. Jane looks like a perfect wife and mother. She should play more roles like that. Acting with her own father is wonderful. This is the first time I've received a gift from a big star. I have to give her a gift in return. What do you think is a good gift for a celebrity? Ronald was taken aback. He hadn't expected Aunt Karen to treat it like a gift exchanged between ordinary people. There was still a generation gap between them. But it wouldn't be good to reveal some sour truths now. Actually, your own cookies would be best, but they might get soggy during long-distance transport and won't taste as good as freshly baked ones. Yes, if she comes to visit, I'll bake her some cookies. Aunt Karen carefully put the photo back into the envelope and put it away. What do you think about me giving her 2 pairs of leg warmers that I knitted myself? I saw an interview in a magazine. Jane Fonda also dances ballet. Really? I didn't know Aunt was a Jane Fonda fan. Ronald thought to himself, no wonder Aunt was so angry when she played the adulterous soldier's wife in Homecoming. Her favorite star played a character with the same background as herself, and she wasn't even a good person. That's a good idea. Since you opened the leg warmer shop, and you haven't been knitting them as much? Yes, now it's my friends from the Veterans Club who knit them, which gives them some extra income. I don't want to compete with them. But the quality of my knitting is better than theirs. Aunt Karen happily took out 2 pairs of leg warmers, one long and one short, both purple. I was originally going to give this to your daughter. Oh well, never mind. Aunt Karen handed Ronald the leg warmers. I'm going to write Jane a letter, telling her I really like the plot of her new movie and hope to see her and her father Henry's wonderful performance together. She then went to the drawer, took out paper and pen, and began writing to her idol. Although Aunt Karen was born in the late 1940s, she still had some old-fashioned ways. Born before America officially entered World War II, this generation, which experienced the Great Depression, was known as the Silent Generation. They believed that some things were better left unsaid, understood only in their hearts. And since telephones weren't common then, close friends maintained a habit of correspondence. I'll probably have to contact her agent to get the gift to Jane Fonda. It's a rather unique gift, though. Jane probably doesn't receive them often. And isn't she doing aerobics or something, huh? Ronald remembered that Jane Fonda was supposed to be filming some kind of videotape. Maybe he could get some advertising. I'll call her agent, Ronald said. Mr. Nisida, this is Ronald. My Aunt Karen is a Jane Fonda fan. She was delighted to see the autographed photo Jane gave her and wanted to reciprocate with a gift. Yes, she knitted it herself, so Jane can use it when doing yoga in the winter. Okay, thank you for your help. My agent agreed to contact Jane's agent, and I'll send the leg warmers to her by express delivery. Ronald came over to show off to his aunt. Okay, Ronnie. Here's the letter I wrote. His aunt placed a sealed letter and the leg warmers together and handed them to Ronald. Back in his apartment, Ronald resumed revising the script, removing the 1960s civil rights and Vietnam War background. The sequel to Grease felt very bland, not much different from the original. The 1950s was a golden age for America. After the war, Europe's economy was in decline, and many everyday industrial products were made in America. Back then, even children from ordinary families who didn't get into university could find blue-collar jobs with decent incomes. So, in the original story, even if the kids didn't go to college, they could still earn enough money to become mechanics, gas station workers, or makeup artists, enough to buy a house in the city, live with their high school classmates, and marry and have children without a care in the world. But now it's the 1980s, and manual laborers are no longer respected by society. Those working in fast food chains like McDonald's are mostly teenagers. Young people don't resonate with these jobs, they're just there to earn some pocket money, not to be blue-collar workers for life. Instead, they all aspire to a good education, an office job, social security, a house in the suburbs, and to live with people of similar income and social class. That's the new American dream. Thinking about this, Ronald became even more worried. He discarded the original script and the red pencil markings on it. Ronald felt that simply repeating the original story wouldn't guarantee a good box office performance. While a film's box office performance isn't directly related to the screenwriter, writing a successful film could still be a bonus for the screenwriter, potentially leading to directing their own film. Grease was a well-known Hollywood musical that ran on Broadway for 5 or 6 years before being adapted into film. For many small-town teenagers who couldn't afford to see it live on Broadway, a ticket for $3 or $4 was a pretty good deal in 1978. But asking them to see a sequel with a similar plot? And a sequel that hadn't been polished like the original on Broadway, and had lost Travolta and Olivia? Probably even fewer people would go. Ronald opened his apartment window, letting in fresh air to help him think. And today's teenagers weren't as drawn to Broadway musicals. Ronald remembered his cousin Donna and Diane Lane both expressing disdain for Broadway musicals. They wanted something real, a play like Grease, stripping away the hardships of life and leaving only romantic imagination, no longer appealed to teenagers. Every era leaves its mark, leaving traces in the art of its time. People at the time might not have realized it, but looking back decades later, they would strongly feel a wave of thought from that era. 1965 marked the end of the baby boomer generation. The first batch of babies born after the baby boomers were now 15 years old, about to enter high school, and they were the biggest potential audience for the Grease sequel. Would they really like the Grease vibe as much as the last generation of baby boomers did 2 years earlier? The baby boomers had all grown up. What kind of movies would the new generation of viewers, starting with Donna Langley Diane Lane, and Brooke Shields, like? Ronald put aside these unanswerable questions, closed the window, and went back to his desk. The Grease sequel was still a romantic comedy. Since it was a love story, some conflicts needed to be created between the male and female leads, separating them, and ultimately overcoming these conflicts to become a couple. First, the most common element in romantic comedies, parental factors, had to be eliminated. Romeo and Juliet-style family obstacles don't exist in the Grease universe. The story is set in a high school, so parents who forbid boys and girls from being together are impossible. The original work uses social conflict, or, within the school setting, the conflict between different student classes. The most powerful group in school isn't the academically gifted geeks or the athletically gifted sporty students, but rather a group of cliques and their elite members, the so-called hardcore gang for boys and the pink ladies for girls. Ultimately, Olivia Newton-John's character, Sandy, abandons her good girl persona, dons a leather jacket, and dresses as a pink ladies to bridge the gap between her and her boyfriend, and they get back together. How about this time? The roles are reversed. Ronald sits down and quickly types on the typewriter. The male protagonist, Michael, becomes a Shakespearean scholar, while the female protagonist, Stephanie, becomes the new leader of the Pink Ladies. To get closer to Stephanie, whom he falls for at first sight, Michael wants to join the hardcore gang. But the tough guys need motorcycles. Michael, with the money he earned from doing homework for others, bought a second-hand Harley-Davidson motorcycle. During a shootout between the tough guys and another school gang, he rode it to fame, winning Stephanie's heart. However, Stephanie didn't know that beneath the helmeted motorcyclist was the brilliant student Michael. While dreaming of a romantic relationship with a motorcyclist, she also asked Michael to tutor her Shakespeare reading assignments. Both lovers had a second, true self beneath their outward appearances. The brilliant Michael was actually a motorcycle expert and a gang hero. Stephanie, the leader of the Pink Lady gang, secretly wanted to get good grades and have a chance to go to college. In the end, of course, Stephanie discovered that Michael was the hidden hero, and Michael, having helped Stephanie with her homework, realized her intelligence, leading to a happy ending for the two. This plot setup left ample room for the composer and choreographer. For example, Michael winning over Stephanie, the leader of the Pink Ladies gang, in the motorcycle battle, Stephanie's secret crush on the helmeted motorcyclist, Michael and Stephanie discussing Shakespearean literature, and finally, Michael removing his helmet at the prom, all these could be used to create suitable song and dance sequences. Moreover, the dual identities are cleverly designed. Stephanie secretly loves Michael's hidden identity as the motorcyclist, while treating his public academic identity as a friend, causing Michael to be jealous of himself. Stephanie's initial crush on Michael's hidden identity as the motorcyclist gradually transforms into love for the public academic Michael, eventually merging into one, becoming the perfect couple. This is a very classic example of a romantic drama conflict arising from dual identities, offering plenty of material for development. Ronald, inspired, toiled all night at his typewriter, finally finishing the manuscript by dawn. Before sleepiness crept in, he read it aloud. Then, very satisfied, he fell asleep. Ronald, as he slept, Ronald vaguely heard a girl calling his name, but he couldn't see her face clearly. "Who is it?" "It's me, Donna, you lazybones," his cousin Donna patted his cheek. "Ah, Donna. I didn't sleep last night, I was working on the script." Ronald groggily got up. "Why are you here? Don't you have school?" "Today is Columbus Day, a public holiday," Donna said irritably. "A woman said she couldn't get through to you on the phone, so she looked up our number in the phone book. My mom asked me to come and see if you were home." "Oh," Ronald remembered that he had unplugged the phone line yesterday to avoid those telemarketing calls. He forgot to plug it back in before going to bed. "Who is the woman?" "I don't know. She said her movie premieres in New York today and she'd like to invite you to her hotel to chat. This is her name and phone number." Ronald picked up the note and saw only the letters PJ, a hotel switchboard number, and a room number. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. You're here again. Ronald dialed the number, and it was indeed PJ Souls, who played the lead role in High School of Rock. She and her husband, Dennis Cade, were in New York for the premiere of their new film, Private Benjamin, and invited him to their hotel for a chat. Ronald was happy to see an old friend again. Actors' working hours are limited to the filming phase, while directors, editors, and other post-production staff work much longer to complete the film, during which time the actors often get involved in new projects. In fact, opportunities for cast and crew members to reunite after filming wraps are rare. Like Jane Fonda's new film, On Golden Pond, although both are stars of the golden age of Hollywood, her father, Henry Fonda, and Katharine Hepburn had never worked together before and didn't know each other, meeting for the first time on set. After finishing filming High School of Rock, PJ Souls joined the Private Benjamin cast, playing a supporting role to the rising star Goldie Hawn. Goldie Hawn was not only the lead actress in Private Benjamin, but also one of the film's producers. On the day of the film's New York premiere, Goldie Hawn, as the obvious choice, was given a joint interview by multiple media outlets in her executive suite on the hotel's best executive floor. Ronald squeezed into the elevator with a large group of reporters, overhearing their conversation. The New Yorker, Newsweek, Life magazine, and the New York Times Film Review. New York is America's media powerhouse, and these are all nationally distributed newspapers. Goldie Hawn would give each of them 20 minutes for their interviews. The three major television networks would each have 30 minutes for their exclusive interviews, as they had brought their own film crews to prepare for shooting. Reporters from other tabloids would have 10 minutes each. The schedule was packed. Ronald, positioned at the far end of the elevator, was led to the executive floor first. Outside Goldie Hawn's room, reporters were lined up everywhere, waiting for their interviews. Ronald glanced at the headline and estimated that the interviews would continue until the New York premiere that evening. Meanwhile, supporting actor PJ Souls, who was staying on a lower, more ordinary floor, was taken down by the elevator by Ronald. Compared to the bustling crowd surrounding the lead actress, only Ronald, an old friend, came to her door, aside from a small media interview. PJ's husband, Dennis Cade, also took the opportunity to visit his wife in New York, and the two ushered Ronald in. "Dennis and I have heard about you, Ronald. We're so happy for you," PJ Souls said, referring to Ronald's screenplay for Jane Fonda. "Unfortunately, Director Bridges didn't let me continue in the film's sequel. He bought me out." "You know I'm interested in everything about filmmaking," Ronald replied. PJ Souls and her husband exchanged a glance and said, "Yes, Back in high school rock, you were the second unit director and our still photographer. We still have the photo you took of Dennis and me at home. The old friends reunited and chatted about the old members of the high school rock crew. The other lead actress, Dae Young, who played the good girl, had gone to film a television series. Vincent Van Patten, who plays the male lead Tom, has temporarily retired from acting to focus on his ATP professional tennis career. He even participated in the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows, New York, but was eliminated in the first round. Director Alan Ekush has begun a long period of rest, battling drug addiction, and it's said that his family has given him a lot of support. Meanwhile, another uncredited director, Joe Dent, officially directed his first mid-budget film, the horror film The Howling. PJ Soul's career is thriving, with several film offers in hand. However, her husband, Dennis Quaid, hasn't made any progress, still working as an extra and supporting actor on various film sets. Ronald sensed that PJ was also trying to find opportunities for her husband, but after learning that Ronald hadn't secured any real power in Jane Fonda's film, they didn't discuss it further. PJ seemed quite happy, saying she might retire from the film industry to focus on making television series closer to home in Los Angeles. Approaching 30, PJ and Dennis want to have a baby. Back at the hotel, Ronald mailed a revised script to CAA, along with Aunt Karen's gift for Jane Fonda. He then began carefully reading Cameron Crowe's novel again. Slowly reading through the novel, Ronald discovered that the 200-plus pages contained a vast number of characters and plot points, and adapting it into a 90-minute film script proved difficult. He started writing each character's name on a 3x5 grid of index cards, adding their backstories and plot details below. He then laid them out on the table, constantly rearranging and combining them, trying to find a story combination that could fit within 90 minutes. This is a common problem with ensemble films: too little time for each character and the audience won't remember them, too much and it will exceed the allotted time. After several attempts without finding a coherent story, he simply put the index cards away in a shoebox, planning to work on it later when inspiration struck. Time flew by, and it was the 22nd, the day of the second presidential debate. Ronald had promised Aunt Karen he would go to her place to watch the debate and then choose a candidate based on his impressions. His aunt had promised not to inquire about his voting intentions, but Ronald had to vote. His aunt was very enthusiastic. With only a week until the presidential election, the incumbent president, despite his repeated refusals, couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion that he was afraid of debates and agreed to participate in this televised debate, featuring only him and the former governor of California. After dinner and a long introductory program, at 9 p.m., ABC finally switched its signal to the Cleveland Concert Hall in Ohio. The host began explaining the debate rules. Both sides would be asked the same 12 questions. "Hey, Ronnie, you need to pay attention to these debate rules. What are the 12 questions? Otherwise, you won't understand the content of the debate," his aunt reminded Ronald, who was sitting on the sofa lost in thought. "Okay, and I'll pay attention to these questions about inflation and Social Security." The television was introducing the 12 questioners. They were enthusiastic audience members whose mailed-in debate questions had been selected by the organizers and who had traveled specifically to the venue. Ronald was somewhat distracted. He hadn't received a response to the script he'd sent for Grease, and his agent, Nisuda, had already made several trips to Universal Pictures, negotiating with President Tom Mount alongside producer Robert Sturwood. The project's pace was slowing again, which Nisuda said wasn't a good sign. It indicated that Universal wasn't in a rush to move forward with the sequel's production. Lost in thought, Ronald was interrupted by a phone call. Under his Aunt Karen's watchful gaze, he went to his room to answer it. "Ronald? This is Hinton. What did you do to offend Kinnaman? I brought up the idea of inviting you to participate in the script writing this afternoon, and he vehemently rejected it." Ronald's mind flashed back to Hinton, the author of The Texan, his chubby face full of concern. This small-town Oklahoma writer was straightforward, sincere, and had a certain chivalrous spirit. No wonder he could write a best-selling gangster novel right after graduating high school. "This is a bit of a personal grudge. My girlfriend and I had some issues on the set of Fame, Meg Tilly. Kinnaman brought her here, hoping she'd play the lead role of Jamie." "What? Did Kinnaman steal your girlfriend?" "Oh, no. It was for other things. We didn't choose her for the lead role." Ronald was quite impressed with Hinton's vivid imagination. "Ha ha ha, I knew you guys had some issues, Hinton clearly interpreted other things as breaking up for other things. Okay, since it's a personal grudge, I won't force it. We'll have a chance to work together again in the future, Ronald. I really liked the movie Fame. Now I want an honest answer. Ronald, what is it? You were involved in the casting, so you probably know something. Friends have been talking privately about whether you think Meg Tilly is suitable for the lead role in The Texans. Disney is pressuring me to sign the adaptation rights, and I requested the right to suggest in vero casting decisions. It seems Hinton is very nervous about his first novel being adapted into film, wanting every casting choice to be perfect. Moreover, she was a best-selling novelist at the height of her popularity, which was why the production company tolerated her interference. I don't know, Hinton. That's the truth. Casting involves a lot, not just the script, but also the director's considerations for the whole film. She's qualified in terms of acting skills, enough to audition for the lead role, but another girl is more suitable for the role. Do you think her temperament is right? That's the most important thing. After dismissing Hinton, Ronald went back to the living room to continue watching the televised debate. The first question about the civil union had ended, and now it was the second questioner's turn. Candidates, 4 years ago when the president took office, our inflation rate was 4%, and now it's 12%. How do you plan to address this issue after you're elected? The former governor answered first. I urge all voters to ask themselves this question before voting. Is your life better than it was 4 years ago? Is your income higher than it was 4 years ago? Is your security better than it was 4 years ago? Ronald pondered, also wanting to ask himself this question. From a poor high school student, he started by working as a portrait photographer to earn money, then joined New World Productions to participate in film production, and eventually obtained Directors Guild certification. He then applied to New York University, participated in the filming of Fame, and fought his way into being credited as a screenwriter. He learned to run small businesses, providing a better life for his family and friends. He signed with the formal agency CAA, sold a script to Jane Fonda for a high price, and then took on custom script writing work, writing sequels for blockbuster films. He also dated several lovely girlfriends. From a worldly perspective, the past 3 years have undoubtedly been successful. Achieving these accomplishments at this age surpasses most of his peers. However, his inner dream remains unfulfilled. He hasn't had the opportunity to direct a film, and the production of scripts he sold is no longer relevant to him. The 2 films he participated in were credited as second-unit directors, screenwriters, and lyricists, technical roles. When people talked about them, they only mentioned the actors' excellent performances or the director's superb skills. No one mentioned how brilliant the screenwriting or lyrics were. Hinton's success both evoked envy and inspired him. Now, within the film industry, what he needs to pursue is an opportunity to participate in production. As for his own income, it doesn't help much in realizing his dream. He wants to make a film that people will remember decades from now. Ronald rallied himself again. For the past 4 years since I took office, I've been committed to implementing universal healthcare in America, allowing senior retirees to enjoy efficient and affordable medical services. Social Security income shouldn't be taxed. However, since entering politics, the governor has consistently opposed establishing a universal Social Security system, which is crucial for senior retirees and those who unfortunately fall ill. The governor has recently called for opposition to this proposal in Congress. The president suddenly attacked his election opponent, the former governor of California, while answering a question. What does the governor have to add? The host asked. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang again, and Aunt Karen picked up the living room phone. It's for you, Ronald. I'll go inside to answer. Ronald couldn't face Aunt Karen's reproachful gaze and ran inside. It's me, Nisita from CAA. You're being targeted by Timothy Hutton, the lead actor for the Grease sequel. After reading the script, he pointed out several problems and asked Universal President Tom Mount to find an experienced screenwriter to revise it. What? Ronald roared. This is a personal grudge. Timothy Hutton was trying to pick up Michelle Pfeiffer at a party, and I happened to show up and ruined his plans. Isn't he the future Hollywood golden boy? And he wants me fired over something so trivial? Ronald, that's precisely why he's acting this way. He's spoiled. All setbacks seem to him to be someone else's fault. He wants to get the girls he wants and make the movies he wants to make. We don't have as much power as him on set. Universal wouldn't have agreed to take on this sequel project if Timothy Hutton hadn't expressed interest in acting. What the hell is wrong with you guys? You're my agent, why the hell are you taking Hutton's side? If you want to be his agent, we can terminate the contract. All you do is suck up to these trash actors scum. He's just a lucky kid who became famous for acting in a Robert Redford movie. What does he know about scripts? Ronald had heard 2 pieces of bad news that night, all because of his ex-girlfriend, which inexplicably prevented him from participating in the project. He was furious and kept swearing at his agent, Nisida. Aunt Karen heard Ronald swearing, frowned, and got up to turn up the TV volume, drowning out Ronald's voice. There you go again, Mr. President and some media, always taking my words out of context. When I opposed Medicare, there was another piece of legislation against Social Security being discussed in Congress. I happened to support the other piece of legislation and thought it was better for the elderly and provided better care than the legislation that was ultimately passed. The governor's rebuttal to the president on TV, with the volume turned up, reached Ronald's ears. Ronald, calm down, please calm down and let me finish explaining Universal's terms, Nisida urged him on the other end of the phone to calm down before discussing it further. Being only a 20-year-old, Nisida took the receiver away from her ear and shook her head helplessly. There you go again, fucks you, calm down. Everyone's telling me to calm down, why don't you tell them to calm down? I don't want anyone changing my script. If you want me to write scripts or buy my scripts in the future, I must have a say in the production team. Either let me direct, or let me produce. I must guarantee that my scripts won't be ruined. Otherwise, I'm not going to play along. Ronald angrily slammed down the phone. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again. Hello, it's me, Nisida. Don't hang up. Universal has offered a deal. We can grant your wish. Chapter 211 Learning from David Lynch? What are the conditions? Ronald's tone softened. His agent, Rick Nisida, who had been holding the phone a distance from his ear to avoid the torrent of profanities, suddenly found his voice barely audible. He pulled the receiver to his ear, leaned back in his chair for a more comfortable position, and then slowed his speech, trying to make his voice sound more magnetic. Universal's president, Tom Mount, is also unhappy with Timothy Hutton's blackmail. He's not Hollywood's golden boy yet, just a candidate for one, and he's already interfering in film projects. But now he's very likely to get a Golden Globe nomination and an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Universal needs him to raise funds. You know, Ronald, those bankers only recognize Oscar-nominated actors. He really appreciates your script, and coincidentally, another Universal project, fast-paced Richmond High School, also needs a screenwriter to revise the script, and Mount agreed to have you. Hey, Ronald laughed in exasperation. I'm already helping novelist Cameron Crowe revise the script. Are you using what I already have to exchange for my giving up the screenwriting for the sequel to Grease? No, let me finish. Ronald, don't hang up. Nisida straightened up again, quickly denying the exchange. I told Tom Mount about your expectations. You wanted to participate in the film and learn how to be a director. So Mount agreed that you could participate in the entire filming process as an assistant director or assistant producer. Ronald paused for a moment, considering the effectiveness of this promise and to what extent it could accelerate his dream of becoming a director. Are you still there, Ronald? I think it's worth considering Mount's offer. Your pay remains the same, but you'll revise the script for a fast-paced Richmond High School and step down from writing the sequel to Grease. Nisida began to speak eloquently into the microphone. The rules of Hollywood are simple, whoever can get the money has the power. The bankers saw Jane Fonda was willing to act, so getting an $8 million loan was easy, and she could then secure a guaranteed $2 million salary. Timothy Hutton was at the peak of his career, and Ordinary People was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. The bankers were willing to mortgage $3 million for him, and Universal was able to get the project approved. So, who did the bankers value in this fast-paced Richmond High School? Ronald asked. What makes me think I can guarantee a place in this new production? Who knows if the guy the bankers value might also dislike me? Even if I revise the script, I still won't have a say. Haha, that's the brilliance of this plan, Ronald. Nisida finally relaxed. Ronald was beginning to seriously consider abandoning the sequel to Grease, so that there wouldn't be the trouble of Ronald disagreeing with contract revisions and falling out with the Universal president. Nisida continued. Universal started this film because they value the director. They invited the up-and-coming director David Lynch to direct this teen movie. Director Lynch requested to see the completed script before deciding whether to sign a contract. It's not that these bigwigs at the studios don't understand the principles of artistic creation, Ronald. Sometimes they're forced into it. Stars will suggest revising the script to fit their image, but they are the guarantee of box office success. Bankers must see the star's signature before agreeing to financing. But every now and then, they also have an opportunity to let the creative team create a film entirely according to artistic principles. For example, your teacher Scorsese's Raging Bull is like that. This requires stars to be willing to sacrifice their image for the overall artistic effect of the film, like Robert De Niro gaining 60 pounds to play a boxer. It also requires the director to be recognized by the producers and bankers, like Scorsese, who made Taxi Driver. David Lynch is such a promising new director. His new film, The Elephant Man, has received high praise from critics since its release and is expected to rival your mentor, Scorsese, in next year's awards season. Lynch is an artist-driven director. You don't need to worry about him changing the script because of any stars. As long as your script satisfies him, he will faithfully adapt it into a film. Ronald was somewhat tempted. Of course, I'm confident I can write a script that satisfies him, but can he guarantee fidelity to the original intent, avoid making unnecessary changes, and allow me to participate in the entire filming process? Nisida covered the microphone with her hand, unable to suppress a laugh. Young people often enjoy challenges. To get them to choose in the direction you expect, sometimes it's simply a matter of challenging their pride in their areas of expertise. After careful consideration, I feel that Universal is sincere. Ronald Lynch. The Elephant Man is also adapted from a novel, about a man with a deformed skull who performs in a freak show in a circus and is later saved by a kind surgeon. Critics say the film perfectly captures the spirit of the original story. You know, Ronald Lynch, he had only directed one feature film before, and before the producer approached him, he was making a living repairing roofs. Mr. Mount, the president of Universal, is a discerning eye. He gave the project the green light. All you lack is experience, Ronald. In this film, you can choose between the assistant director and assistant producer positions. You can continue learning the art of directing from Lynch, and maybe next time you'll find someone who appreciates you. I need to think about it, Rick. In Hollywood, verbal promises are worthless. Of course, all the relevant terms will be written into the contract. Do you prefer assistant director or assistant producer? To Nisida's surprise, Ronald preferred assistant producer. His reasoning was simple. The assistant director is very busy on set, while the assistant producer simply checks the shooting schedule daily and has ample time to observe the director's methods. I'll coordinate. The actual producer of this film is Art Linson, who is also very interested in directing and wants to learn directing techniques by observing Lynch's filming. You'll have common ground. I'll try to arrange a meeting between you later and have him assign you as little work as possible, allowing you to focus primarily on learning on set, Rick Nisida said. Your main task now is to produce the script so that David Lynch can see it sooner and finalize the deal sooner. I will, don't worry, Ronald said, hanging up the phone. The assistant director position is very closely related to the director and is usually appointed by the director. On set, any position with the word director in its name, such as first assistant director or second assistant director, is one where the director has more power to decide the appointment. It's better to be an observer than to have the studio fight for the position. Actually, the job title didn't matter, as long as he could stay on set, observe the director's decisions, and have the right to see the daily drafts and review the consequences of those decisions. Ronald believed he could learn a great deal from this experience, addressing his much-needed weaknesses in directing and how to train actors. Aunt Karen, seeing Ronald looking preoccupied, came out and asked what was wrong. Ronald briefly explained that his screenwriting work had suffered a setback, and he would lose the opportunity to work on the sequel to Grease, though his agent might compensate him with screenwriting revisions for another film. Don't worry, Ronnie, Aunt Karen hugged him. Whatever you choose, we support you, and will always be proud of you, Ronnie. Thank you. And Ronald sat down. The televised debate was over. He felt he needed to think things through carefully and consult his main agent, Richard Lovett. CAA's policy of having multiple agents meant that each agent could contact him independently, negotiating deals independently for Ronald. Sometimes they even disagreed, depending on which agent the client trusted more. Compared to Rick Nisida, who had multiple clients and was more concerned about his relationships with major studios, Ronald trusted Richard Lovett, who only had one client. Their interests aligned perfectly. Don't worry, Ronnie, his aunt said, gesturing for Donna to take a VHS tape from the VCR. I recorded it all. You can take it home and watch the debate carefully before deciding which candidate to vote for. Your first presidential vote is always exciting. I even served in President Kennedy's Peace Corps back then. Ronald took the tape, thinking, I don't really need to watch it. I'll vote for whoever supports tax cuts. The taxes on the film industry are too high. But speaking of which, a California governor who started as a film actor might offer some preferential policies to the film industry after being elected, right? An ABC television poll conducted during the debate showed that over 2/3 of viewers believe the former California governor won the debate, especially on the issues of resolving the Persian hostage crisis, reducing inflation, and tax cuts. The president's advantage on issues like Social Security wasn't as significant as expected. The results of a telephone poll were displayed on the screen. They really want tax cuts. I'll have to watch that when I get back. Ronald looked at the tape in his hand. Chapter 212 Inspiration from the Presidential Election. After a night of deliberation and a long-distance call with his main agent, Richard, Ronald finally agreed to give up writing the sequel to Grease and instead adapt the script for a fast-paced Richmond high school. The realities of Hollywood were the primary objective reason. However, having been kicked out of productions twice before, Ronald understood the importance of involvement in filmmaking. If his dream was simply to write a few screenplays, then of course he would have clung to the big-budget, star-studded sequel to Grease, but his dream was to create a classic, even one that would make his mark on film history. Therefore, truly participating in the entire filming process, including post-production editing, was the path he needed to take. However, he was cautious and requested that the CAA specifically stipulate in the new contract that the plot points he wrote for the two versions of the Grease sequel could not be used in the final revised version demanded by Timothy Hutton. If the borrowing limit set by the Writers Guild was exceeded, Ronald had the right to pursue legal action and demand credit. A few days later, the contract, reviewed by lawyer Lindsay Dole, was returned, and Ronald spoke with Cameron Crowe, officially beginning the script revision work. The first task was to cut the cast. Cameron Crowe's original novel features a large cast of characters, but the film couldn't accommodate so many. As a typical teen exploitation film, Ronald consulted with executives at Universal and learned that the studio would only provide a 90-minute runtime. These exploitation films don't have much marketing investment. The main audience is teenagers who see the posters and decide to watch on the spot. Therefore, shortening the runtime to allow for more screenings per day is more beneficial for box office growth. This is different from big-budget blockbusters or sequels. For those films, audiences specifically go to the theater to see them, and those films are usually around 120 minutes long, too short and they won't satisfy. Based on experience, Ronald calculated that each character needed at least 20 minutes of screen time to have a complete story. Adding in scenes where different characters share screen time, the film could only accommodate a maximum of 6 main characters. Ronald started with the two most central characters, Brad and his sister Stacy, who are the opening and closing characters of the novel. The roles of many other characters are linked by him, making him an indispensable figure. Brad Hamilton is an 18-year-old 12th grade student at Richmond High School in Southern California. He works part-time at Burger King, where his diligence has earned him a good salary as a supervisor. He bought a 1958 Buick Sabre on a mortgage. This old-fashioned car, with its soft suspension, full-size dimensions, and powerful engine, is quite attractive to girls. He has a girlfriend, Lisa, but he wants to break up with her to enjoy the freedom of his final year of high school and try out different girls. Unexpectedly, he gets into conflict with an annoying customer who complains about the breakfast burger but refuses to fill out a form and demands a refund, ultimately getting fired. To make the final payments on his car loan, Brad is forced to join Captain Hook's fish and fried food chain, donning ridiculous pirate costume and hat while delivering food. Finally, Brad finds a job as a cashier at a convenience store. During a robbery while on night shift, he cleverly pours hot coffee over the robber and subdues him. This made the newspaper, earned him the boss's appreciation, and led to his promotion to store manager. Ronald began typing out a character and plot outline for Brad on his typewriter. A short outline could make up 2 to 3 minutes of footage in the final cut. Ronald wrote over 30 paragraphs in one go, far exceeding the budget. Unsure which plot points to cut, Ronald simply went to the CAA's New York office and faxed these pages of Brad's plot to Los Angeles for the novel's author, Cameron Crowe, to review. Along the way, he saw various signs cheering on the upcoming election. Having watched the debate videos, Ronald had decided to support the former California governor. He calculated that, based on the governor's tax cuts, he could pay about half the taxes. Please vote. Let's make America great again. Let's MAGA. Along the way, there were also many volunteers campaigning, taking advantage of the last few days to win over more voters. In addition to making phone calls and visiting homes, volunteers were also campaigning on the streets in some busy neighborhoods. Ronald glanced around. Besides the volunteers for the presidential election, there were also volunteers for the New York State Senate election and some for the House of Representatives election. This year, a New York State Senate seat was up for re-election. The incumbent senator refused to align with the California governor's values, while his challenger constantly invoked the governor's name. "I won't vote for you if you don't support tax cuts," Ronald thought to himself. Cameron Crowe called soon after, and the two argued for a long time on the phone. The novelist was even more unwilling to cut his beloved characters or any part of their story. "Cameron, the runtime is only 90 minutes. If you don't cut this and you don't cut that, we'll have to make a TV series. That's the only way to fit all the plot points in your novel," Ronald joked. "Ronald, you know, this novel took me a whole year to write. All the characters are based on my friends in real life. I don't know how to cut them. You decide." Well, Cameron Crowe had once again passed the difficult task back to Ronald. Ronald's adaptation work had hit a bottleneck. The characters and plot weren't individual episodes, but an organically connected whole. Cutting out this character's storyline would affect the development of that character. If more time was spent on this character, their antagonists would suffer from insufficient development and a lack of connection. This ensemble drama, adapted from someone else's novel, left Ronald feeling constrained and lacking the creative freedom of his own work. Writing this ensemble drama for the first time proved more challenging than Ronald had imagined. Strictly speaking, Fame was also an ensemble drama. However, Ronald had only focused on improving certain lines and making certain character storylines more logical, modifying the original screenwriter's framework. This time, he had to plan the development of the 6 main characters' stories from a holistic perspective. Building the framework and developing the details are completely different things. He needed to give each character a beginning, middle, and end, while also subtly inserting 6 or 7 other supporting characters from the original work. Ronald typed countless times, each time exceeding the allotted time for each character's storyline significantly. That morning, Ronald had to interrupt his slow-moving script adaptation work because it was November 4th, America's quadrennial presidential election day. Since voter registration was on Staten Island, Ronald picked up his Aunt Karen early and they headed to Tateville, Staten Island, to vote. Besides the president, there was also a New York State senator and a representative from the district who needed to vote. His aunt showed him how to mark the candidates, and after they marked their ballots, they lined up to drop them into the ballot box. "Aren't you really going to ask me who I voted for?" Ronald asked Aunt Karen. "Citizens should have the right to choose for themselves, unless you want to tell me yourself. I voted for that former actor from the Elephant Party." "Me too." The Elephant Party advocated ending the Vietnam War. If that impeached fraudster had come to power earlier, maybe there wouldn't have been a war, Aunt Karen said. The two returned to their Manhattan apartment and started watching NBC's live broadcast. The results usually didn't come until the evening. Aunt Karen made some steaks, waiting for Donna to come home so they could eat together. "Oh my God, even Massachusetts has turned red," Aunt Karen exclaimed. The states in northeastern New England were the first to announce their results. Massachusetts, traditionally a Democratic stronghold, had unexpectedly become a red state. Only a little over 3,000 votes short. "A recount is needed," Ronald said, pointing to the subtitles. However, this was probably already irrelevant. The states in northeastern New England, which the Democratic Party had cultivated for decades, had all chosen California for governor, and the president was likely to lose. In New York, where California resided, the Elephant Party candidate won by 2.67%, more than 160,000 votes. On the map in the NBC studio, squares were being filled in red one by one. With 538 electoral votes remaining, the governor of California was likely close to securing a majority. Around 8 p.m., NBC was the first to use exit poll data, announcing the Elephant Party candidate, the 69-year-old former governor of California, as the winner. Aunt Karen switched to CBS and ABC, where they were still waiting for official data and hadn't announced anything yet. However, their anchors also knew that NBC was using exit poll data and began discussing the upcoming new president. Ronald looked at the map. America wasn't a direct election. The winning candidate in each state will receive all the electoral votes allocated to that state based on its population. A candidate who receives more than half of the 538 total electoral votes wins. Ronald had a sudden inspiration, as if he'd found a solution to the problem of too many characters and plot points. If I can't cut down the plot, I might as well cut down the total length. Like an election, the candidate who fills the total runtime wins and stays. Ronald took out a piece of paper and began to scribble. Before 10 p.m., the incumbent president conceded defeat and congratulated his opponent on winning the election. He only won 5 states, including his and the vice president's home states, and the District of Columbia. No incumbent president had ever lost so badly. "Where's a big stationery store around here?" Ronald suddenly asked his aunt. "There's one near our school," Donna, who wasn't sleeping and was watching TV, answered Ronald's question. "I'll check the phone number and have them deliver the goods tomorrow," Ronald thought to himself. The next day, Ronald wrote down all the characters from the novel on sorting cards. Then, for each scene, he wrote a summary on a card. Ring 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 ring, the doorbell rang. Ronald picked up the intercom. 2 delivery workers were at the apartment door downstairs. His secret weapon had arrived. The 2 workers carried up a huge pine plank. After paying, Ronald found a spot, nailed nails into the wall, and installed the large pine plank. Then he took out a box of thumbtacks and pressed the character cards of Brad Hamilton and others onto the top of the plank. Next, he took out a ruler and drew 4 horizontal lines running through the plank with a pencil. He placed the scene cards in the spaces between the lines. The cards were like race cars, and the lines on the plank were like racetracks. Each track could hold 10 to 12 cards. Each card scene and plot, after being edited into film, would be about 2 to 3 minutes long. So, to fill a 90-minute runtime, Ronald could only fit about 40 scene cards at most. This allowed him to adjust the plot and characters. Having gained a direct understanding, Ronald indeed found that cutting characters became easier. That slogan, 2016, was actually copied from 1980. Chapter 213 R-rated films and teenage actors. Over the next few days, Ronald, through constant rearrangement, essentially finalized the screen time for the most important female lead, Stacy, cutting many of her minor plot points and leaving only her interactions with other characters. Stacy is Brad's sister and a student at Richmond High School. Stacy works at Perry's Pizza in the Richmond shopping mall, specializing in New York-style pizza with chicken wings. The staff wear red and white striped dresses with white aprons, and their hair is neatly styled with red hair clips. Stacy's best friend and fellow employee, Linda Barrett, is an outgoing and beautiful girl with an older, out-of-town boyfriend, making her more knowledgeable about dating than Stacy. Linda encourages Stacy to ask a handsome male customer for his phone number. The handsome man, a 26-year-old audio equipment salesman, asks Stacy out. The next day, Stacy tells Linda she feels unwell, and Linda comforts her, saying she'll feel better. The handsome man doesn't ask Stacy out again. Stacy mistakenly believes she's not attractive enough, unlike the cheerleaders who know how to perform tricks. Linda gives a demonstration in the cafeteria, attracting whistles from the opposing football team. Linda reassures her that the handsome guy is just a salesman, and she's not going to marry him. Stacy goes on a date with her classmate, Mark Ratner, who works as a ticket collector at the Richmond Mall movie theater. Mark is a shy boy who secretly likes Stacy. Mark goes to Stacy's house for a date, and after kissing her, he becomes very nervous and anxious, leaving her house. Stacy tells Mark's friend, Mike Damon, a boy from a poor family, about her feelings for Mark. Mike Damon makes a living by scalping concert tickets and is very smooth talking. Stacy mistakenly believes Mike Damon likes her and invites him to her house as well. They have sex, but it turns out Mike was just bragging, and he finishes quickly. A month later, Stacy discovered she was pregnant and forced Mike Damon to pay half the cost of the abortion. Ronald finished writing Stacy's plot and faxed it to Cameron Crowe. Late November in New York was already quite cold. The low temperature reached 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 4 and 5 degrees Celsius, and with drizzling rain and strong winds, Ronald wrapped himself tightly in his coat and hurried out of his car, leaping up the apartment steps. The doorman's daughter was a high school student, the same age as the character Stacy in the script. The doorman introduced Ronald to his daughter. Knowing Ronald was a screenwriter, the girl smiled and asked when she could see his movie. "My screenplay for Fame has been out for a long time, haven't you seen it?" Ronald greeted the girl with a grin. "It's R-rated, my dad didn't have time to take me to see it, and then it was taken off the screens," the girl said, still a little disappointed. "Oh, okay, you can go to Staten Island to watch it later, they always show old movies there." Ronald strode up the stairs, then suddenly stopped, feeling like he'd forgotten something important. He couldn't quite remember what he'd forgotten, so he continued working on the script. The plot cards filled the first row from left to right, then the second row from right to left. All the plot points were like a long snake, winding and swaying, eventually exceeding the red line Ronald had drawn by more than 20 cards. Still too long, Ronald started a game of rearranging and combining. Removing a few cards to see the overall effect, then removing others, and putting the originals back, experimenting endlessly. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. It was his cousin Donna. "Ronnie, guess what happened?" "What? That fat director you hate, his new movie was released a couple of days ago?" "Huh? Heaven's Gate is finally out." Ronald felt a little nauseous, he hadn't heard from Michael Cimino in a long time. The film Heaven's Gate was finally finished. "Don't you want to go see it?" Donna said on the phone. "A friend of Catherine Bigelow's said the story is really dull." "Why don't you go see it yourself? It's R-rated, I can't watch it by myself." "I'll go find my mom." Donna hung up. "R-rated? This movie can get an R-rated? There'll probably be even fewer viewers." Ronald gloated. Wait, R-rated? Ronald realized this was the important thing he had been trying to forget. Fast-paced Richmond High School, with some nudity and profanity, all clear factors for an R-rated film. Now that he thought about it, the casting of Stacy was a very important issue. How are actors cast in teen films? What are the specific union rules? Ronald wasn't a member of the Screen Actors Guild and didn't have the handbook. And the on-set arrangements might not have followed the handbook exactly. These things weren't the screenwriter's responsibility. But Ronald decided to hold himself to the standards of a director. If he were the director, how would he handle casting issues like this? Ronald called his advertising agent, Eddie. Ronald had recently shot a commercial for Kling Film, and Eddie was continuing to get him gigs in everyday product ads, easy work, low maintenance, and still some money. In the advertising industry, there are definitely time restrictions. Different age groups have limited working hours each day. Especially in places like New York and Los Angeles where unions are powerful, there are staff monitoring the work. I'm not so sure about the film industry, but I imagine it's similar. Why don't you ask the little girl actress who lives with you, Diane? She's still filming in Canada? I can't reach her. That's right. Many film crews are shooting in Canada now, especially teen movies, to avoid a ubiquitous union oversight. Hanging up, Ronald felt he needed to consult someone knowledgeable in the industry. Maybe he should ask Brooke Shields' mother, Terry, about filming regulations? Her daughter had already filmed 2 movies, The Blue Lagoon, and was currently filming Endless Love. He went to Brooke Shields' house, and Terry answered the phone. "Oh, Ronald. You want to know the rules for filming teen movies? Basically, there are daily shooting times, no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 9:30 p.m. The total daily shooting time is limited, depending on age, and there must be tutoring sessions. What if we're not filming in America? Would the rules be more relaxed? Theoretically, you have to follow the rules no matter where you're filming." "Ronald," Terry replied in a formal tone, already giving Ronald the answer. "Mom, which Ronald? Is he the director of the CK ad? Maybe we should ask him to come to the skating rink." Brooke Shields overheard Terry's call and asked. Terry pressed the receiver and said to his daughter, "Brooke, your date today is Leif Garrett." Leif Garrett was a child star and teen singer who was once very popular. He and Brooke Shields appeared in entertainment headlines together in 1978. Now that Leif Garrett has returned to the screen after his recovery, he's making quite a splash, and Terry is considering having Brooke Shields appear with him again. "Okay, I got it," Brooke Shields waved. Terry picked up the receiver again. "Ronald, do you have any other questions? I'd like to know what the Screen Actors Guild's guidelines are for filming scenes like those in Blue Lagoon," Ronald asked. "Why do you want to know that? I'm adapting a teen novel into a screenplay. And there's a character whose role is somewhat similar to Brooke Shields' in Blue Lagoon, so I wanted to ask someone with actual filming experience," Ronald explained. "These kinds of scenes can't be filmed head-on, otherwise they'll be rated X and the upper body is more exposed, but for Brooke Shields' image, I always insist on using a body double. After all, Hollywood isn't like European art films." After thanking Terry, Ronald hung up. Thinking for a moment, he called his mentor, Roger Coleman. Coleman happened to be at the company and answered the phone. "Mr. Coleman, I encountered a problem while writing the script." Roger Coleman told him that the usual practice in Hollywood was to cast an older actor for the role. For example, in the 1939 classic The Wizard of Oz, the lead actress Judy Garland was played by an adult actress as Dorothy. This wasn't just due to union rules, but also because of the inconsistent acting abilities of young actors. Child prodigies like Shirley Temple are rare. Most young actors sometimes suddenly become depressed during filming and can't finish. For cost reasons, Hollywood still widely uses the method of casting older actors as younger ones. "Thank you, Mr. Coleman." Ronald understood how to make teen movies. It seemed he would have to find a younger-looking actress to play Stacy. Ronald noted this down in his notebook. Chapter 214, A Long-Awaited Dream. Brad and Stacy, siblings. Mark Ratner, who has a crush on Stacy, Mike Damon, Mark's best friend and the man who gets Stacy pregnant, and Linda Barrett, Stacy's best friend and confidant. These 5 characters have relatively tight storylines, and Ronald allocated about 60 minutes of screen time to them. The other characters, whose storylines in the novel are more fragmented, required careful consideration. Choosing to include a few characters with more screen time to fill the remaining 20 minutes while still allowing them to interact with the 5 main characters required some thought. Considering the racial quotas in Fame, Ronald called the author, Cameron Crowe, to discuss which characters to retain and which to cut, leaving only a few lines for minor characters. The result was the retention of 1 Italian-American, 1 Black, and 1 Jewish character. The Italian-American student, Jeff Spicoli, is a skilled surfer but not very bright and somewhat dim-witted. The Black character, Charles Jefferson, is tall and strong, a star player on the high school football team, and has the potential to play professionally. Mr. Hand, a Jewish teacher, teaches American history. The Italian-American Spicoli is central to these supporting characters. One day, after smoking too much with friends, he steals Jefferson's car and races him, crashing it. This causes Jefferson to vent his anger on the opposing team's offensive players in the next game, resulting in a shutout victory. Mr. Hand, displeased with Spicoli's tardiness, eating in class, and other erratic behavior, expels him from the class, vowing not to let him graduate. Later, when Spicoli fails history and is punished by not attending prom, Mr. Hand goes to his house to tutor him, ultimately giving him a C so he can graduate and attend prom. These characters interact with the 5 main characters. For example, when Brad Hamilton apprehends a robber at a convenience store, Spicoli happens to be there and helps Brad. All the plot points are arranged on a card game, perfectly filling the 90-minute runtime. With a plot line and various details in mind, Ronald typed quickly on the typewriter. As Ronald struck the keys, the metal letters struck the ribbon, printing black letters onto the paper, line after line of words forming. With a click, the typewriter reached the end position. Ronald pushed the lever, and the paper-loaded roller returned to its initial position, having rolled down 1 line, with a new word appearing at the beginning of the next line. Sheets of paper were removed from the typewriter, and new sheets were loaded. Soon, the typed paper thickening. A few days later, as the last line on page 91 was typed, the first draft of the script was complete. Ronald rearranged the 91 sheets, placing the cover page on top. It read, Fast-Paced Richmond High School, Story, Cameron Crowe. Script, Ronald Lee, Cameron Crowe. Looking at the fruits of his labor over the past few days, Ronald was quite satisfied. He picked up the manuscript, clipped it to a large clip, and casually flipped through it. Finding a few spelling errors, Ronald got up to stretch, grabbed the thermos, and brewed himself a packet of Lipton tea. Smelling the aroma, Ronald set the tea aside for the moment. He half-reclined on the 3-seater sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He'd later muster his energy to check for spelling and grammatical errors, and then he could finish the first draft. Ronald thought to himself that after more than a month of brainstorming the plot, constantly rehearsing each character and plot development, he hadn't expected to write it so smoothly. Several days of intense typing and revising had left Ronald without a proper rest. Sitting on the sofa, Ronald suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and his head involuntarily slumped twice. Ronald reached for a sip of black tea to perk himself up, but his hand seemed to crave rest, unable to extend. He slumped down on the sofa and quickly fell asleep. In the darkness, Ronald opened his eyes. He seemed to be in a small movie theater again, the familiar FBI warning sign appearing on the screen. Was he dreaming? Could fast-paced Richmond High School be the third movie he dreamed of? The words Universal Family Video lit up on the screen, followed by 2 lines of text, Fast-Paced Richmond High School, 15th Anniversary Edition. It really was that movie. This movie actually got a commemorative VHS version 15 years later. Ronald vaguely sensed something. Wasn't this perfectly fulfilling his dream? A movie that people would still watch 20 years later. The screen went black, then lit up again, a starry background moving rapidly, with an Earth appearing on it. On the Earth appeared the logo Universal, below which was a line of smaller text, an MCA subsidiary. The music started, and the title Fast-Paced Richmond High School appeared on the screen once again. Ronald struggled to open his eyes, trying to see the details of the film. What scenes were being filmed? Were they the same as his script choices? Who were the actors? What filming techniques were used? But drowsiness made his eyes involuntarily close again. He vaguely heard the movie still playing. Ronald forced his eyes open. 2 kids wanted to buy Van Halen concert tickets and approached a scalper. "I heard you have Van Halen concert tickets? How much are the first 10 rows?" $20 each. The original price was only $12.50, "Then go buy them," the scalper replied defiantly. "Never mind, I heard tickets are sold out everywhere else. I'll buy them here, after all, it's a Van Halen concert." "Okay, 2 tickets, please." This scalper must be Mike Damon, a poor kid earning a living by scalping. The actor they chose is really good, he has that air of a poor kid right away, Ronald thought to himself, then drifted off to sleep again. Sometime later, Ronald was awakened by a noise. It sounded like someone was arguing on the screen. An elderly man, who looked like a teacher, was sternly questioning a naive-looking student who had just entered the classroom. "Why were you late for history class this time?" The camera panned to the student, and Ronald realized he recognized the actor. It was the one from the Blue Lagoon casting, the one who, despite resembling Tarzan in many ways, wasn't tall enough to act opposite Brooke Shields and was rejected. What was his name again? "I just can't get there on time, Mr. Hand." "You mean, you can't, or you don't want to?" "I don't know, the line for food is so long." A burst of laughter erupted from below. Someone said, "This kid's been acting like a fool since 3rd grade, take your food home, don't eat it in my class." The teacher named Hand was clearly angry. He continued, "Why are you always late for history class, Mr. Spickley? Why do you always shamelessly waste my time like this?" Spickley was stunned for a moment. "I don't know." "Excellent, Mr. Spickley." History teacher Hand was amazed by Spickley's idiocy. "That's a good answer. From now on, if you ask me, Mr. Hand, will I pass history class, I can answer, I don't know." Mr. Spickley, was this the actor playing the Jewish teacher, Mr. Hand, and the Italian-American student, the surfing expert, Spickley? They acted very well, especially the one playing Spickley. Ronald tried hard to remember his name. He didn't seem to be acting, he had completely transformed into the goofy Spicoli. What was his name again? Right, it was Sean Penn. Ronald remembered the name of the actor who conveyed such powerful emotions to the audience in his performances. Sean Penn. This memory seemed to have exhausted Ronald's remaining energy. He felt extremely sleepy and drifted off to sleep again. The videotape played for a long time, and Ronald vaguely saw many images, but in his half-awake state, he retained no memory of them. He just felt a little cold and reached for something to cover himself. Wow! Splash! It sounded like someone was diving into a swimming pool. Ronald seemed to feel the chill too, opened his eyes, and saw a tall man dressed as a pirate on the screen. Was this Brad Hamilton, the protagonist working at Captain Hook's Fish and Chips? Ronald had just written a story about Brad getting fired from Burger King and taking a job at Captain Hook's Fish and Chips restaurant, which he hated, to pay off his car loan, even delivering food dressed as a pirate. This was probably the actor playing Brad. "Stacy, do Mom and Dad know you're having a party at home?" Brad asked the girl in the water. "It's okay, Mark and Mike, they're my classmates. It was indeed Brad and Stacy, siblings. "Hi, Linda," Brad greeted another girl across the pool. This was Stacy's best friend, Linda. The camera cut to Linda, a girl with dark hair and big eyes, wearing a bright red bikini, appearing on screen, waving and greeting Brad. "Hi, Brad, could you two be a little quieter? I have homework to do," Brad said to Linda, lifting the curtain and going into the room. The camera shifted, and Brad, inside the room, secretly opened the window, staring at Linda standing by the pool. It turned out he had a crush on his sister's friend, Linda. He began to imagine his romance with Linda. Linda emerged from the pool, water droplets sliding down her beautiful face. She smiled sweetly and said to Brad with deep affection, "Hi, Brad, you know I've always thought you were very handsome." As she spoke, Linda climbed out of the pool, holding onto the handrail. It was drizzling around them, or perhaps someone was spraying water from the sky. Fine droplets gently pattered against Linda's face and body, who was wearing a swimsuit. The girl gazed at Brad tenderly, her hands reaching towards her chest. Suddenly, the image on the screen flickered, followed by a 1-second blank horizontal white stripe. The sound also paused abruptly. The scene shifted to Linda kissing Brad, who was wearing a fine fabric suit. Wait, what happened? Why does the videotape seem to have broken at this crucial moment? In his panic, Ronald fell off the sofa. Achoo! Ronald woke up, realizing he had caught a cold from sleeping on the sofa without a blanket. Chapter 215 Golden Globe nomination. Lie down quietly, I'll bring you some chicken soup. Aunt Karen, having learned Ronald had a cold, came to his apartment to make him her family's traditional cold remedy, a pot of chicken soup. "I've already had some Coke with ginger," Ronald said, lying in bed wiping his nose with a handkerchief. He went to the wrestling gym twice a week to train with Douglas Jr., and his body hadn't caught a cold in a long time. But recently, there had been a flu outbreak in New York, and perhaps this was the flu. No wonder the symptoms were so severe. "Chicken soup is good, it's what your mother taught me to make." Ronald fell silent. His mother, who died in a car accident, he had only seen a picture of. Aunt Karen, thinking he was missing his mother again, brought him a bowl of chicken soup and placed it on his bedside table, stroking his face. "Drink it all obediently. There's still half a pot of chicken soup in the kitchen. I made you 2 sandwiches, eat them with the soup. I have to go to Donna's teacher-parent meeting." "Okay, go ahead, and don't catch it." Watching Ronald obediently finish the soup and eat a few bites of his sandwich, Aunt Karen picked up her bag and headed for the door. "I'll cook for you again tonight." The door closed, and Ronald remembered a movie clip from his dream. This dream was rich in information, or rather, for Ronald, who aspired to be a director, it contained a lot of information he had overlooked in previous dreams. The opening credits of 15th Anniversary Edition indicated that fast-paced Richmond High School was a movie that people would still watch many years later. Ronald didn't know what kind of movie would receive a commemorative edition in the future videotape market, but in a commercial world, only movies that were profitable would be released. The original film's box office performance in theaters shouldn't have been too bad. The only actor Ronald recognized in the film was Spicoli. Sean Penn, the actress playing the female lead, Stacy, also seemed vaguely familiar, but her only shot was a distant view of the swimming pool, and she only had a brief profile, which Ronald couldn't clearly see. He hadn't seen any of the other actors before, including the beautiful woman playing Linda. A film without any stars seemed like a low-budget production? If we count back 15 years, it was released in 1982, so following Hollywood's pace, it would be in production next year. Thinking this, Ronald picked up the phone and dialed his agent, Nisida. Since it was a low-budget production, it was bound to be a hit. He needed to seize the opportunity, absolutely determined to participate in the filming and post-production editing from start to finish. This would give him the experience needed for his next film, allowing him to try and secure investment as a director. Has the David Lynch directing deal been finalized? What kind of position can I get for participating in the production? Ronald asked his agent, waiting for his secretary to transfer him. Have you heard, Ronald? Nisida answered Ronald's call from his secretary. You're very well informed, I was just about to call you. What, you've been nominated for a Golden Globe, Ronald? Congratulations, huh? Ronald was overjoyed, feeling his nose clear up. Best screenplay? Do I have a chance to win? No, it's best original song, Nisida corrected him. You're not a star. Whether you win depends on whether Dolly Parton has time to attend the awards ceremony. What do you mean? Ronald didn't quite understand. The Golden Globes are usually awarded to stars who attend the ceremony. If they go, it basically means they've won. Dolly Parton is the biggest star among the Best Original Song nominees. If she doesn't go, you have a chance. I'll ask the world-renowned producer David De Silva for details. He's currently running around Hollywood promoting Aaron Carla. He won't let a Golden Globe opportunity slip by. Also, don't forget to prepare a formal evening gown. The nominees need one. You can make your own or rent one in Hollywood. I'll make one. I'll need it later, Ronald thought. My first draft of the script is finished. I'll send it to you now. Excellent. David Lynch has been nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Director. Tom Mount, president of Universal Pictures, admires him. We can contact him once the first draft arrives. Perhaps you can even discuss the new film at the awards banquet next January. When can I officially sign with Universal? I want to be involved in the filming and post-production editing from start to finish, at least until the director is confirmed. Don't be nervous, Ronald. This isn't about directing or screenwriting. Only one person in a production can be a director. What we're asking for is simply an opportunity to observe. The Directors Guild organizes trips every year for young directors to learn from the big productions at the 8 major studios, becoming apprentices. What we're asking for is nothing more than an informal learning opportunity. There's nothing to be nervous about. Many stars' children enter the industry this way. I can guarantee that once the director is confirmed and the project is officially approved, you can join the crew to learn anytime. Nisita reassured Ronald, as this position was easy to arrange. Receiving the unexpected good news and the guarantee of training, Ronald felt invigorated and his health improved considerably. After several days of rest, Ronald recovered from the flu, and Christmas was approaching. His aunt began preparations for Christmas. Ronald was called to prepare the Christmas tree, just in time to meet with his accountant, Lawrence, to check the accounts. You've been nominated for a Golden Globe. Congratulations, Lawrence said, sipping coffee as he checked expenses with Ronald using receipts. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be going to the Golden Globes so soon. Maybe soon I'll have an Oscar winner as a client. Thanks for your kind words, but the Golden Globes and the Oscars are very different. The Golden Globes are chosen by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, with fewer than 90 judges. The Oscars, on the other hand, have thousands of judges voting, making them far more authoritative. Ronald showed off the knowledge he'd learned from his agent to the accountant. I'll be watching TV. The Golden Globes will be televised, right? Lawrence asked. The Film and Television Awards ceremony, with its star-studded lineup, was very appealing to him. Yes, NBC will broadcast the Golden Globes ceremony. I need to prepare a suit for the acceptance speech. Custom-made suits are too expensive. I'm planning to rent one from a rental shop in Hollywood. You could try the tailors in Chinatown. There are many master tailors there, their craftsmanship passed down through generations, and the prices aren't high. They made this one for me. If you like, I can introduce you to my tailor. Lawrence stood up and walked a few steps, deliberately gesturing with his hands. Ronald looked at Lawrence's suit. It was indeed very good. No matter how much he moved, the clothes fit him perfectly. Great. Remember to introduce me. How about we go later? Making a suit takes a long time. It's better if you go early. Don't forget to buy a Christmas tree, Aunt Karen quickly reminded Ronald as he was about to leave. I won't forget, Ronald replied, opening the newspaper on the table and waiting for Lawrence to check his receipts. Brooke Shields and Leif Garrett visited the Wareham Ice Rink in Central Park. Why isn't there a picture in this entertainment news? Ronald was a little surprised. Given Terry's personality, she wouldn't forget to bring a photographer. The Wareham Ice Rink is closing for renovations. Apparently, the refrigeration system is aging, causing many potholes in the ice. It's temporarily closed for safety reasons. The mayor of New York City said he will allocate funds for renovations and it will reopen next winter, Lawrence said. Ronald understood. It seemed the two of them went to the rink just in time to find it closed for safety reasons, and they didn't get any pictures of them skating together. What a pity. I was planning to take Donna there. Yes, there's only one large outdoor ice rink in New York. The small one at Rockefeller Center only accommodates 150 people a day. We can't get a reservation. Mr. Lee's figure is truly enviable, like a clothes hanger. The tailor recommended by Lawrence was an old man wearing old-fashioned glasses. He had a soft measuring tape wrapped around his neck, and his apprentice was taking Ronald's measurements. The tuxedo is too tight in time, but fortunately Mr. Lee's figure is perfect. We can alter this one so it can be ready for the Golden Globe Awards. The two suits need to be altered slowly. I'll let you know when to come for fittings." After meeting the tailor, Ronald felt that his skills in conversation were good, and the price was reasonable, so he simply ordered 2 more suits. Then Ronald drove to the Christmas market, picked out a small Christmas tree that looked nice, and like everyone else, put it on the roof of his car and drove home. Think of something, Ronnie. That evening, Donna looked at the small Christmas tree Ronald had bought in the living room. Hearing that they couldn't go to the warm ice rink, she was relentless. "Diane is coming back from Canada soon too. We agreed to go together. Okay, I'll ask my agent, Eddie, and try to book a few tickets to Rockefeller's." "Is Diane finished filming her movie? When is she coming back?" She called and said she saw her mother in Canada. Bert and her mother had a huge fight, and Diane was very unhappy, which is why I asked her to go ice skating. Chapter 216 Christmas Eve. Diane Lane wore a white fur headband, her hair fluffy and looking adorable. She took off the warm-down jacket she'd worn to the Rockefeller Center ski trip and plopped down on the living room sofa. "Did you guys go to the Rockefeller Center ice rink? Was it fun?" A few days before Christmas, Diane Lane had returned to New York after finishing filming in Canada, and went straight to her Aunt Karen's house, sullen and silent. Donna had gotten VIP tickets to the Rockefeller Center ice rink that Ronald had gotten through his connections, so they could go skating together. Diane perked up a little. The Christmas tree lights in front of Rockefeller Center were really pretty. Someone even proposed in public at the rink today. They were playing the wedding march to match. Donna chuckled as she answered. Diane Lane shifted her position on the sofa. "Why do some people get divorced even after getting married?" Ronald and Donna exchanged glances, knowing the source of Diane's bad mood. Her mother, who had abandoned her when she was young, had come to the filming location in Canada with her new husband to confront Bert, demanding reconciliation with Diane and making up for the debt she owed her daughter for the past 15 years. Sigh, they're all like that. Laura Dern, who played punk teenager with me, had parents who divorced when she was very young. Sigh, half of the couples in America end up growing old together. Ronald told a dry joke. Ha ha ha. Diane understood the dry, lame joke. "Ronald, can I ask you a personal question?" "Go ahead." "Before your parents' accident, did they love you?" Ronald thought Diane was going to ask him about his views on love, but this was the question. He was speechless for a moment, unsure how to answer. "I'm sorry to remind you of something sad, Ronald. I can sense that they love you very much, because you love them too. I just found out that Mom and Dad had a fight and divorced when I was 2 weeks old, and now she says she loves me. I really don't know if I should believe her. Parents always love their children. Maybe your mother had some unavoidable difficulties, so that's why Diane was upset. No one could easily let go of a mother like that. You know what? My mom used to be a singer in clubs, and she was even a Playboy middle-page girl in 1957. Looks like you inherited a lot from your mother," Ronald said. "She said she took care of me when I was 3 or 4, but I can't remember any of that." Later, she and her boyfriend moved to Georgia, and New York law doesn't support interstate custody transfers, so I lived with Bert. My childhood memories are of sitting in the passenger seat of Bert's taxi, going out with him. So, it seems your mother didn't intentionally leave you, it was just a legal issue. She must have loved you. You're right. Diane Lane cheered up again. "So I've decided to have Christmas dinner with Bert." Ronald gave him a thumbs up. "By the way, I heard from Donna that you were nominated for a Golden Globe." "Yeah, are you going?" Ronald perked up at this. Now he was one of those people in the industry who could attend the Golden Globe Awards banquet. "I'm not going. The Golden Globe is just a trophy you buy." "What do you mean?" Ronald saw Diane's disdainful look, and since Diane had entered the film industry much earlier than him, he quickly asked for her explanation. "Haven't you heard the saying, buy a Golden Globe, win an Oscar?" The Golden Globes call celebrities to ask if they'll attend the awards ceremony. If they do, they get the award. If they don't, the runner-up nominee gets the award. This shady business was exposed before, and the FTC suspended NBC's Golden Globe broadcasting rights for several years before it was reinstated. Looks like the Golden Globes, with fewer than 90 judges, are easier to manipulate than the Oscars, Ronald thought to himself. But I'll be going to next year's Oscars. If you get nominated, we can meet at Dorothy Chandler's Palace. I think the theme song, Fame, is pretty good. You have a good chance, Diane Lane said, feigning maturity. "Thanks for your kind words, Diane. Which film do you have a chance of getting nominated for an Oscar? Ronald asked. Oh, not a single one. My agent arranged for me to be the date of other male celebrities. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. A few days later, on Christmas Eve, Ronald went to Aunt Karen's house for Christmas dinner, the sound of jingle bells filling the air. Diane had indeed gone back to Bert's house to spend Christmas with her elderly father. Aunt Karen had prepared ham instead of the unappetizing turkey, followed by vanilla bread and various desserts. Amen. The three of them made the prayers, and Ronald opened the red wine he had bought from the grocery store and poured it for everyone. Cheers. Diane and Bert have finally made up, Ronald asked Donna. A temporary ceasefire. Like the Suwil coalition in Afghanistan. I thought she moved back home, Ronald replied. Ring 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 ring, the doorbell rang. Could they have fallen out so quickly? Ronald thought. Coming, Aunt Karen stood up and went to open the door. It wasn't Diane who entered, but a middle-aged black woman. As soon as she entered, she hugged Aunt Karen and burst into tears. Ronald recognized her as Mrs. Davis, Aunt Karen's good friend, the widow of his uncle's comrade-in-arms, and a partner in the leg warmer business. She was also the mother of Bud Davis Jr., a salesman and security guard for the leg warmer company. I don't know what to do. Bud Jr. has been arrested, and they say he'll be charged with a federal felony. He's just a child. What happened to Bud Jr.? Wasn't he working for the leg warmer company? Ronald was surprised. He had always assumed that his uncle's comrade-in-arms son was working for the company and had gotten on the right track. Mrs. Davis, still crying, told Aunt Karen about Bud Jr.'s arrest. It turned out that Bud Jr. was helping sell leg warmers at an RTKD store when a group of his brothers mocked him for selling women. In a fit of teenage madness, Bud Jr. gave up his well-paying job to sell pirated cassette tapes for his brothers. Thanks to the high school girls he met while selling leg warmers at the store, his pirated cassette tape business actually did quite well, and he quickly became one of the top-selling salesmen. But unexpectedly, during the pre-Christmas raid in New York, he was caught red-handed. Besides his contraband, his so-called brothers also pinned all the inventory from the raided warehouse on Bud. With all the evidence, the prosecutors prepared to prosecute him on felony charges including piracy, illegally organizing the sale of unlicensed goods, and copyright infringement. Why didn't you come to me sooner? Aunt Karen scolded Mrs. Davis. We black people are often arrested innocently, and usually released without a charge. But this time, Bud's so-called friends framed him, pinning everything on him. The priest at the church said he might not escape a serious charge this time unless he has a good lawyer. Well, it turned out Mrs. Davis thought he'd only be locked up for a few days, beaten, and then released. Seeing Aunt Karen's pleading eyes, Ronald had no choice but to pick up the phone. After all, Uncle and Bud Davis were comrades in arms who had fought side by side, dying together in Vietnam. Old Bud was seriously wounded while rescuing Uncle, and the two widows shared a deep bond. It wasn't a good time to have a lawyer work on Christmas Eve, so Ronald explained the situation to lawyer Lindsay Dole, who promised to look into it the next day. Your aunt's friend's son is in trouble, Lindsay Dole called Ronald back the next day. If a lawyer had intervened earlier, his case would at most be a misdemeanor, with a low value. But now, his accomplices responsible for manufacturing and wholesaling have pinned all the blame and evidence on Bud. They've even fabricated so-called witnesses to testify that Bud was the one in charge of wholesaling. Although these witness accusations are ridiculous, the value of the seized pirated tapes exceeds the limit for a misdemeanor, and the prosecutor must prosecute him for a felony. Even if he gets a good outcome in court and receives probation, the felony will follow him for life, causing significant obstacles to his future work and schooling. New York State employers have the right to investigate whether employees have a felony record before hiring. Really? How many tapes could he have sold? We found a warehouse in a public housing estate near the Harlem subway station. The value is tens of thousands of dollars. Why don't you like working for me? But a few days later, Ronald met with Bud, along with Eugene, a tall black lawyer and a colleague of Lindsay's. At first, Bud pretended to be strong, but after Eugene explained the meaning of a felony and its impact on his future, he deflated. It seemed Mrs. Davis had done a good job teaching him. Bud hadn't become like the black people in the violent neighborhoods, viewing social order the opposite and becoming a supporter of gangs. I'm sorry, it's just that they always mock me for being a sissy, selling things for girls. So our best outcome is to get probation, and then appeal to have the felony record removed, Ronald asked Lindsay and the black lawyer Eugene at the law firm. I'm afraid so, the lawyer replied, looking at photocopies of the case materials. Okay, at most, he can come to the leg warmer company and work as a salesman. Ronald thought that Bud probably couldn't find other jobs, and he couldn't continue attending public high school. He could continue selling goods, with Mrs. Davis keeping him in check. There wouldn't be any problems for the time being. After this incident, he should know what these so-called brothers were all about. They were nothing more than using him as a free channel and a suitable scapegoat. You're not black, you wouldn't understand, Lindsay, Eugene chuckled, interjecting. Ronald had hired him for this case because of his experience handling black cases. We can get him to plead guilty to felony, and then, Eugene whispered his idea in Lindsay's ear. This? I've only ever seen this kind of thing done in Harvard law textbooks. Can you even do this in New York now? Lindsay's eyes widened as he asked. Of course, it requires the cooperation of the assistant prosecutor in charge of the case. I remember your roommate, Helen Gable, is an assistant prosecutor in the Manhattan District of Justice. Yes, Lindsay glanced at Ronald and said, let me ask Helen. I have a family dinner today, so there's no extra chapter. Sorry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Cashing the Check on a Rainy Day. Another roast duck, please. Ronald sat down at Mr. Chow's Chinese restaurant again. After ordering from the menu, he added another roast duck at Assistant District Attorney Helen Gable's request. Helen Gable sat opposite Ronald, still dressed professionally in a black coat, white shirt, and trousers. This time, however, she had let her hair down, and it was clear she had carefully applied makeup before the appointment. You know what? Earlier this month, John Lennon, the former lead singer of the Beatles, was shot and killed by one of his crazed fans shortly after leaving this restaurant, Helen said. Ronald was genuinely unaware of this. He was busy writing his script at the time, and had only heard about it in the news, without having read the detailed reports afterward. It seems Calvin Klein's friend, David Geffen, just signed Lennon's contract not long ago. Ronald inexplicably thought of business dealings, quickly taking a sip of water to banish the thought from his mind. Today, he was here to ask the beautiful prosecutor for help with Bud's case. Is this all boring? I don't follow entertainment news much. Helen Gable misunderstood Ronald's intention in drinking water. No, I was worried that you might feel uncomfortable dining at the same restaurant twice. Ronald quickly denied it. I was thinking of changing restaurants, but Ms. Gable said on the phone that you still liked it here. I didn't expect you to like Chinese food too. Actually, where you eat is not as important as who you eat with, Helen Gable said seductively in her slightly husky, magnetic voice, licking her lips. Then she raised her slender champagne glass and clinked glasses with Ronald. A red lie print appeared on the rim of the glass. Helen smiled, took a napkin, and gently patted her lips to remove the excess lipstick. Lawyers Lindsay Dahl and Eugene's approach to Bud's case was very effective. Mrs. Davis and Aunt Karen, along with Bud's high school principal, discussed the matter and ultimately agreed to the lawyer's proposal. However, this method required sending Bud's case to a judge willing to handle such matters. Helen Gable, Lindsay's roommate and best friend, was the most suitable person to handle this. While the district attorney's position is elected, assistant district attorneys are professional positions, requiring a bar license just like lawyers practicing in a law firm. Helen Gable, Lindsay's classmate and a law whiz, had chosen a different path due to her father's connections with the current district attorney. Helen agreed to cooperate but demanded another date with Ronald to cash the rainy day check from their previous meeting. American baseball fans love baseball. In the early days of open-air stadiums without roofs, when it rained, the stadium would give spectators a rain check. This check allowed them to re-enter the game when the weather improved and the game was rescheduled, without needing to buy a new ticket. Last time Ronald asked Helen Gable for help, to issue a temporary restraining order on Michelle Pfeiffer's behalf to two vegan con artists. Helen had been busy and left him a rain check. Now, asking her for help again meant Ronald owed her a favor twice. I appreciate your help, Ms. Gable. No, I'm here for a date with a handsome guy. I don't want to hear such a professional title as Ms. Gable, nor do I want to hear anything about work. Helen Gable shook her index finger at Ronald. Okay. Don't move, Helen. Ronald picked up a napkin and gently wiped the beautiful prosecutor's lips, removing any lipstick residue that remained because there was no mirror. Helen Gable enjoyed the gentle treatment, tilting her head to the side and letting her short hair fall behind her ear. Ronald raised his other hand and tucked her dark hair back behind her ear, then gazed intently into her eyes. For a moment, a deep, sweet affection filled the air between them. Ronald wondered if his initiative had caused a misunderstanding, or if Helen Gable had simply been attracted to him. Their exchange of glances made Ronald feel comfortable, as if this wasn't an exchange. A thought crossed his mind: what if he really were with this beautiful prosecutor? It didn't seem so bad. Peking duck, one serving, the waiter's voice interrupted their mutual admiration. Giggle, the beautiful prosecutor laughed incessantly. This handsome young man was just her type, and he knew how to charm. To my place? Or should I take you home? After a long dinner, Ronald took out his keys and a banknote at the restaurant entrance to get his car, asking Helen Gable as he spoke. I have a big bathtub, the beautiful prosecutor said, linking arms with Ronald. Hiss, Ronald's scalp tingled as Helen Gable's warm breath tickled his ear, sending a jolt through his body. They returned to Helen's apartment. She slammed the door shut with her foot, and Ronald seized the opportunity to pull her close, gently kissing her from a different angle. You're a really good kissing partner. Lindsay's home, come to my room. Helen's warm breath on Ronald's face heightened his excitement. He crouched down, picked up the beautiful prosecutor, and carried her to the bedroom. Over there, Helen Gable pointed to her bedroom door. Ronald had initially gone the wrong way. With a bang, Helen slammed her bedroom door shut and turned on the television to cover herself. A moment later, the rerun of the 4th season of the CBS drama Dallas began. The important character J.R. Ewing, who was shot at the end of the previous season, was finally revealed in the first episode of the new season to be killed by his sister. After learning the truth, the characters in the play let out gasps, some low, some high, through the door. It's starting again. In the other bedroom, Lindsay Dole, still organizing documents, picked up 2 cotton balls and plugged them into her ears, blocking the sounds trying to get in. A long while later, in the large bathtub of the apartment bathroom, Helen lay in Ronald's arms. Oh, Ronnie, I'm already a little reluctant to see you go today. Splash, came the sound of Ronald stirring the hot water and reaching for a towel. Seeing Helen's words, Ronald's hand, holding the dry towel, paused slightly, but he still gently dried Helen's hair. I thought you felt the same way I did. What feelings? Helen turned her head and chuckled. I'm an independent urban woman. My goal is to become a female prosecutor in New York. I don't have time to waste on romance. Seeing Ronald remain silent, Helen Gable looked at him, surprised that he wasn't even happier to be irresponsible, and felt a little sad. So she offered him some advice. Being an assistant prosecutor is a competitive job that requires all your time. Especially for beautiful women, there's the constant gossip and scrutiny, demanding impeccable performance. This leaves Helen Gable with no time for a normal romance. A relationship requires time and effort from both parties. No man can tolerate a girlfriend like Helen Gable during her work hours. Her boyfriend's importance always takes a back seat to work, requiring her to leave him at any moment. All I need is a mutually attractive man, you understand? Ronald, I understand, Helen. But I might be looking forward to a real relationship, not just a casual one. Hey, you're so cute, Ronald. Helen put on her cotton bathrobe. Where do professional men and women in big cities find such luxury? Yeah, with my job, writing scripts, working on set, editing, I'm often away for months at a time. Where am I supposed to find a stable romantic relationship? Ronald thought for a moment, then smiled wryly. Reading Ingrid Bergman's autobiography, even a stunning beauty like her ended all 3 of her marriages in divorce. It's true that it's not easy for men and women in the film industry to find long-term, stable partners, especially if you have certain expectations regarding your partner's looks and personality. Helen Gable looked through the bathroom mirror at Ronald, who was drying her hair behind her. She reached back and hugged his head, commanding, "Kiss me." "Yes, Your Honor, Lindsay will take care of the rest. I'm doing this to contribute to the American Federation." After a long while, Helen lay on the bed in the bedroom, pulled the covers up, and said to Ronald, who was tidying his clothes beside her, "I'm leaving." Ronald gently kissed the sleepy Helen Gable and left the room. "Ronald, you're done now. We can talk about Davis's trial arrangements." "Up, Lindsay." Ronald awkwardly greeted the lawyer as she came out, saying as he walked towards the door, "I'll discuss it with you and Attorney Eugene tomorrow." He wasn't quite used to switching roles so easily with these professional women. But Davis Jr. manufactured, stored, wholesaled, and sold pirated tapes of considerable value. The prosecution charged him with 3 counts: piracy, illegally organizing the sale of unlicensed goods, and intellectual property infringement. A few days later, Helen Gable stood before the pre-trial judge, reading out the charges against Bud Davis Jr. brought by the district attorney's office. Defense attorney? Does the defendant plead guilty? The case file was specially delivered to Judge Jefferson's courtroom by the clerk. He was a veteran conservative white judge. The black lawyer, Eugene, uttered 2 words, "Guilty." The elderly judge lowered his head, his gaze passing over his reading glasses to look directly at Bud Davis, who stood in the dock. "Defendant Bud Davis, do you understand that the charges against you constitute a felony? You will face a maximum sentence of 5 years imprisonment, along with forfeiture of illicit gains and a fine." "Yes, Your Honor." Bud Davis looked directly at the judge, his expression full of remorse. "Do you plead guilty to the charges?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Very good, saving trial time. This court declares the defendant guilty." Has the prosecution and defense reached a plea agreement? Both shook their heads, awaiting the judge's sentencing. Given the need of the American federal government to maintain peace with its own people and allies, the defendant's lack of prior criminal record, good remorse, and surrender of illicit gains, this court hereby sentences the defendant to 4 years of overseas service with the Federal Marine Corps, plus 4 years of reserve service after discharge. The defendant will not serve a prison sentence during his service. If the defendant behaves well and maintains discipline during his service, he will be discharged smoothly. Upon discharge, his felony record can be expunged, and he can enjoy normal benefits for veterans, such as schooling and medical care. Finally, I would like to reiterate that national security now requires more American soldiers to protect it. I hope more young people will join the military to serve the federal government and the well-being of the people. God bless America. God bless the soldiers. Amen. Now the defendant can leave with the Marine Corps recruiting office. Phew. Ronald, who is in the audience, breathed a sigh of relief. His lawyer, Lindsay Dole, said to him, "Eugene is very good at this." Now that the federal government has abolished conscription, the number of recruits has been decreasing year after year. Judge Jefferson is a well-known conservative patriot. He will send criminals like Bud, whose crimes are not serious and who are in good physical condition, to serve as scapegoats. Don't worry, the recruiting office has already made arrangements. Bud will be sent to Hawaii or a base in Japan. In 4 years, he will not only have his felony record expunged, but he can also study in the military and get a diploma. The two walked down the courthouse steps. Mrs. Davis was saying goodbye to Bud, and nearby stood the recruiting officers waiting to be received. His age and high school diploma. He's a few months shy of 17. His father was a Marine who died in the line of duty, so the recruiting officers are very accommodating. The principal of that public high school is also very cooperative. It's not easy for a student to get out of Harlem. Ronald nodded. Joining the military was a way out for black people, but without connections, it was generally difficult for them to enlist. Many black people would even deliberately commit a minor felony to get vouched for by their high school principal, get sentenced by a judge, and be sent to the army. Bud's father was a Marine, and with the help of lawyer Eugene, things went smoothly. It seemed he'd have to pay him a hefty legal fee. "Thank you, Ronald," Bud said, gestured by Mrs. Davis, as he came over to thank Ronald. "Serve well in the Marines, don't disappoint your mother." "I will. Please take good care of my mother. I will repay you after I am discharged." Bud's recent experiences had matured him a bit. After hugging Ronald, he left with a sergeant from the recruitment office. Mrs. Davis hugged Aunt Karen and cried, "That's how I sent Bud off back then. Don't be afraid, Ronald has everything arranged this time. He won't be serving in a dangerous place. It's like he's going to community college." Aunt Karen gently patted Mrs. Davis's shoulder to comfort her. Chapter 218 The Six Dynasties. Like a dream, birds cry in vain. A light rain falls on the south bank of the great river, the grass grows tall, 6 dynasties vanished like a dream, only the crows still caw. The willows outside the castle, shrouded in mist, the most heartless, still grow joyfully on the 3-mile-long dike. Ancient Chinese poetry emphasizes the eye of the poem. Only one word in a poem is truly important. Grasping the eye means grasping the emotional tone of the entire poem. Who can tell me which word is the eye of this poem? Hannah, You say it, very good, it's the crow. In ancient China, crows represented misfortune, the cawing of crows foreshadowed tragedy. This poem speaks of the former capital of the Southern Dynasty, now a haven for crows, symbolizing the dynasty's destruction. Students can compare this to Shakespeare's tragedy, King Lear, both telling of a great king who, in his later years, destroys a great dynasty due to senility. In the second act of King Lear, Shakespeare used the image of the cuckoo to symbolize the ungrateful Goneril. The image of the raven in Eastern poetry serves the same purpose. This kind of literary technique is something everyone should be aware of. The ancient Chinese poetry analysis class was nearing its end. Most of the students who had initially pretended to be cultured had already left, leaving only aspiring literary youths and those determined to become writers. The sinologist professor was analyzing poems from the 300 Tang poems in English, speaking eloquently and systematically. However, Ronald didn't believe these absurd analyses. He might have memorized the 300 Tang poems in a past life. He even remembered Wei Zhuang's Taicheng. The second line was clearly the 6 dynasties are like a dream, only birds cry in vain, but the professor mistook it for the character for crow, and analyzed it with surprising accuracy. The bell rang, and Ronald rushed forward to ask the professor for leave. He was going to attend the Golden Globe Awards banquet at the end of next month. Ronald, I don't care what ceremony you're attending. My grading standards are the same for all students. Hannah, going to Harvard Yenching Institute as a research assistant, would have to write a comparative study of Tang Dynasty poetry and Shakespearean sonnets before I'd give her an A. If you want to go to Los Angeles, you have to submit a final paper. Ronald, seeing the professor's unwillingness to compromise, became furious. What if I find something wrong with your lecture? Very well, Ronald. I welcome challenges to my academic theories. As long as you can find my mistakes and argue logically, I'll give you a good grade. You don't have to come to this class anymore, that's what you said. After class, Ronald went to the library to borrow the 300 Tang poems. The river rain falls softly, the river grasses grow tall, the 6 dynasties are like a dream, crows cry in the empty sky. Most heartless are the willows of Taicheng, still shrouded in mist along the 10-mile dike. Ronald flipped through the traditional Chinese version of the 300 Tang poems he found in the library, his anger flaring. What's going on? Not only did he write the character for bird as crow, but he also wrote the poem Taicheng as Jinling Tu. Ronald complained in Chinese. How is this possible? It should be the oblique tone of bird here. Oh, you also know Tang poetry. The Chinese-American master's student I saw last time was also in the library, holding a copy of Truff and Hitchcock's dialogues. Ah, it's you. Ronald recognized the boy who wasn't very good at English. I'm taking a Tang poetry analysis course, and I need to find a good edition of 300 Tang poems. This edition is terrible, it's all printed wrong. The boy took it and looked at it. It is indeed wrong. When we were kids, we memorized birds crying in vain. Come to my place. My girlfriend Jia Wei has an edition published by Songhua Book Company. It's a very authoritative edition. Okay, thank you. My name is Ronald Lee. Actually, my surname is also Lee. My name is Li Ang. You can call me Ang Lee. Li Ang's girlfriend, Jia Wei, was cooking. Seeing Li Ang bring a friend home, she quickly invited Ronald to eat with her. Ronald was also happy to have a free Chinese meal. Jia Wei's spoken English was much better than Li Ang's, so she acted as their translator and they started talking about movies. I heard you have a movie club. Can you introduce me to it? Li Ang asked Ronald about the small club that showed pirated movies. According to the rules, you have to bring your own copy to the screening. I only got into the club after I borrowed Moscow. Does not believe in tears from the Soviet Union. I can ask the people at the office to borrow Director Who's Rain in the Empty Mountains, a new film from last year, just with English subtitles. If you get a copy, I can introduce you to Spike, who's also in the master's program. He organizes screenings. By the way, his last name is also Lee. Ronald's Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears received a lukewarm reception after its screening in small clubs. Commentators noted its classical aesthetic, somewhat outdated audio-visual language, and traditional values, classifying it as a melodrama. Ronald claimed the film broke attendance records in Lesotho, a claim met with skepticism. Perhaps it was the film's focus on single mothers and unplanned pregnancies, unprecedented on Lesotho screens, that fueled word-of-mouth and record-breaking success. The fact that the General Secretary, a film enthusiast, reportedly wept after watching it and personally approved its screening was also a testament to this. Sometimes, a film's box office success depends not only on the artist's work but also on the evolution of social thought. There are many examples of films whose aspects, overlooked by artists, suddenly resonate with the public, leading to a sudden surge in box office revenue, a phenomenon often attributed to luck. Ronald had a very enjoyable conversation with Liang. He borrowed Jia Wei's edition of 300 Tang poems from Zhonghua Book Company, and sure enough, it was the 6 dynasties are like a dream, only birds cry in vain, Ronald remembered correctly. He first photocopied that page of poetry, and then wrote a short essay overnight. The use of bird and empty together indicates a contrast. Bird song is a happy and beautiful image, while empty cry contrasts the unchanged birds with a deserted, decaying royal city, highlighting the helplessness of the rise and fall of dynasties. The next day in his office, the sinologist professor saw the essay Ronald had handed him, and then saw the photocopy in the appendix. Not bad, your analysis is self-consistent, I can give you a high score. Although you don't have to come to class, I still hope you come more often. Ancient poetry has an imagination as vast as the ocean. In 28 characters, it's like a movie. The editing is excellent, the narrative is reasonable. I suspect that the Chinese are naturally suited to filmmaking. The sinologist professor accepted Ronald's short paper with satisfaction, but unexpectedly came up with another theory, suggesting similarities between poetry and film. Ronald nodded, then took out 300 Tang poems and flipped through them. Could Tang poetry really be similar to film? Was he being fooled again? Watching Ronald leave the office, the sinologist professor nodded as well. Very good, next year's lesson plan can be revised again. I also need to talk to my Chinese-American wife. These typos are too embarrassing. As New Year's Day approached, the weather grew colder. The weather forecast even predicted a strong cold front and rain for New Year's Eve. Donna, who had been pestering Ronald to attend the New Year's Eve countdown in Times Square, Manhattan, and her best friend Diane Lane hesitated. Diane Lane, wearing her newly bought white fur shawl, looked at herself in the mirror. Sigh, I'll wait until the Oscars to wear it. It's too cold, I'll freeze to death in just a fur shawl. I was thinking of watching the new giant ball fall. I heard it'll be dressed up in a new style this year. Donna muttered something too. There's a countdown every year in Times Square, and many people go to watch a giant ball on the Times building drop to the ground as the countdown begins. Okay, don't worry, I have 2 Macy's vouchers here, I'll give them to you as a gift. Ronald took out 2 vouchers and gave them to the 2 girls. They were supposed to be Christmas gifts, but Bud's situation had delayed them. The 2 girls turned on the TV and watched a black music program, something like Soul Train. Many black stars were performing black music and dance, and the 2 girls chattered excitedly about it. Television is now completely indispensable to American life. The 2 girls, unable to attend the New Year's Eve performance in person, would definitely watch the live broadcast and count down to the new year with millions of viewers. In fact, on a very cold New Year's Eve, watching the live broadcast might be more comfortable. The new season of the TV series The Rich and Powerful, delayed for 2 months due to the strike, finally resolved the mystery of J.R. Ewing's shooting in the last episode of the previous season, which had kept viewers on the edge of their seats for 8 months. It turned out his sister had killed him. This episode broke American television ratings records, peaking at over 53% and a market share of over 76%. That means 3 out of 4 television sets watched this episode that day. This viewership even exceeded the number of voters in the general election. Even the Queen of Britain and the former president inquired with the production team about the killer's identity, only to be met with a no-comment response. To prevent leaks, the producers filmed all the scenes of the characters firing guns, and no one knew how the script was written. Taking advantage of this, the actor playing J.R. Ewing demanded a price increase, reportedly reaching an unprecedented $100,000 per episode, comparable to the salary of a movie actor. With such momentum, their old rival ABC also planned to launch a similar series next year, telling the story of the feuds of a Texas oil tycoon family, tentatively titled Dynasty. The next day, Ronald took the 2 girls to Macy's to pick out gifts. Donna didn't choose anything else, but instead went to the bookstore and picked out a set of Feynman lectures on physics. Having already started studying calculus, she had become interested in physics again. Ronald saw that the bookstore already had advertisements for fast-paced Richmond High School, and Simon & Schuster had decided to release the novel in the new year. Is this your adaptation? I wonder if I can pre-order it, Diane Lane asked. Yes, I have a sample copy from the publisher. I can give it to you if you want. Watching Donna and Diane choose different gifts, Ronald felt it was a striking contrast. One loved natural science, the other young adult novels. Their interests were completely different, yet they were best friends. Perhaps they discovered different qualities in each other, which led to their friendship. Ronald thought of the Hamilton siblings in the novel. The contrast between Brad and Stacy was also a setup in Cameron Crowe's novels. Whether you agree with Brad's values of hard work and striving, or Stacy's values of prioritizing romance above all else, you wouldn't feel repulsed by the other sibling. Mark, the nerdy geek nicknamed Brad, was timid about relationships, yet his best friend was Mike Raymond, a smooth-talking womanizer. Regardless of which type of character you belong to, you would identify with one of their roles, creating a sense of empathy and deepening your understanding of other character types. The stories behind each character were completely different from what they appeared on the surface. Behind Mark's timidity lay his own feelings and respect for his crush, Stacy. Behind Mike's smooth-talking, womanizing facade lies the helplessness of being forced to work as a scalper to support himself. He eventually manages to scrape together enough money to pay for Stacy's surgery. Cameron Crowe's portrayal of these characters is deeply personal, not simply categorizing them as good or bad, but rather offering his own thoughts and values. His novel, written after 10 months undercover in a high school, looks set to be a bestseller. Chapter 219 Film Withdrawal. Raging Bull was released, and Martin Scorsese had his teaching assistant hand out tickets to his class. I'm sorry I missed so many classes this year because of this movie. Please tell me your thoughts after you've seen it. To meet the Oscar requirements and reach the necessary screening time, Raging Bull was shown in art house cinemas across the country during the last 2 weeks of 1980. Was it good? Ronald asked Leon and Spike Lee, who had already seen the film. The three Lee students hit it off immediately and always sat together discussing movies. An artistic classic. This might be Scorsese and Bobby De Niro's best film, Spike said. Yes, it tells the story of Italian-American boxer Jake LaMotta. The boxing scenes are brilliantly filmed, the camera work is unparalleled, and it might be the best boxing scenes ever made, Leon said, his English improving slightly as he spoke in longer sentences. Oh, Ronald raised an eyebrow, he couldn't miss it. I'm thinking of taking my cousin to see all of those. That might not be suitable. Why? Because it's an R-rated film. Not only are the boxing scenes a bit gory, but it's also a black and white film. Kids won't like that. Black and white? Ronald thought to himself, Scorsese really knows how to play the game. Ronald, this might really be my swan song. It'll be difficult for me to make movies in Hollywood after this. I plan to go to Italy with Isabella later. Some people in Europe like my films, and maybe I can get government funding to make some art films. Scorsese, seeing Ronald come specifically to thank him, felt a surge of emotion and chatted with him for a few more minutes. I've been writing the script for 6 weeks and haven't seen your work yet, Marty. Why so pessimistic? But I've heard plenty of New York film critics swearing rave reviews of your new film. United Artists hasn't spent much on marketing, Ronald. They're going through a major management shakeup. President Andy Albrecht was fired by the parent company and replaced by an accountant from Pan Am, who's only good at accounting. Raging Bull will only be shown in 180 art house theaters, and if it doesn't do well at the Oscars, the box office won't be great. And there are rumors in the industry that Pan Am is considering selling United Artists entirely. The last major artist-driven studio in Hollywood is going to, sigh. Why? Because Heaven's Gate was a box office failure, a production cost of $44 million, and after more than a month, it's only grossed less than $1 million. Pan Am has long been dissatisfied with United Artists management, especially with The Midnight Cowboy and Last Tango in Paris. Despite Pan Am's objections, United Artists insisted on not cutting controversial scenes, resulting in an X rating from the MPAA. Afterwards, Pan Am removed the Pan Am branding from the opening credits of United Artists films and fired several executives who upheld artistic principles. They went on to establish a new company, Orion Pictures. Although President Andy Albrecht was ridiculed as a salesman, United Artists under his leadership had 4 successful films last year: Rocky II, 2007, Moonshine, Manhattan, and Black Stallion. But who knew Cimino would over-budget $6 million for Heaven's Gate? Pan Am had long since given up on using United Artists for publicity. The failure of Heaven's Gate had completely eroded their patience. If Hollywood has taught me anything, it's that you have to keep making money to stay in this industry. I've had 2 consecutive unprofitable films, and it's hard to convince producers to invest in my movies anymore, Scorsese concluded. Sigh, it's all because of Heaven's Gate, Ronald sighed. The 3-hour and 40-minute Heaven's Gate was met with a torrent of negative reviews after its release, especially from Vincent Canby, a senior film critic for the New York Times, who likened it to being forced to walk in circles in your living room for 4 hours, even viciously saying that Michael Cimino had sold his soul to Mephisto in The Deer Hunter, and now Mephisto was coming to collect. Of course, Ronald didn't think the critics were right. While Heaven's Gate was terrible, The Deer Hunter wasn't that good and didn't deserve such a soul-selling evaluation. Yet, you know what? United Artists is withdrawing the release of Heaven's Gate and re-editing it. Huh? What's that? Michael Cimino published a signed letter in the newspaper, requesting that United Artists allow him to withdraw the 3-hour and 40-minute version and re-edit it into a 2.5-hour version for re-release next year, so United Artists agreed. Ronald thought for a moment and felt that United Artists' agreement to withdraw a film already released was a bit foolish. The newly appointed president might not be familiar with film, and this would only invite more fierce criticism from film critics. See, we were right. The director admitted his mistake and wanted to re-edit it. Then they'll pounce even more fiercely. What else could they do? If they disagreed, Michael Cimino would have even more reason to say that United Artists ruined his film. After all, he's an Oscar-winning director. Ronald thought of Martin Scorsese, who hadn't even received an Oscar nomination yet. His Taxi Driver was widely praised, earning Golden Globe and Directors Guild of America nominations for Best Director, but no Oscar nomination. But Cimino's films are hard to edit, aren't they? Ronald said. Michael Cimino was the kind of director who excelled at creating atmosphere. It was difficult to cut away excess film from his films, as if cutting any part would be wrong, and only the lengthy narrative could be retained. That's where his cleverness lies. Directors and artists in the film industry are always suppressed by producers, forced to shorten their films. Cimino took advantage of this, and now people in the film industry are saying that the new president of United Artists forced Cimino to cut the film by a third. It was clearly his own request. That fat guy is cunning, Ronald thought to himself. I see you've also been nominated for Best Director at the Golden Globes, Marty. Will you be going to the awards banquet? I won't be going. Bobby De Niro is chasing the Best Actor award this awards season, and I don't have much of a chance. United Artists' financial situation makes it impossible for me to achieve anything during awards season. You know the tradition of the Golden Globes? They like stars to attend. This year, there's a big star like Robert Redford's directorial debut. He'll definitely be there, so there's no need for me to go. By the way, why did you say also? Ronald. Was your screenplay nominated too? Scorsese realized and asked Ronald if he had been nominated as well. No, it's for Best Original Song. I wrote the lyrics. I want to broaden my horizons, Ronald chuckled. Good luck, young man. The next day, Ronald went to see Raging Bull at the cinema. Indeed, the black and white film was incredibly powerful, with exquisite use of light and shadow. Especially the final boxing match, Jake LaMotta's last fight. Scorsese used magical light and shadow to powerfully portray the strength of the champion's opponent. As the opponent approached, the light and shadow suddenly enveloped him, creating a great sense of pressure. The audience felt as if they were right there in the boxing ring, facing that muscular black boxer. This scene also perfectly captured the feeling of a fading hero like Jake LaMotta. The entire film was shot in black and white, except for the footage shot by Jake LaMotta himself with his home camera, which was in color. This part of the family warmth had a very documentary feel. Contrary to the usual approach, the narrative parts of the film were in black and white, while the mockumentary-style footage was in color. Ronald didn't know why Scorsese did this. Perhaps Scorsese wanted to make a classic black and white film like those in old Hollywood? The cinematography of this film is on par with those classic Hollywood films. Ronald himself is a cinematographer and knows that black and white photography is almost a completely different art form from color photography. Black and white photography only has one variable, grayscale. It relies entirely on light and shadow to create visual effects and convey emotions to the audience. Among directors of this generation, only Scorsese and Peter Bogdanovich, who was recently involved in the murder of model Stratton, still know how to direct black and white films. Coincidentally, both of them are also staunch fans of classic Hollywood films. Scorsese teaches classic film analysis at New York University, and Bogdanovich has interviewed a series of veteran Hollywood directors, publishing books that have earned him considerable royalties. Only true enthusiasts would make black and white films, this lost art form of Hollywood. While the entertainment media lavished praise on Angry Bull, they continued to attack Heaven's Gate. Ronald turned on the TV and watched the entertainment news. There were interviews with casual viewers. The music is great, the cinematography is first-rate, but the story is just awful. I couldn't understand what the director was trying to tell. It's a terrible movie. I think the movie needs a proper edit, to be honest. Finally, a beautiful woman gave an interview. I thought the movie was too long and too boring. I felt like I was going to fall asleep halfway through. See? It has nothing to do with me. It's just that Cimino's directing was so bad that he fell asleep too, Ronald shouted at Donna and Diane Lane. The two girls giggled and collapsed onto the sofa. They had both heard of the origin of the nickname Sleepy Ronaldo, because he yawned during an interview while watching a Michael Cimino movie. Raging Bull, this weekend's box office is $649,000, ranking fourth, with an average box office of $3,600 per theater, and a total box office of $1.51 million to date. Huh? Our TV station's starting to report movie box office rankings now. Ronald pulled out two newspapers from the table, The Hollywood Reporter and Daily Variety. Sure enough, the newspapers had also open columns listing the weekly and total box office figures for movies. Is this putting directors in a boxing ring and making them fight each other? Ronald doesn't really like this approach. I think it's great. Film critics are always dishonest. I still look at the box office numbers before deciding which movie to watch. That way, I'm less likely to be fooled, Aunt Karen said. She was tidying up the living room. New Year's Day was just around the corner. The film review columns in the New York media all gave Marty's Raging Bull very high praise. Ronald glanced through several newspapers. The New York Film Critics Circle Awards gave Raging Bull high marks, a bellwether for the Oscars. At the upcoming New York Film Critics Circle Awards, Martin Scorsese was nominated for Best Director, Robert De Niro for Best Actor, and Joe Pesci for Best Supporting Actor. These Film Critic Awards, along with the Directors Guild Awards and Screen Actors Guild Awards, will be presented one after another from now until the Oscar nominations are announced. The judges for these awards largely overlap with those for the Oscars, so they are very indicative of future trends. It seems Raging Bull has a good chance of receiving an Oscar nomination, and even winning. Furthermore, Scorsese and the two actors are of Italian descent, and Italian Americans now have a significant influence in the film industry. This is largely thanks to Francis Ford Coppola's first and second Godfather films, which depicted Italian American life and were box office hits, further increasing the influence of Italian Americans in the film industry. Chapter 164, R-rated film with teenage actors, is now available. If not, please refresh the page. Chapter 220, Meeting an Old Friend. Do you approve of the Screen Actors Guild's proposed increase in daily minimum wage from $225 to $315, and weekly minimum wage from $785 to $1,100? Agreed. Diane Lane filled out the union's ballot on the sofa regarding whether to end the strike. Is the Screen Actors Guild strike going to end? Ronald, wearing his newly made coat, was having his usual weekend dinner at his aunt's. The new year had arrived, and Ronald planned to go to Los Angeles early to discuss the film script with Universal before the Golden Globe Awards. Cameron Crowe's new book was selling well, topping the New York Times teen bestseller list. Universal's interest in fast-paced Richmond High School was growing stronger. Yes, I heard the president-elect is a hardliner on the union. The producers' union has agreed to a one-time 40% increase in the minimum wage, and most actors want to accept it while they can. But I also heard the president-elect was a former president of the Screen Actors Guild. Will he oppose the union strike? Who knows? I just heard it from others. Anyway, it's none of my business. Diane Lane, though not yet 16, already earns hundreds of thousands of dollars per film, so the minimum wage is practically irrelevant to her. The 6-month-long strike is finally coming to an end. This general increase in the minimum wage has satisfied the majority of lower-level members of the Screen Actors Guild, and with the ambiguous president-elect about to take office, they're no longer concerned about the specific terms of pay TV and video revenue, and are preparing to compromise with the investors. Ed Asner, the union's chief negotiator who maintained a hardline stance, has become famous, a hero leading the workers' struggle, and is now preparing to run for the next president of the Screen Actors Guild. On January 20th, Ronald arrived in Los Angeles. As usual, Ronald's agent, Richard Lovett, came to visit and discussed some issues Ronald needed to address. Universal's production department is very pleased with the sales of Crow's new book and is intensifying its contact with David Lynch. They hope you can join the talks and discuss your script with Lynch to add some sincerity to the invitation. David Da Silva, the producer of Fame, invited you to meet, saying he hopes you can talk to him about the script for the Fame TV series. He's been taking Aaron Cara around on TV shows, always singing Fame. Michael Gore, the composer of Fame, also contacted you, saying he has many requests for film and television soundtracks and hopes to collaborate with you. Finally, Jane Fonda also invited you to her home. Looks like I'm quite popular, Ronald laughed. Ronald, I was also thinking of talking to you about this. After all, the center of film is still in Hollywood, and your script will start filming this year. Have you considered moving to Los Angeles? Richard raised this question seriously. I know you still have studies to complete at NYU, but many film school graduates can't find jobs. You have a great foundation now, why not move to Los Angeles? A lot of opportunities are found in Hollywood, and project confirmations require face-to-face meetings. If you were in Hollywood, those people could reach you anytime, instead of piling up here waiting for you to arrive. I know, Richard. If you could let me direct, I'd consider moving. I'm still in college, and I'll graduate in a little over 2 years. That's what my aunt expects of me. However, on his first day in Los Angeles, Ronald didn't meet any of the people Richard had arranged. Instead, he went to chat with his old friends James Cameron and Gail Hurd. Cameron had just returned from scouting locations in Santa Monica and Venice. Roger Corman's new film, Escape from the Galaxy, had hired him as a visual effects designer. This position was a step up from his previous role as a visual effects engineer on Escape from New York, requiring him not only to manage the creation of visual effects models and makeup, but also to design the set's backgrounds and props, ensuring a cohesive style between himself and the models. Gail Hurd would also serve as a production assistant on Out of the Galaxy, working with the associate producer who oversaw daily production on set and reporting Roger Corman's daily progress. I wonder when we'll get to direct. Ronald and Cameron clinked beer glasses and downed them in one gulp. Who's going to direct your new screenplay? Cameron asked. Universal wants David Lynch. The Elephant Man is a frontrunner for this year's Oscars. Will he direct this kind of teen exploitation film? Gail asked, flipping through the novel Ronald had given her. That's not something I'm considering, Ronald shrugged. My agent has already asked Universal, and they'll consider giving me an assistant producer title to learn on set and report daily progress to the producer. But producer Art Linson also wants to direct. He might even come to the set to learn directing techniques himself, just like I want to do. David Lynch is indeed a master. His Elephant Man special effects makeup is outstanding, looking very realistic in black and white. However, with color film, his makeup still has quite a few flaws. Cameron steered the conversation back to special effects. After Out of the Galaxy, what about your next project? Ronald asked. Roger is considering a sequel to Piranha, but the original director, Joe Dent, is currently filming The Howling, so it might be another sci-fi horror film. The Howling. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more films, Mr. Corman will give you the opportunity to direct independently, just like Joe Dent did back then, Ronald reassured his old friend. He sighed, thinking that if he hadn't gone to university and had continued working at New World Productions, he might be an assistant director or editor now, waiting for Corman to give him a chance on a low-budget film. If it made money, there would be a second and a third. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. The technology for special effects is very sophisticated. When I was working on Star Wars for Roger, we needed more realistic special effects compositing than the old movies, so I even studied Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey's front projection method, Cameron said. In Hollywood's golden age, special effects shots often used foreground and background compositing. The main characters would sit in cars or motorcycles, with a large electric fan blowing on them, making their hair fly. The background footage of the pre-shot car chase scene would be projected onto the screen behind them, with the scenery on both sides rapidly receding. By shooting this with the cameras, the audience would feel as if the main characters were racing. This method not only allowed ordinary actors to shoot car chase scenes, but more importantly, it sped up the shooting efficiency. The main characters didn't need to go to difficult outdoor locations. The second team could just take the stunt team to shoot some usable background footage. This method of filming background scenes behind the actors is called back projection. The drawback is that the perspective ratio of the background image projected onto the screen is incorrect, making it easy for viewers to distinguish that it's a separate shot and the main character isn't actually driving or charging on horseback. In Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey, the opening scene shows apes fighting with bones against a backdrop of wilderness. These actors, wearing suits and special effects makeup, had to be filmed in an indoor studio and required frequent touch-ups. When Kubrick projected the wilderness background onto the screen using back projection, the effect looked very fake. He then devised a new method, using a projector on the same side as the filming to project onto a screen behind the actors. This corrected the perspective ratio, making the image much more realistic for the audience. However, because the projector was on the filming side, it caused significant interference, as the camera would capture the projected light. Kubrick solved this problem by using a complex one-sided mirror that rotated the projector 90 degrees to project from the side. However, after the release of 2001, A Space Odyssey, no other science fiction films were made. Many of Kubrick's inventions, including the front projection equipment, were dismantled by Pinewood Studios in Britain to facilitate the filming of the next movie. To recreate this realistic effect, Cameron painstakingly reconstructed the technology from the principles described in magazine reports from the time, which were stored in a library. He was also one of the few special effects designers in America who understood front projection. I don't think I'm short of work, but Ronald, you've become a screenwriter, so you might transition to directing even faster. I've worked on several film sets, and I've come to realize more and more how important screenwriters are to film directors. The screenwriter is the only person besides the director who knows the desired effect of the final film before shooting. This kind of all-encompassing imagination is an essential step in becoming a director. Cameron, in turn, envied Ronald's choice to become a screenwriter. Let's encourage each other and wish us both to realize our dreams and become film directors soon. And you, Gail, I wish you to become a producer soon. Ronald then asked Gail about the job of an assistant producer. The job of this position is actually determined by the power struggle between the producer and the director. If, like Cimino, they have the power of life and death over the crew, then the assistant producer is just an assistant on the crew, filling out forms every day. If the producer values the crew and comes to monitor the progress every day, then the assistant producer becomes the producer's personal assistant, helping to make coffee and prepare lunch. Only in crews where the producer relinquishes control and the director doesn't have power can the assistant producer monitor the production progress every day, veto unreasonable reshoots and retakes by the director, and get involved to a considerable extent in casting, filming, etc., because they are the only source of information for the crew to report the filming progress to the studio. You've seen how Roger works on set. If he trusts the director, then he won't come to the set every day to inspect. But if the assistant producer informs him that the progress is delayed, he will storm onto the set and tear up the script that can't be filmed in time. Ha ha ha. Ronald was reminded of his work in the New World. It seems that what one can learn in this position depends on one's abilities and opportunities. Back at the hotel, Ronald turned on the TV. NBC was still rebroadcasting the president's inauguration ceremony that day. His voice was deep and resonant, his pronunciation perfectly paced, making his speech effortlessly comprehensible. Unlike his predecessor, who always used grandiose language in his televised addresses and lacked charisma. It was a mystery how a B-movie actor had become president. Ronald's opportunity soon arrived. The next day, Universal summoned Ronald and novelist Cameron Crowe, arranging for them to attend a meeting between President Tom Mount and David Lynch. Chapter 221 The Battle for David Lynch. Tom Mount, president of Universal Pictures, was a tall, imposing figure. His dark, bespoke suit, white shirt, and blue tie gave him an air of Hollywood elite sophistication, a departure from the purely businesslike demeanor of Wall Street, and even hinted at an artistic flair. From Ronald's perspective, the president's deep-set eyes, high forehead, and neatly combed hair gave him a resemblance to Marlon Brando's portrayal of the elderly Corleone in The Godfather. However, the words that came out of his mouth were nothing like those of a godfather. They sounded more like a salesman trying to sell a vacuum cleaner to a housewife. He wanted to sell her the vacuum cleaner, yet was afraid of scaring her away by being too overbearing. I've seen your first feature film, Eraserhead. It's a crazy movie, but I really enjoyed it. Tom Mount was speaking to a quiet young man. His hair was combed upwards from the roots, giving his chubby, college-like face a strange, rebellious air. Oh, yes. That film was very difficult to make. I spent several years on it, shooting on and off. Then I tried to screen it at the New York Film Festival and the Cannes Film Festival, but I was rejected. I pushed a cart from the supermarket, loaded with all my copies, pleading with the officials there, but it still didn't work out. If it weren't for the Los Angeles Film Festival giving me an opportunity later, I wouldn't have had the chance to continue my directing career. The speaker was David Lynch, nominated for Best Picture, Drama, and Best Director at the Golden Globe Awards for The Elephant Man. His large eyes were wide open, constantly scrutinizing the two young men sitting to Tom Mount's right. The one with shoulder-length hair was the novel's author, Cameron Crowe, and the one with shorter hair was Ronald Lee, the screenwriter of the adaptation. Ronald was also observing David Lynch. The man gave the first impression of being quiet. He listened attentively as President Mount spoke, not the type to only express himself. Yes, Mr. Lynch. Hollywood now knows about your talent through Elephant Man. I think your films will never be rejected by any film festival again. On the contrary, they'll probably be actively seeking you out. I'm afraid that's the case, Mr. Mount. Tom Mount was taken aback. Hollywood stars are used to praising others, and the proper way to refuse to work with someone is to say, "This is truly a very good film, but I need to check my schedule." Lynch's direct and straightforward way of speaking made him uncomfortable. Having already heard of Lynch's reputation, Tom Mount had even brought two screenwriters to discuss the matter. He loosened his tie, leaned back slightly, and his body language began to relax. The words that came out of his mouth no longer carried the air of a CEO. These two are Cameron Crowe, the author of the novel Fast-Paced Richmond High School, and Ronald Lee, the screenwriter. I think you've already read the script. You can talk to them directly if you have any questions. Oh, it's a very interesting novel, and a very interesting script. Lynch turned to the two authors and began asking questions. How did you write that Valley speak of Southern California high schools? I still don't quite understand what they mean by inserting like between the subject and verb. I was a 12th grader at a high school, went undercover for a year, and ended up attending the prom. So the way they speak in the novel is based on real people, Cameron Crowe replied. The so-called Valley speak is a way of speaking among girls from upper-middle-class families in public high schools in Southern California, especially in the Fernando Valley suburb of Los Angeles. The girls there are rather vain and like to buy designer clothes and bags. The lifestyle of the upper class, including surfing and playing tennis, led to poor English grammar and a distinctive way of speaking, often using like as a modal particle. For example, Nancy, like, she's a bitch. The other day she went to the beach, like, and tried to seduce my boyfriend Jack. I grabbed her hair and like, gave her a smack on the face. Ronald retained many of Cameron Crowe's Valley accented dialogues in the script. Furthermore, the Italian-American character Spicoli is a surfing expert, a sport popular among high school girls there. And you, Ronald, I know you. Famous worldwide, nominated for Best Picture, Comedy or Musical, at the Golden Globe, you're one of the writers. I've seen the script for a fast pace, very skillful technique, excellent control of pacing and length. I also tried writing a script myself, Rooney's Rocket, but I couldn't get the plot right even after a month of adjustments. How did you manage that? David Lynch seemed quite engrossed in conversation with the two authors. This was why President Tom Mount had invited them. This rising star of Hollywood had a few quirks. He preferred to talk to artists. This is an adaptation of a commissioned work, Mr. Lynch. I also spent a long time adjusting the proportions of the ensemble cast. I used categorization cards, repeatedly rehearsing the combinations on the wall. Ronald also talked about his writing methods. David Lynch said he needed to read the script more thoroughly before he could learn Ronald's methods. He was currently busy with public relations for Elephant Man and vying for awards, and wouldn't have much time until after the Oscars. Do you have any questions for me? David Lynch asked. Of course. How did you become the director of your first feature film, Elephant Man? Ronald asked. Eraserhead was more like a student assignment. Elephant Man was a commercial production. Transcendental meditation gave me the inspiration. Lynch gave an unexpected answer. I've been pitching Rooney's Rocket, but no producer was willing to invest in me. One day, while I was meditating in my house, a voice suddenly told me, why not try directing someone else's script? The first producer I approached gave me the opportunity to direct The Elephant Man. This guy's not kidding, is he? Ronald thought. You might as well say he was lucky. The meeting ended. That sob, he must have other director offers. He avoids the topic whenever we talk about fast-paced production, Tom Mount yelled at his subordinate in his office. Go find out who wants David Lynch. The subordinate quickly returned and whispered a name in Tom Mount's ear. That lucky guy. Keep following up. This offer has boosted his value. George isn't someone you can easily work with. If he can choose fast-paced Richmond High School, we might even get a $6 million investment. Ronald was unaware of David Lynch's current Hollywood fervor. That evening, he went to Jane Fonda's house for another appointment. Ronald, it's a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging cheek kisses, Jane Fonda took out a leg warmers her Aunt Karen had given her. Are these made by your company? My lawyer checked the records and told me the patent belongs to you. Yes, but these two pairs were knitted by my Aunt Karen herself. I really like this little accessory. Not only does it keep my legs warm, but it also enhances their shape. The videotape distributor is willing to let me wear them while doing aerobics in the video. I'd like to offer these as an optional item, along with the videotapes, for mail order. Would you be willing to supply them to me? Of course, Jane. You can have your lawyer call my Aunt Karen. Our leg warmers are already sold in major cities on the West Coast, such as Los Angeles and San Francisco. The two finalized a cooperation in a few words. Ronald was very happy. This mail order business might sell tens of thousands of leg warmers. With a stable distribution channel, the leg warmer business could take to the next level, and he could order knitting machines to start a small factory for production. My agent told me you've finished another screenplay. Jane Fonda, having finalized the collaboration, could now chat with Ronald about industry trends. Yes, a young adult novel. Universal wants David Lynch to direct it. Oh, him. That makes for a lot of competition. George Lucas also wants David Lynch to direct his Star Wars 6th installment, tentatively called Revenge of the Jedi. Doesn't George direct it himself? Ronald asked. He didn't direct the 5th one either. He originally wanted his old friend Steven Spielberg to direct the 6th, but the Directors Guild had a falling out with George because Star Wars didn't put the main cast in the opening credits, and banned Steven from directing Star Wars 6. George just wants to enjoy life with his wife Martha now. He's hired a famous architect to build his estate in the suburbs of San Francisco. David Lynch is definitely a good choice. Ronald kept this news to himself and went to CAA the next day to bring it up with his agent, Nisita. If David Lynch directs Star Wars, is there a chance for me to direct fast-paced? I've heard the rumor about Star Wars 6, Revenge of the Jedi. If David Lynch directs Star Wars, then fast-paced Richmond High School will lose its biggest selling point, a young director who's about to be nominated for an Oscar for Best Director. In that case, the budget might be quite low. All I'm asking for is an opportunity to direct independently, and I'm Roger Coleman's student. Any low budget from Universal seems more than enough to me. Yes, I forgot you graduated from Roger Coleman University, Nisita laughed. If David Lynch rejects Universal, I'll do everything I can to get you the directing opportunity, I promise. Also, I have some scripts Spielberg is interested in. He wants someone to independently evaluate them and provide some suggestions and directions for revisions. The pay isn't high, but I think it's an opportunity. Spielberg has a close working relationship with Universal, and he's recently been considering getting into production. In short, he's currently evaluating a lot of scripts, including many teen-themed ones. Of course I'd love to. Ronald quickly nodded. Getting acquainted with Spielberg was never a bad thing. Chapter 222 Golden Globe Awards Public Relations. Spielberg's script was a sequel to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, continuing the story of the relationship between humans and aliens. The difference was that this time the alien was a child, and he interacted with a group of human children. The overall atmosphere of the script was light and cheerful, like a child imagining the adult world. The alien, named E.T., became good friends with a group of children on Earth, and with their help, eventually returned to his parents and left Earth. I suggest removing the bad guy character from among the children and having normal adults act as obstacles for E.T. to return to his parents. Children's imaginations can hardly conjure up the idea of a peer being a villain who specifically sabotages good people. I suggest adding some chase scenes, having the protagonist Elliot ride a bicycle, taking E.T. away from the adults' obstacles. Young audiences need their own racing scenes. Within the limits of children's imaginations, imitate car chases, Rick Nisita quickly received Ronald's reading feedback. Type on a typewriter. So fast? I thought you'd read it for a while before giving me feedback. I thought the first reaction after reading was the most authentic and valuable. Ronald laughed. Actually, Ronald wasn't telling the truth. Spielberg's chosen script lacked dramatic conflict, resembling a children's play. Ronald had no experience writing children's plays. He struggled to imagine how it would turn out. Of course, since it was Spielberg's chosen script, he couldn't write down his own thoughts. He simply noted a few points he felt were inappropriate and submitted it. Okay, I'll give it to Spielberg's assistant, Catherine. Rick Nisita perhaps guessed Ronald's thoughts. Universal's president, Tom Mount, also wasn't optimistic about the script. Spielberg's previous directorial work, the comedy war film 1941, failed to recoup its production costs at the North American box office, and The Wonder Boy seemed to have lost its box office magic. His new directorial work, The Lost Ark, scheduled for release this summer, was produced primarily by George Lucas, with Spielberg only directing. Universal wanted to wait and see. His assistant, Catherine Kennedy, was responsible for finding a producer for the new script. Perhaps if Universal couldn't handle it, Frank Price of Columbia Pictures would be willing. After all, he was the only major studio president who personally reviewed the script. There's one more thing. The copyright fees from RSO Records have been settled. You wrote the lyrics for the 2 songs on the famous soundtrack album, and the theme song, Fame, sold well as a single, which also boosted the soundtrack album sales, reaching gold record status. RSO's boss, Robert Sturwood, specifically asked CAA to tell you that he wants to collaborate with you on a new teen movie script. Ronald pursed his lips. The sequel to Fame had fallen through just like that. Sturwood hadn't even put up a fight. Universal had invested nearly $10 million, so of course he was willing. His 2 scripts were just abandoned, gathering dust in Paramount and Universal script warehouses. Michael Gore, the composer of Fame, wants to invite you to co-compose his new song. Aren't you going to accept? Ronald shook his head. After all, it was copied lyrics. He had no idea how to write lyrics. However, he still wanted to meet Michael Gore. David De Silva, the producer of Famous, specifically asked him to meet with Michael Gore, saying there was something important to discuss. The following evening, Ronald arrived on time for the appointment. His bespoke suit fit him perfectly, with a wool overcoat over it. His attire made him stand out, and even the doorman gave him a second glance. "Oh, Ronald, it's a pleasure to see you in Los Angeles." Staying in the hotel's executive suite was the world-renowned producer David De Silva, whose head had become noticeably balder. Beside him were the film's lead actors, who had arrived earlier, along with the theme song's singer, Erin Cara, and her agent. "Long time no see." "Hello David." "Hello Erin." Ronald removed his overcoat and greeted the 2 key figures, as well as Michael Gore, who had composed the score and all the incidental music. "Congratulations, Michael. Your soundtrack has sold gold." After a few pleasantries, David De Silva explained the purpose of inviting the songwriters. "The Golden Globe Committee called Erin and me. Erin Cara's biggest competitor, Dolly Parton, didn't agree to attend, so the Best Original Song award will most likely go to Fame, the theme song from Fame." Ronald and Michael Gore congratulated her repeatedly. "That's how the Golden Globes work. They give the award to whoever is willing to attend. So I hope that if you win, you'll mention Erin Cara's name during the presentation. She's also nominated for Best Actress in a Comedy or Musical, but that category is very competitive, with Sissy Spacek. She plays country singer Loretta Lynn and sang all the songs in the film herself. The Golden Globe for Best Original Song is awarded to the songwriter, so it seems David De Silva went to great lengths to promote Erin Cara, who is also of Puerto Rican descent. This year, Fame received 4 Golden Globe nominations: Best Picture for Producers, Best Actress in a Musical for Erin Cara, and Best Original Song for Erin Cara. Director Alan Parker, despite being a strong contender, didn't even receive nominations for Best Director or Best Supporting Actor. All 4 nominations, except for Best Original Score, were related to producer De Silva's PR efforts. Ronald and Michael Gore exchanged a glance and agreed. "It was just a mention, no problem." "Great, this is very important for Erin Cara. We want to thank you." Erin Cara's agent stepped forward and shook hands with Ronald and Michael, expressing deep gratitude. Back at their hotel, Ronald said to his agent, "Richard, I don't understand, why is mentioning her name so important? Is it worth telling us in person?" Ronald was a little confused. It's for an Oscar nomination. An Oscar nomination? What does that have to do with the Golden Globes? The Golden Globes are a celebrity gathering, and NBC only broadcasts the awards because of the stars in attendance. Richard, having worked diligently at CAA, had gradually come to understand the unspoken rules of these awards. Actually, it was originally an insignificant award, but now there are more and more Oscar nominations, with 5 nominees for each category. Many voting judges simply can't watch that many films. The Golden Globes come right before the Oscar nominations. Most judges watch the awards ceremony, so stars who are on camera at the ceremony get more attention. For many smaller awards, like Best Original Song, if a star flashes across the screen during the live broadcast, many Oscar judges might remember them. When voting, if they happen to remember your face among the nominees, you'll get a lot more votes out of nowhere. Oh, so when Michael Gore and I won, and we mentioned Erin Cara in our acceptance speeches, the NBC broadcast director gave her a close-up shot. Bingo! Richard laughed and turned on the TV. Erin Cara again. The black girl was on another variety show, Singing Fame. This song is very popular on TV now, and many stations are inviting her to sing it, Ronald said. That's because producer David Da Silva is promoting it hard. She's going on shows everywhere to sing it, Richard laughed. Oh? That must be tough, Ronald asked. Da Silva wants to capitalize on this by making a TV series version of Famous Around the World. The movie's box office performance wasn't great, and to secure a network contract, they need to create a buzz, ideally winning an Oscar. That's true. Ronald took a sip of water. MGM was facing financial difficulties, and Famous Around the World didn't actually get much marketing. Its $20 million box office was entirely due to word of mouth among teenage audiences. But with a budget of $8.5 million plus marketing expenses, $20 million at the North American box office wasn't outstanding. No wonder producer David Silva was so nervous. I've never been to the Golden Globe Awards before. Is there anything I should be aware of? Ronald asked Richard. The Golden Globe Awards are held with each film crew seated around a round table. Since Famous Throughout the World didn't have many high-profile nominations, they only gave us a table at the very back, so you'll have to share with others. There's champagne, so remember not to drink too much. And remember to wear a formal suit. Here's which pocket to put your acceptance speech in. I won't forget, Ronald chuckled, patting his pocket. Chapter 223 The Golden Globe Awards is a big party. Steven, this guy agrees with you. He also wants to add a bicycle racing scene. Melissa Maidson, the screenwriter of the tentatively titled E.T. the Extraterrestrial, said to director Spielberg, picking up a script evaluation report. Spielberg was busy with post-production editing of his new film, The Lost Ark of the Covenant. The film, shot in Tunisia and Hawaii, took nearly 4 months to complete and was just finished at the end of last year, moving into post-production. Harrison Ford, recommended by George Lucas, was cast as the male lead, Dr. Indiana Jones. Karen Allen played the female lead, replacing Spielberg's ex-girlfriend, Amy Irving. Really? I didn't expect him to think the same way. What other opinions does he have? Spielberg had shown many friends the first draft of the E.T. script, and today he took the time to discuss all the feedback with screenwriter Melissa. He also said he wants to cut a certain bad kid character, but there are indeed bad kids like that. Based on my own experience, it's hard for a child's imagination to think of a peer who is a villain, who specifically harms good people. That was his exact words. Screenwriter Melissa read aloud Ronald's comments. You think so too? Sometimes people's beliefs are more important than the facts themselves. Spielberg, hearing this, decisively said, okay, cut that bad boy from the second draft. What's his name? Ronald Lee. That's insightful. Spielberg turned to his assistant, Catherine Kennedy, and instructed, try to get in touch with him and see if he has any good scripts. Then he went back to discussing the second draft of the script with screenwriter Melissa, completely ignoring the invitation to the Golden Globe Awards dinner that evening. In the eyes of Hollywood bigwigs like Spielberg, the Golden Globe Awards were practically worthless awards. But for young actors just starting out, or handsome men and beautiful women who hadn't yet entered the industry but wanted to become actors, it was nothing short of a shortcut to making the entertainment news. How do I look? Nastasia Kinski, wearing a yellow dress, admired her figure in the mirror, then turned to ask her neighbor and best friend, Demi Moore. You look great. Demi Moore looked at the expensive dress with a hint of envy. Don't be upset, Demi. It's Freddie Moore's Lost That He Won't Divorce You. Nastasia Kinski's Tess has been released in the United States and received many critical acclaims. Kinski's long hair in Tess has been cut, and her current hairstyle is a short bob. This hairstyle, named after the Chinese-American actress Quan Ka-chien, was once popular in the West in the 1960s. Nastasia Kinski didn't get this hairstyle for the sake of retro trends, but because she will be joining the cast of director Francis Ford Coppola's film One from the Heart early next month, playing the second female lead, an acrobat. This hairstyle is required for the role. This marks the European actress's official acceptance into Hollywood. Now, Nastasia Kinski is at the height of her success, her attention focused entirely on her makeup and clothing. Today, she was nominated for 2 awards, Best Actress, Drama, and Best Newcomer, Actress. Naturally, Kinski didn't notice her friend Demi Moore's low mood, and not only because of her breakup with her boyfriend. Demi Moore's attempt to force a marriage failed. Her boyfriend, Freddie Moore, is still finalizing his divorce. This time, her feigned breakup, intended to provoke him, seems to have gone a bit too far. Freddie Moore didn't immediately back down as usual. Now, without her boyfriend, Demi Moore has neither savings nor a place to live. Demi Moore's goal is tonight's Golden Globe Awards banquet. The banquet, broadcast live by NBC, is held at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, Hollywood. The front of the awards hall has round tables arranged by film crew, with some space at the back where many handsome men and beautiful women will stand, and the television station doesn't bother them. Sometimes, if the camera pans across, she might get a 1-second shot, enough exposure to land her some advertising modeling jobs and earn some money. Not to mention, if she's lucky enough to catch the eye of a popular male star. Of course, these standing tickets are highly competitive. Someone has to get her into the banquet. Demi Moore changed into her best black dress. This was her last chance. If she couldn't get in and meet some celebrities, she would have to agree to a photoshoot for Key Adult magazine. This magazine was known for its explicit content, and although it didn't have the fame of Playboy, it was very generous with its pay, enough to keep her in Hollywood for another 6 months. Nastasia Kinski took Demi Moore to the Hilton Hotel. There was no red carpet at the Golden Globes. The only photo opportunity was in the hotel lobby. Not wanting to steal the spotlight from Kinski, Demi Moore got out of the car early, carrying her dress and walking in the night breeze towards the hotel, waiting for Kinski at the entrance. Although the temperature on the West Coast at the end of January wasn't as cold as in New York, Demi, wearing her off-the-shoulder dress, still felt a bit chilly and hurried towards the warm hotel lobby. "Excuse me, miss, may I have your invitation? I came with Nastasia Kinski. I'm sorry, she hasn't arrived yet. There was some traffic during the photo session, and Kinski's car hadn't reached the door yet." Demi Moore rubbed her shoulder, longing to go into an air-conditioned room. She could only stand aside, hoping her friend would arrive soon. "Sir, your invitation, please come in, Mr. Ronald Lee, your seat is." Demi Moore suddenly realized that the man in the tuxedo and bow tie in front of her was Ronald, the photographer who had taken her audition photos more than a year ago. Slightly surprised that Ronald had received a Golden Globe invitation, Demi knew it was a rare opportunity and greeted him. "Ronald. It's me, Demi." Demi Moore. Demi. Ronald recognized her. He had taken her first audition photos in Los Angeles, and his advertising business had thrived thanks to her photos. "Are you also attending the Golden Globe Awards dinner? How's Freddie?" Ronald hugged her. Demi Moore seized the opportunity to link arms with Ronald and they entered the hotel together. "He must be doing well. We broke up. Freddie didn't want to divorce his wife." "I'm sorry to hear this bad news." Ronald, seeing Demi Moore dressed up, assumed she had entered the film industry and was a member of the nominated cast like him. Entering the awards hall, Ronald quickly found his round table. It was in the second to last row, near the edge. He hugged composer Gore, who had already arrived, and introduced Demi to him. The round table was empty. Director Alan Parker, the screenwriter, and the other actors hadn't been nominated for awards and weren't present. Several empty seats were left with drinks, cocktails, and snacks. The Golden Globe Awards banquet was more like a large party with food and drinks, only with NBC cameras filming. Demi Moore took the opportunity to sit in an empty seat. While listening to Ronald and Gore's conversation, she learned that Ronald was just a lyricist nominated for a Golden Globe. Her boyfriend, Freddie, had also asked her to credit him for lyrics on several songs on his album, but unfortunately, Sales were poor, and he didn't make much money. So Demi started using radar, turning her head left and right to lock onto more suitable targets. Ronald was initially a little puzzled as to why Demi wasn't going to his usual spot. Seeing her start looking for new targets, he understood. He glanced at the beautiful women behind the railing. Demi was probably there for a social opportunity, just like them. When the women saw Ronald looking over, they immediately started greeting him, some even tugging at their collars and flirting with him. Ronald smiled and turned back to chat with Gore. After a while, producer De Silva and lead actress and singer Erin Cara arrived, and there was another round of friendly greetings. When Demi Moore saw that the world-famous producer had also arrived, she decided not to leave, even though she had originally planned to go elsewhere to make her move. The favor of one producer was worth more than 10 unknown actors. "Hey Ronald, it's great to see you here. I heard your script got picked up by Universal? Would you have the chance to write one for us too?" A familiar greeting in heavily accented Israeli English came from behind. Ronald turned around and saw the two brothers from Cannonball Pictures, Minahan Golan and Yoram. "Hey Minahan, Yoram. I heard you signed a distribution contract with MGM," Ronald greeted them. It seemed they weren't doing too well either, being seated in the last row at the Golden Globes. "Yes, we are looking for resources, trying to find stars for big-budget productions. Do you have any other scripts you could work on? Let's talk." The two brothers simply moved from their own table in the last row and sat down at this table. Ronald nodded apologetically to his companions. The Israeli brothers' loud voices had attracted a lot of attention. He pulled his chair back slightly and began chatting with Minahan. It turned out that although Cannonball had signed a distribution contract with MGM, MGM's domestic distribution still relied on United Artists channels. Their Apple received little resource and was simply relegated to low-budget theaters. Coupled with the film's poor quality, this movie, on which Minahan had placed high hopes, only grossed less than $100,000 at the box office and was pulled from theaters after a week. "You know, Ronald, we really want to make some big-budget films in Hollywood, but people here are very cautious. We don't have a successful film, so negotiating collaborations is difficult. You're already a successful screenwriter. If you have a new project, don't forget us. We'll give you a better price than Columbia." Minahan offered a hollow promise. "Not at the moment. I'm currently writing a script for Universal," Ronald declined. "Oh, what kind of subject matter?" "It's based on a young adult novel, about high school students saying goodbye to innocence and moving towards maturity." Saying goodbye to innocence, saying goodbye to innocence, Minahan and Yoram exchanged a glance, as if remembering something. "How about remaking Lemonade?" Yoram whispered. Lemonade was a blockbuster movie the two brothers filmed in Israel. The profits from this film allowed them to acquire the Cannon Company. It was a teen exploitation film about a boy in school whose crush gets pregnant by her boyfriend. The boy helps her by paying for her abortion with the money he earned working at a pizza shop. In the end, the crush gets back together with her boyfriend and dumps him again. Keep your voice down, this movie clashes with Ronald's. Let's not let him know. Lemonade is an Israeli custom, a metaphor for those backup boyfriends. We'll have to use a different name in America to sell it, Yoram said. High school boyfriend, Minahan suggested. High school virgin, Yoram said. The last high school virgin, the last American virgin. Okay, that's good. Minahan couldn't help but chuckle. Demi Moore, sitting next to him, had a gleam in her eyes. She hadn't expected Ronald to be not only a lyricist but also a screenwriter. It seemed he had a good relationship with the two fat men opposite them, who looked like producers. He simply sat motionless in his chair like a nail. At this point, the guests gradually arrived, and a television crew member stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, our Golden Globe Awards ceremony broadcast is about to begin. Please take your seats. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Enemies Meet. The Golden Globe Awards have no host. Presenters know the order and go on stage themselves, providing their own introductions. Sometimes, guests who have had too much champagne cause a ruckus on and off stage, requiring celebrities to cover for each other. Therefore, the Golden Globe Awards has a unique position, the Miss Golden Globe. Her main tasks are to remind guests and winners to go on stage, and to help them off if they go over time or become intoxicated. This role requires no acting skills, it's similar to a guide role, and anyone can play. With plenty of screen time, it's often a shortcut for celebrity offspring to enter the industry. However, this year's Miss Golden Globe isn't a celebrity offspring, but rather 27-year-old Roseanne Catton, a black model. This is in response to complaints about the lack of black film stars winning awards during the past 2 years. The Golden Globe Awards are a combined award for television and film. However, in Hollywood, film stars are currently considered more prestigious, so television awards are presented first. The CAA-led general awards are the big winners. This TV series tells the story of John Blackthorne, a Westerner who travels to Japan on a merchant ship, is caught in a storm, and is blown ashore. With the help of his translator, Mrs. Mariko, he assists the Guandan warlord Togayashi Ayuki in winning the Battle of Sekigahara and unifying Japan. Ronald guessed that Togayashi Ayuki was the historical figure Tokugawa Ieyasu. Yoko Shimada, who played Mrs. Mariko, won Best Actress in a television series, accepting the award in a traditional kimono. Richard Chamberlain, who played the lead role, also won Best Actor in a television series. Only Toshiro Mifune, who played the shogun, did not win. Ronald had seen some of Akira Kurosawa's films, in which Mifune was always the lead. Perhaps because he wasn't nominated, none of the Japanese film stars were present. CAA's president, Ovitz, who organized the entire series, was nowhere to be found by Ronald, despite searching carefully. He adhered to the traditional practice of agents not overshadowing their clients and was absent. Next, the film awards were presented. Soon after, the Best Original Score awards were announced. The nominees are Stuntman, American Gigolo, John Williams of The Empire Strikes Back, and Michael Gore of Fame. The winner of Best Original Score is Dominic Frontier of Stuntman. Ronald comforted Michael Gore beside him. Gore gave an awkward smile. He had thought John Williams was his biggest rival, but it turned out Stuntman had stolen the award. After a few minor awards, it was time for Best Actress in a Comedy or Musical. This was also the award Erin Cara was nominated for. The nominees are Cece Spacek, The Miner's Daughter, Goldie Hawn, 9 to 5, Dolly Parton, and Erin Cara. The winner of Best Actress in a Comedy or Musical is Cece Spacek, The Miner's Daughter. Ronald clearly saw the flame in Erin Cara's eyes flicker and then go out. Goldie Hawn and Dolly Parton, two superstars, weren't there today. The award was effectively a choice between Cece Spacek and her. Producer De Silva reminded her, "Smile, Erin, smile." Cece Spacek went on stage to accept her award. This Southern girl, who debuted with Carrie, transitioned from horror films to biographical films, playing the famous Southern country singer Loretta Lynn. Ronald noticed that the Golden Globe broadcast had few cameras. Unlike the Oscars, which could capture each nominated actor's reaction before the awards ceremony, the cameras on stage simply panned across the audience. Erin Cara might not get a solo shot, so there was no need for her to smile. Then came Best Original Song, the award Ronald was nominated for. The nominees for Best Original Song are 9 to 5 Dolly Parton, Fame, Michael Gore, Ronald Lee. Ronald involuntarily sat up straight. He had always felt the Golden Globes weren't very valuable, and songwriting wasn't his area of expertise, but with the moment approaching, he still hoped to win and was a little nervous. The winner is the theme song for Famous Around the World, composed by Michael Gore, with lyrics by Ronald Lee. Please mention Erin, please. Producer De Silva, who rose to embrace Ronald and Gore, whispered something in both their ears. Ronald nodded in agreement and went up to the stage with Michael Gore. "Ah, you two young people, when I first started out," the male presenter, clearly drunk on champagne, was pulled off the stage by the Golden Globe presenter and the sober female presenter before he could finish his sentence, leaving the stage to the two winners. Michael Gore spoke first. "First, I want to thank the Hollywood Foreign Press Association for selecting the Golden Globe winner on behalf of foreign journalists. Then I want to thank my partner, Ronald, whose lyrics inspired me. Then I want to thank Erin Cara, who sang the song. It was her rendition that made it a household name. And producer De Silva, and director Alan Parker, for making such a wonderful film. Finally, I want to thank my family, especially my sister Leslie for her support." Gore handed the microphone to Ronald. Gore had already said all the good things, so Ronald pulled out his prepared acceptance speech, which largely repeated Gore's. However, Ronald had anticipated this, and calmly reversed the order of thanks. First, I want to thank my family for their support, then Aaron Cara, whose voice made the song even better, then composer Michael Gore, who inspired me after hearing part of the melody. Finally, I want to thank the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. The audience applauded. Ronald noticed that while the two were giving their acceptance speeches, the cameras on stage were pointed at the audience table, indicating that both had mentioned Aaron Cara's name, and NBC would likely give her a solo shot. Mission accomplished. The Golden Globe Award trophy was a small golden ball surrounded by film. After the ceremony, he would also receive a gold embossed certificate with his name on it, which would make a nice decoration for his home. Back at the round table, Gore handed the trophy to the eager Irene Carla. The young girl touched the trophy a few times, then, as if afraid of leaving fingerprints, placed it back on the table. It was clear Irene really wanted to win. The intense gazes weren't limited to Irene Carla. Ronald noticed Demi Moore and the Israeli brothers also staring intently at the trophy on the table, a small trophy barely bigger than a hand, but one that few in the entertainment industry wouldn't love. Next up was the Best Newcomer Award. The Best New Actress award went to Nastasia Kinski. Kinski, in a yellow dress, nimbly skipped onto the stage, accepted the Golden Globe, and began her acceptance speech. She's about to star in Coppola's film Old Time, New Love, so we won't mention Polanski. Demi Moore whispered in Ronald's ear in a husky voice. No wonder Nastasia Kinski's acceptance speech only thanked Tess's director, without mentioning her name. Best New Actor went to Timothy Hutton. Ronald's face darkened. The baby-faced Hutton went on stage to accept the award, but Ronald wasn't interested in listening to him. He picked up his champagne and downed it in one gulp. Demi Moore handed him another glass of champagne, replacing his empty one. Ronald noticed Hutton's displeasure, but given the natural animosity between young men, Demi decided to observe further. Best Director, Robert Redford, Ordinary People. Best Actress, Drama, Mary Tyler Moore, Ordinary People. Best Supporting Actor, Timothy Hutton, Ordinary People. Ordinary People swept the Golden Globes, and Timothy Hutton took home another Globe. Demi Moore was now certain that Ronald and Timothy Hutton had a conflict. Seeing him go on stage for the second time to accept an award, although he tried to hide it with a smile, his actions still revealed deep disgust. The awards ceremony, lasting over 3 hours, ended. Ronald and Michael Gore, together, took their Golden Globe trophies and went backstage to receive their certificates. Demi Moore, arm in arm with him, followed closely behind. Staff were preparing to engrave the inscriptions on the gold-plated bronze plates of the certificates. Ronald's certificate was finished first, and he and Demi went to the lobby to wait. Meanwhile, media reporters were in the lobby posing for photos with the stars holding the Golden Globe Awards. The Golden Globe Awards rely heavily on star power. To attract more celebrities to accept their awards, they even created 2 categories for Best Actor and Best Actress, Drama and Musical Comedy. However, Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress, which are generally not considered star awards, were combined into one category. Ronald knew his award was mediocre and no reporters would be interviewing or taking photos, so he stood aside to wait. Unexpectedly, reporters still rushed towards him. Natalie. Bob, over here, give us a smile. A photo of the two of you together, it's Natalie Wood and her husband Robert Wagner, Demi Moore whispered to Ronald. Ronald recognized the couple approaching from behind. They were both famous celebrities. Natalie Wood, a former child star, had gone on to star in numerous blockbuster films and bore a resemblance to Diane Lane. Her husband, Wagner, had identified heir and had played many leading roles in television series. Ronald quickly took a half step back, while Demi Moore, eager to get a look, pressed on. Natalie, take this Golden Globe trophy and strike that pose again, a reporter asked the couple. Sorry, I can borrow it. Natalie Wood looked around a few times, then smiled at Ronald. The reporters always love to tease me. She had won the Golden Globe Award for Best New Actress for Rebel Without a Cause, and photos of her holding the trophy had been widely circulated in newspapers and magazines. Of course, Ronald said with a smile, handing over his Golden Globe. Natalie Wood became the center of attention, striking various poses while holding Ronald's Golden Globe. Ronald noticed her husband, Robert Wagner, seemed a bit neglected, so he went over to strike up a conversation. I really enjoyed your TV series Pearl Harbor. I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, do you want an autograph, Wagner? Without thinking much, assumed Ronald was just another fan. Ronald, dressed in a tuxedo and without his usual pen and paper, regretted his impulsive approach. "Here, please sign here." Demi Moore cleverly pulled a notebook and pen from her somewhat worn handbag and asked Wagner to sign it. Timothy, could you and Natalie both take a picture with your Golden Globes?" Reporters, seeing Timothy Hutton emerge from the hall, urged them to pose for a photo. Natalie Wood, handing the Golden Globes back to Ronald, held up her empty hand to indicate she no longer had any trophies. "That's all right, I have two." Timothy Hutton handed over a trophy, then put his arm around Natalie Wood, and the two posed for the reporters to take pictures. "Goodbye, boy." Natalie returned the trophy, taking her husband's arm. "Let's go, Bob." She then nodded to Ronald in thanks. "Oh, Bob, he's still a boy." Natalie's cheerful laughter could be heard in the distance. "Natasha. Miss Kinski?" The reporters spotted Natasha Kinski in the lobby and egged the Best New Actor and Actress winners on a photo opportunity with their Golden Globes. Timothy Hutton and Natasha Kinski posed again for the reporters. Ronald, annoyed by Hutton's pressure that cost him his screenwriting job on the sequel to The Grease, turned to Demi and asked, "I'm leaving. Are you coming with Natasha?" "Hey, isn't this Ronald?" Timothy, dressed in a suit, had just noticed their presence. "Should we call the reporters back for a group photo?" Ronald knew Timothy Hutton was using the media frenzy to taunt him, so he snorted, ignored him, and turned to leave. Timothy was overjoyed and mouthed to Ronald, "Who's your daddy?" Just as Ronald was about to retaliate, Natasha Kinski spotted Demi Moore. "Demi, you're here. I was just looking for you." Demi Moore tightened her grip on Ronald's arm. "Ronald and I are together, Natasha, remember?" "Of course, Ronald." Natasha Kinski happily hugged him and kissed him cheek to cheek. The audition photos Ronald had taken of him were outstanding. Coppola saw the photos first, then went to the cinema to see Tess, and saw Kinski's acting, which had been coached by Polanski, before deciding to cast her as the second female lead in his new film. Now it was Timothy Hutton's turn to be unhappy. "Natasha, we're going to party soon. Didn't you say you wanted to meet director Robert Redford? And your girlfriend too? Come along, there are lots of people in the film and television industry I can meet there." Yay, a party. A number of handsome men and beautiful women arrived after Hutton, all heading to the wrap party for the Ordinary People film crew. Natasha, unaware of the conflict between Ronald and Hutton, said, "Okay, Demi, why don't you come with me?" Demi Moore had reached a point where she had to choose. On one side was Ronald, a lyricist and screenwriter who knew some producers of small productions. On the other side was the popular star Timothy Hutton, and the party offered the opportunity to meet even more people in the film and television industry. Demi Moore glanced at Natasha Kinski and the men and women around Timothy Hutton, and made her decision. "No, I have plans with Ronald. Have fun." Chapter 225 Unpredictable Events. "What would you like to drink?" Ronald, now back at the hotel, asked Demi Moore, who had come with him. "Champagne would be fine." "Congratulations on your Golden Globe," Demi replied. Ronald placed the award certificate neatly on the table, then called room service and ordered a bottle of champagne, some strawberries, and 2 sandwiches. He loosened his tie, took off and hung up his tuxedo, and changed into a lighter jacket. Ronald asked Demi, "What happened? Why are you homeless?" Demi Moore had declined Timothy Hutton's party invitation and chosen to leave with Ronald. This pleased Ronald. He had maintained his image in front of his nemesis, Hutton, and hadn't lost face. However, he hadn't arranged to find another party for Demi. Her previous promise to him made Ronald feel that Demi seemed to need his help. Adding to the fact that he had asked Demi where she lived in the taxi and offered to take her home, Demi said she had nowhere to stay. "Freddie won't find me work in the film industry. I don't have any screen time, so no agent will sign me, and without an agent, there's no new work. Plus, he won't divorce his wife, so I even changed my last name to his. That bastard." "I've been staying with Natasha for a while, but she's going to join Coppola's film crew the day after tomorrow, and Polanski isn't paying her rent anymore, so I have nowhere to stay." Demi liked the warm hotel room. She sat on the sofa, took off her high heels, and relaxed her toes, which were a little sore from walking all night. It seemed to be the same old problem. Ronald remembered that when they took the audition photos, Demi's boyfriend, rock singer Freddie Moore, refused to pay for it. He didn't like Demi being an actress. But no work meant no money, and Demi, who wanted to live independently, couldn't even afford rent. Ronald didn't ask why Demi hadn't gone to her family. The divorce rate in America was high these days, and since she hadn't gone to her family, Demi probably didn't come from a warm family background. You know, Demi. I live in New York now. My script was bought by Universal, but filming hasn't started yet. At this stage, I don't have the authority to find you work on set. Hey, do you think I came here with you for a job? Demi's face changed upon hearing this, thinking Ronald was making excuses. She put on her shoes, angrily making a move to leave. You're a jerk too, Ronald. If I had known, Ronald hadn't expected Demi's strong reaction. It seemed she'd been getting a lot of cold shoulders lately. He quickly stepped forward to stop her. Please give me some faith, Demi. We're friends, right? I just want to help you as a friend. Ding dong. Just then, the waiter pushed in a cart, opened the champagne, and poured it for them. Ronald paid the waiter with a bill and closed the door. Demi sipped her champagne, no longer mentioning leaving. I remember you were a member of the Directors Guild. How come you're a screenwriter now? Can you find me an acting opportunity? Directing work is rare. Ronald smiled. A film has dozens or even hundreds of actors, but only one director. Right now, I can only direct some commercials, plus write screenplays for movies. Commercial director, that's pretty good. You even won a Golden Globe? When does your script start filming? Demi asked. I'm currently in talks with David Lynch about directing, Ronald replied. Listen, Demi. David Lynch has other offers. I reckon he wants to wait until the Oscars at the end of March to put up his act. I can find you an extra role, but you'll need income during this time. A smile appeared on Demi's face. Her delicate, arched eyebrows softened her features when she smiled, unlike her usual strong expression. I have an agent who handles my advertising business. I can have him find you some advertising opportunities in Los Angeles, enough to keep you renting a small motel until you get a chance. That's not bad. Better than actually doing adult photoshoots for Key magazine. No, you'd have to do Playboy-level stuff, Demi, Ronald joked. My agent, Eddie, does that kind of work, but honestly, this shortcut to Hollywood isn't easy. Like Strathene, who was murdered by her husband. I know, I wouldn't consider this if I wasn't desperate. Getting an advertising appearance is already a rare opportunity for me. Demi Moore was somewhat disappointed. After all, Ronald wasn't a top star like Timothy Hutton. His resources weren't high level, and he couldn't possibly make Nastasia Kinski the leading lady all at once like Polanski did. However, Ronald's resources could be used by her alone, while Hutton's would involve competing with many others, and she might even have to play some multi-person games with him. Besides, she was already standing by Ronald's side. Hutton was only trying to humiliate Ronald. Even if she defected on the spot, it wouldn't necessarily give her a chance. Demi took off her shoes, walked up to Ronald, and looked up at his face. She wasn't bad looking, much better than Freddie. Ronald continued, once filming starts, I'll find a way to resolve your union membership issue. The minimum wage for actors has increased, based on an average filming time of 8 weeks, you can get. Demi's meticulously made-up face was very beautiful. From this angle, she somewhat resembled Vivien Leigh, the heroine of the classic film Gone with the Wind. Remembering what the New York prosecutor had told him about the relationships between urban men and women, Ronald kissed her, his arms encircling Demi's waist as he searched for the buttons. Let me do it myself, it's my most expensive dress, Demi said, playfully hitting Ronald's chest. Bang! At the same time, at the crazy party, Timothy Hutton angrily smashed his champagne glass. That bitch Nastasia Kinski, she actually used the excuse of joining Coppola's film crew to leave. That bitch, she can't walk past Coppola, his agent reminded him from the side. Don't talk bad about Hollywood's #1 director here, fucksk. And that Natalie Wood, she said I'm a boy. Do you guys think I'm a boy? Hutton asked the women at the party. No, Tim, you're a man among men. Several of the women who remained quickly flattered him. That's it. In Ordinary People, I played a boy, and everyone treated me like a boy, but that's your first step in your acting career, Tim. You've already won a Golden Globe. If you can get an Oscar nomination and win, you'll get better scripts and roles. If did you guarantee I'd get a nomination? Timothy Hutton took another sip of champagne. I won't play high school students anymore. Turn down that Grease sequel for me. I think the reboot script Taps, which they sent me the other day, is pretty good. Military cadets fighting against real estate developers rebuilding. A soldier. I want to play a soldier, a real manly soldier. Hutton became increasingly excited. What do you think of me playing a soldier? Oh, Timothy, you'll offend Universal Pictures. They fired their original creative team to get you a role and even offered to hire the David Zack brothers to direct. I don't care. I've won a Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actor. And an Oscar. Ha. Have you heard? Timothy Hutton dropped out of the sequel to Grease and chose 20th Century Fox's Military Academy comedy. Turns out, the Grease sequel project is shelved. It's a good thing you chose to adapt Fast Pace. A few days later, Ronald, back in New York, received a call from his agent, Richard, informing him of this news. Yes, things are unpredictable, Ronald remarked, noting how Hutton's film choices seemed so casual. Also, Spielberg sent a message through his assistant, Catherine, saying he personally appreciates your feedback. He's currently busy with post-production editing of his new film and can't thank you in person, but hopes to have the opportunity to work with you again in the future. Is he sincere? Do I have a chance to work with him? Ronald was excited to hear Spielberg's message. Spielberg has always been good at mentoring younger talent in the industry, but he's been very busy lately. Perhaps he was satisfied with your script revisions this time. At least you'll receive other script evaluation requests from him, you know, Ronald. The Oscar nomination voting ends tomorrow. I hope you get a nomination for Best Original Screenplay. That would be a huge boost to your career. Really? When will the nominations be announced? Ronald felt like he was getting a string of good news. February 17th, Ronnie, the replay is on, Aunt Karen called. Today was the replay of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, and Ronald and his family were enjoying watching his acceptance speech. The winner of Best Original Song is Up. Ronald felt a little embarrassed. Michael Gore dominated the screen, and his own footage was cut down to just a few seconds. Luckily, he hadn't missed thanking his family. They have to cut it to under 2 hours, so many nominees don't get any screen time, Diane Lane explained to Aunt Karen, understanding the Golden Globe broadcast rules. It's okay, I just want to see Ronald go on stage to accept the award. Did you record it for me? Aunt Karen asked Donna. I recorded it all, Donna replied. When it came time to thank Erin Carla, the camera indeed focused on the singer Erin in the audience, giving her a close-up for a full 2 seconds. The little girl's smiling face was finally shown to the television audience. Demi Moore also appeared on screen, which was an unexpected surprise. After returning to New York, Ronald asked Eddie to introduce Demi to several advertising opportunities. Her appearance and qualities were good, and she shot several print ads. A furniture manufacturer saw her photo and gave her a television commercial opportunity. With the cash Lee gave her, she could live on it for a few months and overcome the initial difficulties of her acting career. Now that she had national television exposure, advertising business would surely increase. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang, and Diane Lane answered it. Hello, it's for you, Ronald. Diane handed her the receiver. Hello, I'm Ronald. Ronald? I'm Zeffirelli. You absolutely have to help me out again this time. I have something to do this afternoon, so the update might be a little late. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.